Give me a moment. I'm gonna come right back.
Gotcha. All right, so we are live. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here on another episode of the Streaming with Marcus on the Chill Out Session. We're going to have some interesting topics to talk about. I got to appreciate people who are showing up here that are going to be here. If you catch on the replay, it doesn't matter. I appreciate you guys for listening, giving your input. If you've got questions, comments, make them in the chat. We are dropping the link soon, but we also want to make sure I got to welcome the one and only from his own channel. Make sure y'all hit the link, like, share, subscribe, leave a comment, and hit a cash app. He calls it a tax write-off. And a man who has, served the country. He's a family man. He's involved in the medical field, and much respect to him. Primal Studies. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you.
Thanks for having me on, Jay. Like I kind of briefly said in the back, I only got a few minutes, so I'll be pretty brief. But I appreciate you inviting me up here, and I'm curious to see what we get into.
Definitely. And also, I got to welcome Wally, aka Well Talk Productions. He's going to be co-hosting with me too on today's for Jay Takashi's channel. Again, make sure you hit the link, like, share, subscribe, leave a comment, hit the cash app for him. It helps out. We appreciate y'all again. So today we're going to be talking about certain interesting things. And one of them was a couple clips here and there in an interview with Joe Rogan and Matt Walsh. We're also going to be talking about John Bernthal and Shia LaBeouf's interview as well. And they had their one-on-one on his channel for his podcast. And he also talking about some sports talk with Kyrie Irving, Jeff Saturday, etc. And then we'll have some other interesting topics. We also got to make sure we put the fair use copyright claim. We got to put that 107, but we got to edit some stuff out. Make sure we clean it up a little bit. But we appreciate it, man. And out there, people who are probably not at home right now, they might be catching the late night edition of Black Panther or anything else they might be out and about. Please be safe out there and take care of yourselves. So let's get into it a little bit. Wally, you're still there.
I got back in. I got back in here. Hold on. So in the meantime,
while he's looking up the videos and clips, I think it's important to understand certain things, certain aspects of when you might be a substance abusing or mental spiral of certain abuse as well from at home, dealing with certain things. You have a certain decay of a certain standard of living now in modern America.
Sorry. You send me the link, or do I have to search it up?
Yeah. Just search it up. Just search it up on your end. Yeah.
So it's what, Joe Rogan and Mike Walsh?
Matt Walsh.
Yeah, Matt Walsh. Okay.
All right. Did you look at the clips though? They're probably like certain ones are like 8 minutes, someone's like 10 minutes long. Some of them, they're not the longest clips, but they make sure they're like on Joe Rogan like side channels or something. They could have it there, but it's gonna be interesting. So I want to make sure I hear people's inputs in the comments. I know nobody's watching here so fast, but usually how it goes is by the time we dive into the rabbit hole or maybe like some explanations and stuff, we'll get people here to be here, show support to the channel, show support to other content creators here on the panel. And catch Primal. He usually does it on his weekends. And he has great conversations, great host, great guests. Always a great host, very hospitable and respectful. And it's just very high IQ conversation.
Hey man, we tried. Hey Marcus, while Wally's pulling that up, why don't you give, because I just don't know. I heard they had conversations on Joe Rogan, but just for maybe me and everybody's knowledge, if they didn't catch that, can you kind of give a high level overview of what that conversation looked like?
Yeah, so basically what Joe Rogan and anybody who knows Matt Walsh, he's not the most I guess likable guy, because he has a certain perspective and certain point of views from a conservative aspect. And they were having topics such as why is gender this ideological battleground? Is it profitable? Is it profit driven? And what's the cause of that? What's the causality of that? And he was, he has his own channel. He has his own podcast, Matt Walsh. It's called the Matt Walsh Podcast. He even has a documentary that was kind of perceived a little, people certain got in their feelings and triggered about it, called "What is a Woman?" ? On the dailywire.com. They also had another one where they talked about, is this an attack on the truth? There's a clip on there. It's like a 7-minute, 50-second clip. It said, what moment did
Well, Marcus, lost you there for a second, bud.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now you're good.
Oh yeah.
You kind of dropped off right where he said he did a bit on what is a woman, and then I kind of lost you there.
Oh, okay, yeah. So then he's talking about like the is the Transformers community to be respectful, because we can't say certain things. Is it perceived to be mainstream now? Is it pushed upon too much now? And some of the medical effects and certain terminology that you might understand better than the general public will, based on that stuff. And so it's going to be certain topics like that as well that they were talking about. And they're talking about how like marriage and stuff, and you have experience in that department, Primal. You're a family man, you're respected. And also happy early Veterans Day, by the way.
Yeah, same to you, brother. Same to you.
But yeah, and I want to give a quick shout out real quick to Princess K for being in the building. She says hello. Shout out to Princess K. Thank you for being there. Thank you for the support yesterday too on Bolo TV stream as well. Shout out to her. But yeah, that's the basis of the Joe Rogan Matt Walsh thing. So it's probably like 2 or 3 clips. That's it.
And I'm gonna speculate from what I've seen of Joe Rogan. Oh, you got it? Okay, cool. Let it roll.
Oh, go for it though. Probably you want to say something before we let it roll?
I was just gonna say, I bet I'm just gonna speculate Joe Rogan approached it from a somewhat neutral, kind of inquisitive take, because I feel like that's where he usually comes from, at least when he's doing some of these interviews.
Correct.
Yeah.
Thank you again, Princess. If you want a Wally, yeah, you got the screen right there. All right, so let me just add it to the stream. All right. So just want to say fair use, and then the fair use copyright disclaimer. We are not using this for their own profit, but more so for perspectives, educational, or nothing to for us to profit off them. We want to make sure we shout out Joe Rogan, shout out Matt Walsh, and yeah, fair use copyright disclaimer, fair use. You want to play real quick, Wally?
Mainstream. It was like seeded into our institutions, and then there was a moment when it all became mainstream. And I don't know if Bruce Jenner is the definite starting point, but I do think that was a pivotal moment. It was a pivotal moment, not just because
Yeah, give me a moment, you guys. Give me a moment.
Fair use, by the way, even though the service is struggling.
not just because now the media is celebrating this, but also because conservatives, had an opportunity right then and there to take a stand against this, to recognize it for what it is, for the threat that it is, and to take a firm stand. And I think so many conservatives didn't, because they just imagine that this is either they don't want to get in trouble, be called a transphobe, or they just thought it's sort of a sideshow. And so many conservatives basically ignored it.
I don't think anybody realized it was going to get this big.
Yeah, I think a lot of people didn't, but I mean, it should have been more clear. I guess woulda, coulda, shoulda, but it should have been more clear, because they're waging an assault on like basic fundamental reality, and so it goes way beyond. This is not just about gender. This is about reality. That's why in the film, every conversation I had with someone on that side of it, every single one devolved into this. Well, what is truth, and who's truth, and how do you know what truth is? And,
yeah.
So I'm sitting in the same room as someone, but I can't get them to acknowledge that we exist in the same reality. We can share a room, but we don't share a reality. There was in the film, there's one woman that we talked to on the street, and she was giving me this, we all have our own truth thing. And then I said, well, what if it's my truth that you don't exist? And she said, well, then I don't exist. She was willing to erase her own existence if that's how I perceive it. It's totally incoherent.
I found out about the reaction that people have to this and how strongly they're committed to this when there was a transgender fighter that was hiding the fact, Found Fox, was hiding the fact that they were biologically
Pause it real quick.
Competed twice
Pause it real quick.
as a woman, beating the fuck out of these women. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, you can't, and trying to say that it was
fair use. We got 2 watchers. Those 2 viewers, thank you so much for being here. Please feel free to hit the link or like the channel, or just chill in the chat and have a question. And if you're not too busy, yeah. So far, what do you think so far? A bit, Wally.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the typical norm of these conversations. The simple fact that, I mean, towards this end part, right? What Mike Wall was saying about, oh, well, what if it's my truth that you don't exist? Then I don't exist. My thing is that stupid, because, and this is my thing, right? I hate when people say my truth. No, truth is truth. It's absolute. It's neither it is or it ain't. There is no in between. Your truth is AKA really your reality, not your truth. Your reality is this, but the truth is a whole nother ballgame. Because there's only going to be one truth. Neither it's yes or no. So that's my thing about that. You there, Marcus? Marcus.
Yeah, I'm here, bro. My bad. I was just sharing the link real quick, sending it privately. Yeah, just I wanted to get your input because I think this is kind of like a touchy subject, and I know certain people will. Yeah, Princess K, we're good. My bad. I was just sending the link. My bad. I muted. Thank you for being here still, Princess K. If you want to hit the link, if you just want to chill in the chat, come up. I respect anybody's perspective, insight, whether we disagree or not. And fair use, fair use. Um, so yeah, man. And I watched this like one time, and I thought, ooh, it kind of stuck with me a little, like, because we run the narratives a lot, and we have like supposed quote unquote YouTube talking points. And no, Wally, damn technical difficulties. It's on your end, sir.
No.
But it is true because like it's just interesting, and it's interesting how this rabbit hole of non-logical, nonsensical, delusional. That's a lot, bro. Never mind. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Princess K. I appreciate you. I'll be in the chat for now, but thanks for the invite. No problem. Always an invite. Always open door. Just don't track no mud, and bring something to eat. No problem. She said, "I'll get it, Wally." Yeah. Yeah. If you want to play it, fair use, man. Play it again, please. Finish the.
All right, hold on.
It was just a medical procedure. And when I thought rightly got angry at it, I saw all these articles written, all these pieces about how transphobic my position was and what a horrible person I was. Like, we're literally talking about someone not telling someone. I said that, look, if you are a transgender athlete and you tell someone, hey, I was biologically male, but now I identify as a female, would you like to fight? And that person still says yes, all in. Go ahead, have fun. Just like I think you should be able to ride bulls and go dirt biking and skydiving, do whatever wild, dangerous shit you want to do. But to hide the fact that you're biologically male and you were a male for 30 plus years, that was madness to me. But they had already drawn this line in the sand. And I remember arguing with someone on Twitter about it when this woman said she was always a woman. I go, even when this person impregnated a woman and had a child with them, she's like, even then, she stuck her penis in a woman, got her pregnant.
That's the science.
Became
Follow
a father.
The science, yeah.
And even that, during that act, she was a woman. Like, what is a woman? What the fuck are we talking about?
What they're really saying is that this person, they're talking about self-perception. Like, this person perceived himself that way, but self-perception is not always reality. This is like, of course, we all in most other contexts, we recognize that a person can have a self-perception that just is not true. It's just inaccurate. I mean, you could walk down the street in any city and find drug-addled homeless people talking to themselves, and if you were to ask them about themselves, they're going to say a lot of things that just don't line up with reality. And in every other context, we're allowed to acknowledge that, even in medical context. I mean, someone who has body dysmorphia in the form of anorexia, a young woman goes to the doctor and she's 90 pounds and she says, I feel like I'm a 300-pound, fat ass.
Yeah.
The doctor's not going to affirm that and say, well, if that's how you feel, it's how you. Fatness is on a spectrum. I mean, they're not going to give her diet pills. They're going to.
But why gender? Like, why is gender this ideological battleground? Like, how the fuck did that become this thing where it's encouraging like this cult-like mentality where you cannot, even if things are clearly odd, clearly don't make any sense. They don't fit with logic or reality. You have to adhere to whatever this ideology is promoting.
I think it's. I mean, at a most basic level, I think that this is like I said, this is an attack on truth, and this is, if you want to if your project is relativism and you want to get rid of objective ideas of truth, what are you going to go after? I mean, if you can go after someone.
Can you pause it real quick, please, Wally?
Yeah, I did that right then and there. Followed it.
All right. Yeah, man. Fair use. I want to get real quick in the chat real quick. Princess K says, shake my head. The battle of your delusion versus reality. The world needs to wake up. Absolutely, 1,000% agree.
Yep.
What do you think so far of the clip, Wally?
Yeah, so, just like what Joe Rogan said, it's like, how can you sit here and demean yourself as a woman, yet if you actually think about the qualifications for a woman is not what you have done within your past life. You impregnating another woman, that's not a woman thing. That's a man thing. But you still trying to sit here and say that you're a woman? No. But, they're trying to change the whole logic of it all, so.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, and so, like I said, man, this is going to be some of the most triggering something. Hopefully, it's not meant to offend anybody. It's just our insider perspective. I know sometimes people's inside perspectives can offend or trigger or get people to cause to somehow attack people in person in physical danger just because we share a certain stance on it. Some will be liberal, some will be conservative, some will be right wing, some will be left wing. Everything needs to have a limitation and boundary. And one of the boundaries limitations is stupidity, idiocracy, nonsensical, non-logical delusion. There's a textbook Webster's dictionary terminology, there's science terminology, and you're going to push back on people that in their professions, they've been doing these things for years, went to school for, have been with multiple patients, dealing with this kind of stuff. I know Primo had to drop off earlier. He had things to do. He was busy. But I appreciate him stopping by earlier, even though it was a short time. But he did have somewhere to be. So, I appreciate it, man. Just shout out to him. People, make sure you go support him, too. Great channel, great content. Let me see. Princess K says, I've long been frustrated with the conversation to the point that I don't care if I'm called transphobic. Great, call me that. Just because you can't handle a difference in opinion. Absolutely. Just because I have a difference of opinion or difference in lifestyle doesn't mean we're transphobe. It doesn't mean I don't want you to exist. Doesn't mean I don't want you to something happen to you. Absolutely not. This is one of the reasons why the flourishing country of America, which I think is on a downward spiral lately, thanks to inflation and certain practices that are pushed too much propaganda. However, you have a right to your voice and your lifestyle within the context and confines of your home. And if you want to be in public, that's how you want to be. That's how you want to share it. Cool. There's many cities and many towns that they push upon it. That's very they're pro on the activities and parades and all these accesses and locations where you can hang out. And there's profit to it. There's government profit that helps out people in the rainbow community. So I agree with Princess K. And so she also says, you think you are what you are. I have no problem with that. I'll respect you, but don't try to force me to agree. That's the other part. That's the other issue we have. Yep. That's the other great issue that we have. And that's what we can't. Thank you. I appreciate it, Wally. So make sure you all subscribe to Primal Studies, Matthew D. Clemens on his YouTube channel. Great content. The days of having a conversation, sitting down, and I get it. Even in old times, people had wars on this for politics, for certain lifestyles. Whether it was the Spartans and the Persians and the Athenians, the Greeks, whether it was Asian times, Genghis Khan, whether it was the Confederates versus the more Democrats, you had World War II, World War One. You had all those battles and stuff, and there were. It's a lot to deal with sometimes. It is, right. And people can't have a voice anymore.
Right.
Go for it, Wally.
Yeah, no. One thing I want to touch on, what Joe Rogan has said earlier, right? It would be the more humane thing to sit here and say, hey, look, I just want to make sure you know, I once upon a time was this character amongst this formation of body, but I saw myself as this person, this identity, and so I changed. And, you're letting people know ahead of time. That's the more humane thing to do. But no, what you're gonna do is no. I've always been this way. I've always been me. I've always been this identity. I lived this identity my whole life. But that's not how people see you though. And you think you can just force yourself in whoever you think you are to the people, but the reality, people see you as what they see you as. So the fact that you over here sitting there, you can just waltz on in and think people think that you know who you are, and they should deal with you as is, without no precaution of not knowing who you are previously. No, that is an endangerment. That's endangerment to you and everyone like you that are out there in the world. How much times have we gone seeing Jerry Springer in the freaking daytime, and then people have found out about people being a different sex, imagely wise, and the guy found out that he was dealing with someone that was technically a guy at birth? What happened? The guy was ready to mother-loving murk you. He was ready to put some hands on you. People, do better. That's my take on that. Because my thing is, like Princess K said, I don't. Look, if you are who you say you are for yourself, and that's how you are, that's how you feel amongst yourself. That's how you express yourself amongst your everyday. Just energy wise, feeling wise, spiritually wise, fine. I have no contempt against you. But the fact that you're humane enough to actually let people know that you was once upon a time this sex before you changed, I would have way more respect for you ahead of time than versus finding out and then being like, oh, I'm basically talking to a freaking stranger. Get it together, people. Get it together. That's my take. Marcus.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I agree 1,000% what you said. And like I said, nowadays people can't even have their own proper, honest, unfiltered opinion without people coming for their head about it in a certain way to say. And Princess K says exactly that is humane, but you hide it. Why do you need to hide your original form if you are really whatever you transform yourself to be? Because biological women don't have to hide. So why do you?
Right.
She also says that tells me that something within you is aware that you are not really what you transform yourself into, and you can't take that truth. I'm gonna just finish the rest. I added a part, the truth or reality of it. So, yep. You want to go ahead and play it, bro?
Yeah. All right. Hold on. Let me get back into it.
Someone's really fundamental understanding of themselves. It's not just that they're attacking reality. It's like they're attacking the reality of the self, and so they're depriving a person of the ability to understand themselves. And once you do that, if you're successful on a societal level, then it's sort of like the sky's the limit. You can go anywhere from there, I think.
So do you think this is like a conscious decision, or do you think this is just something that people have adopted because it seems to be the ideology du jour?
I think it depends on who you're talking about. I mean, at an institutional level, I think a lot of it is conscious. Like some of the people that I talked to in the film, I think that they know that this doesn't make any sense and that it's wrong. And I think because they have to know it. If you're a doctor, you do have a basic understanding of male and female. You must. You wouldn't have been able to get through medical school if you don't. So I think that for them, it's intensely ideological. It's also profit driven. They're making lot of money off of this. You know, if a 6-year-old boy says, "I feel like I'm a girl," and the response to the boy is, "No, you're a boy, and that's what you are, and that's okay," and he'll get over it, because it's just a phase, and he'll live a normal life, and that's fine. But there's no money in that. Whereas if you encourage the delusion, now that boy individually is worth millions of dollars down the line to therapists and doctors and endocrinologists and surgeons and everything. So I think it's profit driven. And then there's also just a lot of actual confusion out there. People don't really understand what's going on. And then there's cowardice too. People are just terrified. You know, I've certainly seen a lot of that. People just are scared shitless about being accused of bigotry, losing their social media platforms, losing their job, losing their friends. I get this question all the time everywhere I go. Well, how do I deal with this at my job? Because if I reveal that I understand reality at my job, I'll lose my job, or I'll lose my family. You know, this is what people are dealing with.
And it is what people are dealing with. That really is what's happening, which is one of the more confusing aspects of this, is that there's no logical discussion about this. It's just you are either on the good side or you're a bigot, and that's the binary.
Yeah, and that's because they know that they can't. The people that are pushing this stuff know that they can't defend it. They can't defend it intellectually. They also feel like they shouldn't have.
All right, so that was the end of the video. Real quick, so let me touch on what Mike. Oh shit! Sorry. Sorry about that. I swear I thought I muted that. It must have hit it to another credit scene. But hold on. But yeah. So one part that I really want to touch on with what Mike Walsh said towards the end, right? How just speaking up, speaking your opinion, speaking your ideal on the topic of just that alone, right? And this is the biggest part of it all. The moment you speak on something, the moment you give your voice to it, the moment you do this, they tend to do what? They tend to crucify you for being who they are. No, we're not crucifying who you are. We're crucifying just the moves that you make amongst who you say you are. Because reality, we're just giving an opinion. We're not saying, oh, badger you, send you to the hammer, burn you like you some witch. We're not saying that at all. We're just telling you, hey, your image is your image. But don't sell no damn narrative up in here thinking otherwise any more than what you already know who yourself to be. And then when you hate when someone makes a comment on who you are or who you believe to be, then you want to be on the attack. But then you just want to be a person that lives within your so-called truth. But yet your outpost comes out of now, because you're being attacked, you want to do the attacking. But instead of when you push back, right, just to push back, you push back in the art form of attack. Now you push back in your movement of the LGBT, and now you crucify people where they lose their jobs, they lose their wealth, they lose anything they have and own simply because they made a stance on a comment. And then to top it all off, you sit here and want to say that you're a person that just want to be you and just live your image, that who you say you are, and everything else is under the sun and above it. But my thing is, You just want to be seen as a decent person within society. But yet, you making a stand the way you did, the way you do, all you spew is the same hate that you wanted, that you didn't want for yourself. And then you cost people's jobs, you cost people repetition, and everything else to that norm. And all they did was make a comment. They didn't come for you, they didn't attack you, they didn't belittle you ultimately. They just made a comment. It's crazy these days.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yep. That's true. There's other clips of that conversation. Can you click on the other? Can you show me real quick on the other screen that you had?
Yeah. Let me get back into it.
And right before you click it, show me which other clips are there, so I can know which one I can choose.
Yeah. Okay. No problem. Let me share it again. All right. Can you see it?
Yeah, I got it right there.
Mm-hmm.
Can you zoom in a little bit? Just if you can.
Shoot. Let me see if I can.
It should be at the bottom of your tab bar. Oh, right there, or that too. Zoom in a little closer so I can look at the word.
Okay.
Right there. That's good. So which one did we just watch right now? It was the
It was the one with the 17. Wait, let me see. No, it was the one with the 14 minutes. That's the one we watched.
At the top, or the one right there in the top, right there.
Okay, the one that says Joe and Matt Walsh disagree over gay marriage.
No, we watched the other one. No, we watched the other one.
No, the other one. Okay, wait.
Which one did you click on?
I forgot how. Wait. No, the video was short. I forgot which one we picked. Oh, fuck.
It was like a I thought it was like an 8-minute video or something, or like a 10-minute video.
Yeah.
You skipped them because all the clips are on the top. They're not the bottom.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm trying to see if it was show, but fudge.
You can go on your history too, right? You can see which one we already.
Yeah. Because I didn't even move back. I actually switched out.
What up, Canadian Born's in the building. Shout out to Canadian Born. Good evening, bros. On the panel.
Okay, so it was John Rogan and Matt Walsh. Is this an attack on truth? What?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right.
So that's the one we did.
Okay, so just go back real quick to the clips, and Princess K also says, "Do you know that John Mooney popularized gender identity and studies into the sex reassignment surgery?" I heard about that, but I didn't know. But that's interesting. And his research came from torturing a pair of twin boys that never recovered from it. Yeah, that's tragic, man. Hey, Princess K, what happened to those boys? Did they survive? Are they still alive? Something happened with them? If you can put it in the chat. And CBN's Tech Talks. I'm outside running some errands. I mean, I appreciate you just being here, bro. If you want to hit the link, like, share, subscribe, leave a comment, hit the Cash App, man. I appreciate you. So
all right, let me.
It was the one on truth, right? Is that the one that was? That was the one that we spoke about. Okay, go up, go from the top. Start from the top because it kind of move a little fast.
The top, right?
So that's the one we talked about, right? Or was it the other one?
No, it was a different one. Yeah, these are newer ones. These are the ones we didn't look at yet.
Okay, go down. Oh, click on the Jordan Peterson one.
Okay, the 8 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, please. And then we're gonna. Yeah, let me just do the fair use real quick. Fair use copyright disclaimer. 107. But I just want to say, hey, we're not using this for our own business profits. We just want to make sure for educational. We just want to give opinion perspectives. Fair use, fair use. Shout out to Joe Rogan at Joe Rogan. Shout out to Matt Walsh at Matt Walsh. And thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, let me get this enlarged. We got a clear view. With that said, I also want to make sure you guys, hey, look, my crappy freaking Google Chrome sucks.
You were talking so much shit. You were talking so much shit about my janky Wi-Fi, but look at yours.
Hey, look, my Wi-Fi is not the problem. It's my computer. Okay.
Okay.
Hey, look, when I was on my other one had no issues. Okay. This one on the other end is a whole different company.
Yeah, I want to say thank you so much. I appreciate the 4 people watching right now. Make sure you hit the like too, please. Also, if you can't watch the whole thing now, but later, I appreciate you leave a comment. It helps out the algorithm. Your input. If you're in the chat, ask as many questions. If you have any other statements you'd like to make, please do. Oh, Princess K says they both had a terrible end.
If you watch the review, please
Hold on,
be willing to leave a comment on the.
They both had a terrible end.
Well, when Jordan Peterson first started talking about compelled speech and compelled use of pronouns, I remember thinking, like, why do you care?
That, yeah, pause, you motherfucker.
If you want, pause it and have it pause for a little bit, and we can wait till it loads. Maybe you think that works?
Jordan Peterson first started talking about.
Yeah, no, it's the video. It tends to, try to plays it, even though I paused the thing. I'm trying to kick.
Do you have it at its low at its low quality? Can you do me a favor though? Can you pause the video? Just pause the video. Hold on. Just pause the video in entirety. Pause it, because we have somebody backstage we want to bring up real quick.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but it's refurbishing this.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out real quick to this man coming on the panel. He has great conversations, great reactions, whether it's Manosphere, whether it's talking about sports, and the plethora of other things. He's a gamer. He also served in the military. Shout out to Jay Whitehurst, aka Let's Talk with JBJ. His channel, content. Welcome to the building. Good man. What up, JBJ?
Man, Marcus, you trying to butter me up? I ain't got no money to loan you.
Nah, man, man, we just appreciate you just being here, bro. I like your perspective.
You don't got no money to loan us.
Yeah, man. And we just be reacting to some stuff. You have a man. You react to certain things that we're talking about here on this video, and obviously from the clip, it's Jordan Peterson talking about was right about this woke. I don't know if I would call it an insanity, but it's definitely. I don't know what I would put it as, but maybe if it's too much wokeism in a certain way, where it's how people take it and they take it to like the whole extreme, like what the F did you say? Why would you say it like that? Like you hurt our feelings, or I don't like how it made me feel how you said it, even though it's the honest truth. So I thought people that talk to each other with truth is a certain respect, but nowadays it's considered offensive. But what's your take on it so far, Jay?
Oh man, it's an all-out war on truth. Anybody that actually speaks real truth, and the sad part, we got conspiracy on this side, conspiracies on that side, but things that we all know to be true, like 2 + 2 is 4. Like there's no point in arguing about that. Men are stronger than women. We know this. Ain't no point in arguing about it. When they try to like shut people down and try to act like those people are being mean to somebody because they speak truth, I see why Matt Walsh does what he does. I like the conversation that Joe Rogan had. You haven't been over on my side. I like to talk about this type of stuff. So I think it's just mental illness, man. People they stupid. They too sensitive. What else? We can make a laundry list.
Do you think that sometimes they use the mental illness because they're not really mentally ill, but it's a cop out?
Oh hell yeah. I believe that more than not.
Yeah, because
Every time
the
I
only
see
reason why, yeah, my bad, go for it.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
I'm only saying that because like we both know if you do your homework, it's incentivized to live a different lifestyle and stuff. If you know what I mean, right? When it comes to government assistance and aid, and so
Hmm.
and it's just the truth, man. Like you and me, we've done our homework and we've seen it, and whether we see on TV or walking down the street and what's on TV, what's pushed, what's the agenda's driven. So it's like, but if we'll dive into this video a little more because I just wanted to get your input real quick before we go and play this clip. But fair use, fair use. Appreciate y'all for being here, rocking out with that. What's up?
I was about to say you ain't got to say that shit.
I know, but it's just just shout out to Joe Rogan and Matt Walsh. By the way, at Matt Walsh at Joe Rogan, hashtag Joe Rogan, hashtag Matt Walsh, hashtag Let's Talk with JBJ. Wally, play the video, please.
Well, when Jordan Peterson first started talking about compelled speech and compelled use of pronouns, I remember people thinking, like, why do you care about this? This is like such a small issue with a marginalized group of people. Like, let them have their identity and use the pronouns they want. And, this is like, what was it, 2015, 2016? And I remember his warning, and I remember many other people like, this is going to spill over. Like this, if you can enforce this on a professor, and if you can enforce compelled speech, because Canada doesn't have the same free speech laws we do in America.
Yeah.
And if you can, like, where does it go? How are you compelling it? Well, it means through violence or through police or through the fear of being arrested, the fear of having your job taken away from you. Like, this is literally what happens when you use laws to compel people. Like, you have to have some sort of a punishment if they don't follow through, if they don't follow your orders. And this is what he was worrying about. And I remember at the time being like, I hope he's wrong. Like, I hope it doesn't get that big. But now here we are, 7 years later.
Yeah.
And he was right.
Because there's also a difference between telling people they can't say something, which is what free speech suppression usually is. And that's bad enough. But then telling people that they have to say something.
Yes.
Compelling them to actually say something, putting words in their mouth and telling them that you have to say this. And it's not pronouns. It's not a small thing, because when you use the she for a he, you're not only being forced to say something, but you're being forced to affirm and acquiesce to a claim that you don't agree with. You're being forced to express a belief that's not yours. I mean, it's like it's not much different from a dictatorship forcing someone to profess belief in a religion. It's forced conversion, basically, is what it is. And once you allow that, it doesn't matter. Of course, it's going to start somewhere small. It's just pronouns. It always starts that way. But like I said, it's actually not small. Pronouns there's a reason why the left makes a big deal out of it. So anytime people on the right say, well, it's not a big deal, in response to the left making a big deal about something, well, they wouldn't be making a big deal about it if it wasn't a big deal. And the fact that they're choosing this hill to defend should tell you that there's something here worth fighting over.
My kid was going to school with a girl who was a they, them. She decided she was a they, them. And she demanded that they talk in they, them way. Like, you had to use, when you were referring to her as a plural. This girl wore makeup, dressed like a girl, just decided that she was a they, them, and would get angry if you misgendered her and not calling her a plural.
Yeah. And what does that mean? So we have enough of a problem getting someone who identifies as a woman to tell us what a woman is, but
right. What's a they?
Yeah. What do you like? Describe to me the feelings of being a they. Describe, can you describe that? What is that experience like? And anytime you ask someone to do that, it immediately descends into incoherence. And also,
pause that.
By the way,
Wally,
the actual gender neutral pronoun for an individual is it. It's not they. So it's interesting that nobody wants to be an it because it's dehumanizing.
Offensive.
Right.
Yeah.
They want to be a they. But yeah, if you're calling yourself non-binary, you have dehumanized.
Yeah, well, you don't have to go down to the play button to pause it. You can just click on the screen on what they're talking about.
Yourself, because human beings exist in a sex binary, male and female. If you're rejecting that, you are rejecting your human identity. And so you've already dehumanized yourself. You are actually it. If it's true that you are not a male or female, then you are it. We don't know what else to call you.
And then maybe more importantly, one of the things that you're doing when you're doing that is you're giving people, especially if you do it to young people, you're giving them an opportunity to be special.
Wally, you don't have to go to the play button to pause it, Wally. You can literally just click on Joe Rogan's head and pause the damn video. God damn. Killing me, Smoke. God, you don't have to go to the show the play.
It's retarded, okay?
Yeah, I think it's really
your
important.
computer's what?
Point.
Retarded?
I think that's
obviously.
Actually, so much of this.
Let me
people
pause
don't notice it, but a lot of this is.
Shut up.
It just is.
God damn, Molly, you're killing me, bro.
Oh my God, fuck this shit.
Hey, I don't ever want to hear you talk shit about my Wi-Fi or my service or shit like that or Jay's service, JBJ's at all. All right.
Hey, look here. My Wi-Fi has no issue.
Let me get you the fuck up out of here real quick because I'm tired of this bullshit. Real quick, JBJ, what do you think of this so far, man? What they said, what they talked about?
Yeah, they're 100% right. It's a slippery slope. Once you start giving an inch on one little small thing, go call him, her, or whatever the hell, then they start pushing it even further. He was just talking about, oh no, run, Mahomes. Oh shit, I got tackled. But it's like the floodgates have opened now. That's what I truly see right now.
Correct. The floodgates is a perfect analogy.
They need to get it right, but look, it's gonna take people like us to stand up and call bullshit out for what it is. Can't sit around and keep letting people, like, we can't have a society built off of people's feelings. People's feelings change every day. We need to base it off of what's right, what's wrong, what's observable, like factual things, reality, biology. We can't play a feelings based game because you can't win that way.
Never gonna win. You can't even have a conversation with them after that shit. But I want to hear what Wally does. Wally, you there? So far, on what the video was saying.
Yeah, man. Everything that JJ said is true. I mean, look what Joe Rogan said. He thought just because Jordan Peterson is bringing up a simple standpoint of pronouns was just pointless. But now look what happened. The turnaround came to smack him in the face because now it's like, oh, this is actually getting bigger. What? Yeah, it's getting bigger because this is how impossible it is. But then he also explained the same thing that we talked about earlier about the whole thing. Man, people are getting their jobs taken away all because people stand for something. That's just bullcrap.
Did you reload your channel page? Oh snap! Look who we got in the building. And Wally, make sure you have that screen ready to play. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna get it back again.
I want to enter this guy right here. He hails from Canada, but he's also Nigerian. He don't talk to him about three things that trigger him: Trump, New York, and he's gonna get off when he talks about Kyrie Irving and Kanye. Candace Owens. He gets very in his feelings about it, but he's respected, and watch out because he might throw some voodoo your way. Oh, Canadian-born Nigerian. What's up, my partner, my brother?
How you doing? Let me add to this conversation. There's a reason why Joe Rogan can never be a leader because he's a complete idiot. When that guy was explaining something about what could happen, because that person he was referring to has foresight and insight, which Joe Rogan does not have. This is the problem we have with the state system. We have court jesters who want to get into the leadership role, think they can speak for us, but are too damn stupid to understand why this man said what he said to begin. While I'm listening to you guys conversate, at the same time listening to the town hall meeting that is hosted on the Black Star Network under Roland Martin, whereby they have real pro-black people. Keyword when I say real pro-black, not the fake pro-black you see on the YouTube street who don't have foot on the ground and actually doing the work. And they didn't mention a lot of things that I was laughing in my head like, if only if these people knew what the hell they were doing, that would have made a fool of themselves. But they don't get it yet. But that'll be another conversation. To talk about the pronoun nonsense, we've been saying this for the longest. Those who was in the church realm, I was in the church at that time. We called this years in advance. People say it's not a big deal. It's okay. Wait and see. Now you hear, shout out to Tamika, whereby teachers are literally not allowed to tell parents when they're trying to brainwash your own kids in the public school system. Tell them you're not a boy, you're non-binary. Really? You serious? And it's happening in the public school system. God forbid they're doing the same thing in the charter school, because not everybody can afford to put their kids in private school. That'll be avoided from that. This what happened when you have, I will say it right now, America, when you have a dumbed down society. When you dumb down your society, this is what you produce. Uneducated, uninformed, low information idiots. Now the glove is off, so there's no mercy for dumb people. I hate dumb people, I hate ignorant people, and I sure damn well hate stupid people. If you're one of these three, you're in my cross line, I will shoot you down with some heavy words, with no mercy. You can carry on.
Woo! Got a little hot in here.
All right, Black David.
I gotta be honest.
Black David.
Because I'm seeing some, yeah.
Facts.
I'm just saying. You said something in there that I agree with you, right, to a certain extent. However, I don't think I've ever heard Joe Rogan try to be a leader or try to lead a certain
I know that he's not
a coalition,
but his action does that. You know why I say that? Let me explain to you in detail. When a person trying to authority and you're not about what you're trying to help to protect and trying to question you based on what he thinks he knows, there's a problem with that. It's not just he not been doing that. It's been going on for a while. For almost, how would I say it? Maybe 5-10 years. We got people who have no background in the medical field, no background in the financial field, no background in the educational field, no background in multiple fields, and they think they can say things concerning that particular field without no proper research on insight in it. Stuff that they flew out of their mouth, like they got what they call mouth diarrhea. So imagine, perfect example, Joe Rogan. Oh, 25. It's not a big deal. It's not really. If history, if you would have studied history, there was a time it was illegal to smoke in the country. There was a time it was illegal to drink alcohol or produce alcohol. There was a time it was illegal to even have pornography out here. There was a time it was illegal to have weed. There was a time it was illegal to have interracial marriage. So what you want to tell me now? No, please enlighten me. Because this brother right here is right now viciously pissed off with a dumbass country that's too dumb to see what really been going on in front of their face for more than a decade. And now they want to start complaining about it. Why did it happen? You know why did it happen? You were drinking chlorine, not paying attention to it. You were drop dead stupid and don't even realize that what was going on right in front of you. They did it right in your damn face, and you're like, like you got in the car accident while you're on your phone. And you shouldn't be walking on the street on your phone, and yet you got hit by a car.
I think you're wrong for that, Black David. I think you're wrong.
Am I wrong for that? That's today's society. The society we have right now is dumb people who be walking on the street with a phone in your hand, and take their phone out of their view, and they walk on the street and got hit by a car.
Well, you're not wrong on that part where people are distracted by that. But I'm saying is, I'm not that kind of guy that likes to assume certain things. No, most of the time.
It's not assumption. It's called study the pattern.
Right.
It's one thing people like me who study society patterns, they can tell what's going to happen next before you even realize it happened. It's
Right.
always happened. No matter how much you want to argue with us, year later, the first thing how did this guy know? How do I know? Because you're dumb, stupid as hell. That's why. You weren't paying attention.
Wally, you want to say something, or you want, or JBJ? You have anything to say?
Yeah, I'm about to say, yeah. So I get exactly where Canadian Moore is coming from with this, because like I said, he basically said it himself, right? He didn't see this as a big thing, but you did the study work around it. Now, because you just want to talk versus look at the facts, you didn't analyze what it was, and now when it came, you were like, "Oh crap, this is really a problem." And you know that's really what he's aiming at right there, and I agree, because you can't sit here and say it's
Thank
nothing
you,
problem
Wally.
unless you know.
But hold on, because now I got to play devil's advocate. He does bring on people who are professionals, and he never says that he's a professional of this or that. Joe Rogan sticks to what his profession is, which was acting or commentating on sports, or maybe bring people along to have a conversation. And he can learn something. And he educated himself.
Yes, he does that, but sometimes he interjects and says certain things or questions certain things. When I need the first thing that comes to my mind, where did that question based from? Do you do any kind of study, or you based on he says, he says? If you don't realize, we're in a society whereby people don't like to read, nor do proper research. Everything is based on social media. I saw that on my Twitter. Oh, I saw that on my Instagram. Oh, I saw that on my Facebook. Oh, I thought as long as they have social media, you can put misinformation and you don't do what they call proper research. What you were taught in elementary school, middle school, and high school. The moment they graduate from high school, they throw all that knowledge out the window and think they're so smart. Really?
Hey, Wally, do you have the pages ready?
Should I go on?
Put the video?
Should I go on? Because I can win this argument and no one will beat me down on this one.
Right. So, what do you say again, Marcus? Before I go,
you're supposed to have the page ready before we can put the video.
Okay, yeah, I got the page ready. Hold on. But yeah, just to give one more commentary before I share the page again. Once again, I do agree. And here's my thing, right? Because I'll say this, Marcus, right? You have a point, right? Yeah, he's not a big major anything, right? But I always say this: if you don't know what you think you know, right? If you don't know, right, and you're questioning it, wouldn't it then be smart to say, okay, look, let me find someone that knows what they're talking about amongst this, and then let me give my thoughts to them, and then let me see what they tell me, versus just speaking it out. And I think that's where that part's coming in. So, I mean, but overall, like we both saying that both sides are true. It's just getting that, just letting sure that the context is there, so we know ahead of time, versus just speculating.
Do you know back in the early 70s, early 80s, there used to be a law that governed media, whereby they're not allowed to put any false pretense on the airwaves. And that particular law was either struck down or is let to expire by who this person name is? Oh, Ronald Monkey Ass Reagan. And who he did it for? Oh yeah, for his friend who owned news media and who owned Fox News. Let's put that into history. Hello. Shall I add more to this fight?
Again, Canadian born.
This what lead to what we have in today's society. When there's no check and balance put in place with people who in the media realm, either be mainstream media, regular media, podcast, or radio. Anyone can put any misinformation and say it over and over to people that can believe maybe the guy is talking truth about it. Without no check and balance, without no real-time check to see if this what they speak about is actually truth or not. This is why we have a whole bunch of what you call unnecessary conspiracy theory. I'm a nerd and I'm vicious when I hate dumb people.
But you can't really. But at the same time, like Joe Rogan's not a dumb person. He's actually a very wise, intelligent person.
No, he's a smart guy. I give him that. Keyword: smart.
But
Wise.
remember,
No.
remember, all of us, we have our fields of what we're good at. We're more highly above average at than the common
And you're
person,
right.
correct?
But
Just like
what I
you're,
wouldn't
but just like you're a pro at your computer and tech and engineering and
mhm.
stuff, you have that on me. I have other experience in other things, pros and cons. We all have pros and cons, right? We all things
You're
to
right.
work on.
But what I wouldn't do is speak on things that I have no full grounded understanding. What I learned from my uncle. Never speak on things that you have no full grasp, no understanding about. Because what you will do is you will put out information that has not been properly vetted, no checked on out there so much to the point people think it's truth. This is how social media make their money on misinformation. I worked with one of the first social media companies that came out in the late 90s. This is how I understand social media more than most folks. There are too many gullible people who don't belong on social media, period. This nerd is speaking the facts. Shall I go on?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not disagreeing on that part, but the thing is, at the same time, aren't there many people on panels making streams, and they can certainly say, hey, they give their output of something, and they make their spin of the take of the actual video, what they're actually saying, and then those people can be influenced. But I don't see
I
that with Joe Rogan. I don't see that.
I know.
He does bring credible. That's like saying, hey, let's say for example, cybersecurity, it got seriously hacked in the internet and like the America, and they bring on someone like Canadian Born's expertise, and you're talking about it. Not saying you're the most overall, you're the best, you're the greatest, but you're someone within that field that can maybe
I
relate
get
to it.
that because just like you mentioned cybersecurity, it's been known issue years ago during the era when you have the beef between PlayStation and Xbox. People have been bringing this attention out several times. You know, a lot of IT experts brought it out. People were saying it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. There's nothing to worry about it. Fast forward to now, what you have right now, we got a new major. We're going to protect organizations, both private and public entities. But when we have given the warning sign years in advance, they shut us down like we don't know what the hell we're talking about. This is what happened. I'm not saying Joe Rogan put a lot of misinformation. Yet he had a lot of great conversation on his podcast. And I give him that. But there's some time on some topics when he don't have real foresight nor insight. He speak on it and not remember he had what they call influence. There are gullible people in
I
this
agree.
country.
I agree with you on
There are
that. Yeah.
there are gullible people in this country who are influenced by what he said, who have what I call a dumbed down level of education, we call low information folk, who will not even do their research nor homework to read what the guy is saying. They will quickly believe it. But when you have influence and people can follow what you say or do, like we had Trump, Monkey D. Trump, who have a bunch of dodo birds to walk up to the Capitol to do his shenanigans for him. That level of influence, it can happen with everybody who has that type of influence as well. A long you have to do, according to the Art of War book, when you dumb down the society level of education, they easy to control. Shall I go on?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
again, I'm not I'm not disagreeing with you. I agree on that point. Like most people will be sheep and they will follow the masses. Um, but there's a dip. But we also we're not like JBJ. You still there?
Yeah, I'm
JBJ.
still here.
Yeah, I wanna make
Yeah,
sure I get your input because I don't want to leave you
Jerry
out. I don't
J
want to be
taking
rude.
note. That's why he quiet. He taking a lot of note. He like, God damn, sheesh.
I want to
I ain't
get your
on the
input though
notepad.
too because I think before Wally plays the rest of the video, but want to get your input, see what you think of it so far in the conversation.
well, I get what Canadians saying. I got a feeling that you don't like Joe Rogan. I'm getting that. Like I'm kind of in the middle. I'm a little neutral when it comes to Joe Rogan. I don't listen or watch his podcasts and stuff. But I've seen. I mean, I remember Joe Rogan back in Fear Factor and shit, man. So I have
Damn, he took it. He took it back. He took it back.
yeah, I got a different view of him. Like I've heard him have conversations with few people on his shit. I didn't like all the COVID stuff, but all in all, I just don't I don't really care about trying to critique him as a person. I get the whole fact that yeah, he's a famous person. He has one of the most popular podcasts out right now. People want to hear what he has to say, and he has power with the people that might listen to him. But and look, some people got to have personal responsibility, man. And we talk about the dodo birds. Yeah, there's gonna be dummies everywhere, but it ain't my job to save all of them. So, look, he
Facts.
making his
Facts.
what he do. I can't really knock him for what he's doing. Like some topics I agree with them, some topics I don't. Same thing with anybody else out here.
Yeah, and like to me, the reason why I think I gravitate sometimes to watching and stuff is the individuals he brings on, not so much Joe Rogan himself, but people that have an experience with expertise on it. And it could be an astrophysicist, it could be a fighter someday, it could be an athlete this day, it could be somebody that was part of the military that did certain things, and it could be a plethora of different people of avatars that are true in their experiences. So that's why I kind of gravitate towards the guest most of the time, not so much Joe Rogan. So that's just my perspective on it. All right, and I agree with y'all because there are certain things that. Who's diving? Somebody's sea diving right now. But yeah, so that's basically my point. Like I'm not a super duper like yeah I got my jersey of Joe Rogan, nah, but I like for the most part the fact that he is able to have the conversation. It's a flowing conversation. That's what kind of gets people, I guess, gravitated towards him.
And I get that because like the song, but I forgot his name on that video you show, right? He was on Dr. Phil's show at two complete retarded individuals. What is the definition of being a woman? And they could not even tell no comprehend.
Oh, you're talking about the two trans people that were next to him when Matt Walsh was talking to him?
Yeah, I don't call them people. I call them idiots. Yeah. And this is something that even my kid. Yes, they are. Because you know what? My 10-year-old daughter called her. Let me tell you why I say that. My 10-year-old daughter called that person stupid. My 12-year-old son called that person retarded. So I had to agree with my 12-year-old son. My 10-year-old, if a kid can't understand what the person said, it's completely stupid. How much more we know better than that?
Yeah. Hey, Wally, real quick. Hold on, Canadian-born. Wally, can you rewind the video like 20, 25 seconds at least? If you may, please. I know you got some janky-ass Wi-Fi, which you were attacking me for, which I felt attacked because my freaking laptop wasn't working up to speed to your decor and your standards, sir.
Silence you.
Fair enough. But continue, Canadian-born. I didn't mean to cut you off. My bad.
No, it's fine. What I'm trying to point out, there was something I foreseen was going to happen. So imagine someone come up to me and my wife, and don't tell my wife she's not a woman, she's a birthing pan. I said, no, she's a woman. You're a retard. Because all this dumb thing is not proven by science. It has been proven through the test of time for many centuries, but yet a group of complete dodo bird, nincompoop, undesirable element, retard want to come in and want to rewrite what have been proven beyond the age of time. You got to be freaking kidding me.
Yeah. Let me read Princess K's comment real quick.
Were they flipping chlorine when they were young? Did they get a high?
Yeah.
What could be that?
Yeah. Yeah, let me just read a comment real quick, and then I'll make sure we get back to this video. Fair use, fair use. I know JVJ is telling me to say it don't matter, but let me just say it out there because I'm kind of addicted to the term now. Fair use. I was even more done, Princess K says, when I found out that they wanted to change the term mother to birth or / birthing parent. Absolutely not. Just like how I refuse to call myself cis. True. True. She's laughing. And Wally says, break down, cis. What does that stand for? Clinically insane and stupid.
Thank you, Marcus. Thank you.
But fair use. If y'all want to play the video, please, Wally, if you may.
Point. I think that's actually so much of this that and people don't notice it, but a lot of this is just standard narcissism.
Yes.
Especially you listen to these, why is this so common among celebrities now? All the celebrities have trans kids and they're coming out as non-binary and whatever else. And then you listen to like Demi Lovato or whoever, and you listen to them explain why they're they them. It's always, well, I don't identify with these labels. I'm beyond that. I'm above that. It's like these labels were good enough for billions of humans before you, but it's not good enough for you. You can't find yourself there. But all these other billions of human beings, it was fine. They had no problem. But you're so special that we need to change the rules of the English language for you specifically. It's incredibly egotistical.
It's bizarre. It's like if you feel that you're different than everyone else, you're still a female. You're just a different.
You guys want us to say Ken anymore?
That calls spectrally stupid. SS.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Different human being who happens to be a female. If you're so unique, go prove it with your actions. Prove it with your work. Prove it out there in the world. But to demand this very special attention, and that's what we give people. Like if you give people that thing today, they'll tell. There's groups of people that will tell you you're amazing, you're incredible, you're beautiful, you're brave. It gives them positive affirmation for making these decisions.
It's also part of what you're describing is personality, right? I mean, so if you're saying, oh, I'm a female, but I don't identify with girly things and I don't like the color pink and whatever. Okay, that's your personality, and it's fine. There are many ways to be a woman. There are many ways to be a man. There's like almost infinite ways of doing it because each man and woman has their own personality, their own perspective of the world, and that's fine. So I think that what I'm expressing is more the kind of traditional idea is much more expansive because it allows you as a man to just, be who you are. You're still a man, but be who you are. The idea now is that if you're a man, but you have interests or ideas that fall outside of the standard norm, now you lose your manhood. You're actually a woman. So they're actually reinforcing the gender binary while trying to destroy it at the same time, which is interesting. But I think most of what they're trying, you could have a person who has 5 different genders and 6 sexual orientations, but no personality because their personality has been subsumed by all of these labels. They've categorized and labeled and everything, and it's really strange.
The art exhibit recently where the girls threw soup on the Van Gogh. You know about that story?
Oh yeah.
They asked, someone was interviewing them. Oh, Patrick Bet-David was interviewing them and asked them, "Can I ask what your pronouns are?" And she said she was he, she, they.
He, she, and they.
I go, so you're masculine, you're feminine, and she's everything. She's basically like a Hindu god. It's like what are you?
This is just laziness. At least choose one.
It's just pompous nonsense. It's just, in that particular case, thinking that you're going to fucking cure climate change by throwing soup on a priceless painting and then gluing yourself to a wall.
And also, what does it tell you that the person interviewing her knew that she definitely has different pronouns? Like, you just know,
sure.
it comes with the package, which tells you that, again, that this is an ideological and political thing. It's not an actual identity.
If you were one of those people that thought that there was a literal attack on the foundations of this country to try to destroy it from the youth up, what better way to do it than with social media reinforcing?
All right, that's it, Wally. Can you search? Can you look up the topics for? I know this is a trend lately, but before we move on, I'm sorry. What do you guys think so far from the rest of what the video showed in the clip? Start off with from the bottom up. Canadian Born, go first.
About this topic?
Yeah.
So what I think about this topic is this. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a group or a clan or retarded group in lupus, narcissistic retarded individual who want to put their idea or individuality upon us. They hate the fact they were dumb as hell in class. They wasn't popular in class. They wanted to be popular, so I decided, let me climb up to the status in society so I can now put my good for nothing La La Land views upon us. Do me a favor. Don't drink the Kool-Aid. Walk away from the light. It blind you from what's really going on, okay?
Yeah, man. Let's go to Wally. Wally, what do you think so far from the rest of that video?
Okay, yeah. So here's my thing, right? Um, right when they were speaking the point on the whole, oh, I'm a binary person. This is the most bullish thing I'm sick and tired of. If you was truly a binary person, like legitimately binary, like let's put some coins on it. You know what I consider a binary person? Someone that literally has both two genetical imagery, meaning you have the Peter and you have the washboard. If you don't have both, you ain't binary. You're just one sex. Stop the BS, please.
Yeah. JBJ, what do you think, man?
I would concur. I would concur.
Hey, how many tall kids have you had today?
And I second after
I
that
mean,
too.
shit, a good little bit.
Oh
To be
man.
honest,
Oh man.
I'm playing Call of Duty right now while I'm listening. Like, man, look, man, a man is a man, a woman's a woman. Ain't no changing that. Um, we just got to get back to truth and reality. We got to stop entertaining other people's feelings just because. That's why we got so many weak people out here right now. We're caring more about feelings than what's right and what is reality. So I'm part of the team of F that. I ain't got time for that. I don't care about your feelings. We gotta get this country right. We gotta get this society right. We gotta get this world right. We got too many people doing dumb stuff just because they feel some type of way. They talk about they want men to be emotional and express themselves, and then they sit around and act like they don't know why these kids are shooting each other at the first drop of a dime. They talk about why these kids don't know how to conduct themselves a certain type of way, but then you took the father out of the home. It's like it's a lot of different issues. And also, kind of like what the Canadian said, they dumb down the population. Dumb people are easier to control. Um, it's a whole shebang bang. It ain't just one thing. It's a whole bunch of things.
So
Yeah,
according
things
to
things can
so
go
according to
for
Jay,
24. Go.
so according to Jay, on that note, Alex Trebek, can I take low backbone for 1,000, please?
Alex
What?
Trebek.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
I tell you, on that note, what Jay is saying, Alex Trebek, can I take no backbone for 1,000, please?
Yeah, I
Are
get
you
you,
talking
man.
about the
I
people in
get you.
society?
You didn't get the joke? Jeopardy,
Yeah, I get the
Oh,
Jeopardy reference.
no
Yeah.
I
backbone for
get that,
1,000,
but
please.
we're just saying people in society just ain't got backbones anymore.
Bingo.
Yeah, yeah, that's obvious right there. You got a lot
All
of
you got.
pussies walking around here.
This is why I take the gloves are off with me.
shout out to Vaughn Eric in the building. If you want, man, click the link. I got it posted at the top, right
So
there.
right now, I'm on that nerd destroyer mode. If you're not part of the nerd clan with people who have insight and understanding about that
Fuck
BS,
is that?
I'm here to destroy you. Okay?
Yeah.
Ooh,
If you want to click if we want to click one that's based on uh the Jeff Saturday of like the Kyrie Irving stuff.
like
If you want
just
to click.
getting hired, bro. That's some bullshit. Well, I
Yeah.
already told you how I felt. That.
Yeah, for me, to be honest, yesterday on your pin, I was just doing like a little like devil's advocate type thing, but at the same time, I think overall it is bullshit because I do think that the coaches that I named, some that are still under contract, ones that aren't, are still kind of doing other
Stop
positions in
trying
the
to get
team.
Thomas off that team.
Yeah, I know, but it helps makes it interesting on the panel,
But
and not
let's not
everybody's
talk
speaking
about
for the same
Kyrie no
thing.
more because the Kyrie situation is more a business legal ramification that this the guy who think that he was smart was actually stupid. If you read his contract when he signed into the NBA, they had certain clauses that you gotta hold it up. Just that
Wally, are you there?
Okay, which one you say you
I
want me to
will
look up?
disagree. I will
Listen,
disagree with you
motherfucker,
on
it said
that.
Jeff Saturday.
listen,
No, I'm asking
remember,
Ninja.
remember, these organizations, these basketball teams got lawyers who know how to read the law,
Yeah,
to read the contract
I would
based on
I
their
would
view.
disagree with you on that. He didn't
Okay.
violate any contract clause.
I hope so because
No,
even
no,
though
he didn't. That's
even
what I'm telling you.
even
He
even
didn't.
though on a technicality he didn't do anything wrong, he shared that particular post and link, and you guys who were talking about it,
You're
yes,
looking
it
for the
came from
interview?
Amazon.
Just the breaking news, like a ESPN clip of it, maybe. Like, you don't have to make like a just Jeff Saturday gets hired. Just search that and just Search it.
Let's type in Jeff Saturday.
But here I have a problem with. I saw a clip of the leader of Nation of Islam who was supporting Kyrie, who was speaking behind it, which I fully understand what you were trying to say. But I see things much bigger than that. Because people like Kyrie, people like Kanye, they seem to want to portray as if they're highly intelligent. No, they're highly stupid. True intelligence don't act in that kind of way. True geniuses don't roll in that type of path they take.
I gotta disagree with you right there again.
Yeah, you can disagree. I understand. I base things on a medieval mindset.
Yeah, I give you that. But guess what?
If you're a genius, you have to be very. If you're a genius, you have to be tactical about your approach.
No, not to be a genius. I'm telling you, there are geniuses that couldn't read. And I know you said you research a lot of history. You could probably name off like 5 or 6 geniuses that couldn't read.
I get what you're coming from, based on history.
Yeah, it's not one aspect of somebody that makes them not a genius and not make them smart.
I get it. I get it.
In the position that they're in at the time. That's my biggest issue with Kyrie. Kanye, I don't care.
I get where you're coming from.
Okay, which one?
He dug his own hole. You can pick any of them, man.
Just click on anyone where he shows he gets hired.
Ah, son of a bitch.
Look, just click on the TY Sports, TYT Sports. You'll love it. They'll give you some back commentary. Wally needs somebody to hold his hand. That boy needs some milk.
No, Ninja, because I don't know which one to pick. That's the whole point. God damn it.
Jay.
The other one's watching.
Jay, hold on, Jay. At the tech support here, why they came to me and explained to me he was dealing with some computer technical issues, which means he have a device that past its prime, which means to soon go to the funeral and go to the laptop graveyard.
He basically said your laptop is old as shit.
Thank you, Claymore. Thank you.
And because of that, he tried to use life.
Learn how to listen, Wally.
He tried to use life support to keep it alive for a short period of time until he found a replacement. You know how you got a puppy and the puppy about to die because the time is really short? Same go with his laptop. It's on life support right now. So he kind of like, clear. You know what I mean?
Well, you got to shock
Want to say a little shout out real quick to Von Erich. Shout out to Baltimore.
What's up? You in the house?
Oh man, goddamn! This guy starts shots fired. What's how long have you been watching, Vaughn?
About 10 minutes.
What's going on, man?
What's up?
Oh man, you missed like basically an hour's worth.
That's good. He ain't had to hear Canadian saying all that bullshit earlier.
What bullshit you think I was saying?
JBJ, you rap back.
It wasn't in bullshit. It was a tactical missile. By the time you realize what I just said, the bomb beam blew up and everything been destroyed.
Say that last part again.
It's a tactical missile, meaning I'm not waiting for people to realize what just happened. When it happened, too late. I'm destroying your clan.
See, I don't think a lot of people. I think the masses as a whole, the majority of society as a whole, might have been blinded by all the different distractions they put in your face. But there's a decent size of people that we pay attention to what the fuck's going on.
And they're under the radar. That's what they've been doing. They're under the radar.
We just gotta learn. Biggest problem. We don't organize, and we don't have any political footing to change any fucking thing. We gotta control shit to change shit. And right now, we let the LGBTQ community come in and change shit. We gotta organize, work together. But it's hard. Motherfuckers don't like working together.
Let me tell you why it's not gonna work. What you need to do is stop trying to save the community.
Giving up before we even get started.
Let me be honest with you, Jay. What you talk about is totally true. But here's the thing: you can't save a community, but you can build a new tribe.
Yeah, I believe in shit like that.
You know what I'm talking about? Because if you try
I know that's what you're talking about.
You're trying to have a community of people who don't want to listen. You will stretch yourself to the point where you go grow You go gray and with dry bones, and you would hate yourself for wasting all your time. We could have done something better than that. That's why the small
See, Canadian, you
minority.
don't never come over to the show. You ain't never came over to one of my live streams, have you?
I never got a chance to it. I would like to come one day.
You make some motherfucking time, man. What you talking about? You got all the time in the world. But I have a saying that I use a lot. It's basically everybody's not gonna make the boat.
I get
Facts.
that. But here's the thing. As a father and a grandfather and a tech geek, I got
That's
to
a
manage my
bitch.
time.
Burn, bitch. And I just thermited this motherfucker. I'm sorry.
Well, I didn't know exactly what I do. It's all cool, Jay. You cool people.
Nah, I'm listening to you, man. I'm just, I'm in Call of Duty
I know.
in here saying.
Nah. Hey, I was doing the tale a few weeks ago. I was playing Mecha while we were on the conversation too. It's no different. Now my ISP is acting up. I gotta be careful what I do. I can't overload the network.
Oh shit.
It's a bad habit of mine. Yeah, when you have a high-end PC and you're a PC junkie, you're like almost 80 to 100 things at the same time.
Wally, if you're still there,
Yeah.
let me know when
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
ready.
yeah.
I say what you be gaming on? What you be playing?
Multiple games. If it's not Mech Arena, it's Shadow Legend on the PC. If it's not that, I'm playing some other heavy video card games that would take a lot.
Oh, you playing Shadow Legends? Oh man.
What's up,
You
y'all?
play some Yu-Gi-Oh! I challenge any of y'all in the game Yu-Gi-Oh!
Man, look here. You lose
Hey,
it.
Wally, real quick, if you can play the video real quick, and then I'll let y'all chop it up after.
Hey, Wally,
I
before you play it, put down the fair use.
Hey, Jay, my brother.
Hey, man, I just got back from the movie. What's up? There we go.
From what y'all want to see?
What movie?
You know which one.
Coming to America.
Black Panther, baby.
Oh, yeah, and by the way, Wakanda Forever, baby. That's my shit.
You want to watch that?
Hell yeah, I want to go see that with my boys.
You better say Wakanda. I want to take that hat from you. It's like, you're not allowed to wear that. You didn't say the right thing.
Exactly. I'm black. I can say it. Ain't white.
I know that for sure.
No. But I think Marcus is gonna like it because for representation for the Hispanic community, I think they're gonna be happy. They're gonna be really.
No,
that's all I'm gonna say.
Based on the storyline, was it good enough?
Oh, it was
see
good.
the first one. Okay,
it was good.
It better be good.
Nothing is ever
They got
better
a
than
lot
the
to
original.
explain.
I'm not gonna spoil
it, but I'm gonna say nothing is better than the original. So let's just get that right there.
Okay, now I know what to expect now. When you said that.
Now, is he the same caliber like Killmonger? No, but is he a threat? And does he say what he means? Yes, definitely.
Okay,
he's kind of like a Magneto.
But when Marcus sees it, hopefully he jumps up and down because representation just made his people look really great just now. So yeah,
no problem.
Sweet.
But for us, of course, our shit gonna look good because we got Wakanda, bro. So we good regardless.
Man, Latinos trying to take over them. Man, they don't sit down somewhere.
Disrespect. Let me get you out of here.
Let
me get you the fuck up out.
No, but the movie didn't feel 2 hours. It felt like 2 hours. It felt short to me. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe because the previews just make it long if you sit there. But we saw it in IMAX, and our initial thoughts. Shit, I might have to get that motherfucker 9. Might have to. But we're gonna stream Saturday, so I'll let you all know my thoughts.
Interesting.
It's 9, that means clean and crisp. That's what I'm talking about.
But I'm gonna say this. Oh man, dude. Oh, I need to see more Namor after this, bro. Like I want a Namor movie after this shit. I just need one now. And also, like I said, they pay tribute to Chadwick, so don't worry. You will definitely get that. Stay to all of it. I don't give a fuck if the credits roll. You sit your ass down. Don't leave yet.
Shout out to T'Challa Jr.
Yes, we won.
What? What you just say?
No, I'm talking about the Heat game with the Hornets.
He won?
Yeah.
115 to 112? Is that what it is?
No. 117 to 112. Overtime game.
Good. They need W's right now.
Hey, real quick, so we can play this video real quick.
All right. Yeah. Just make sure you put up the banner and then you guys play it. All right.
I know. Yeah, we already did.
And Marcus, you guys did a great job. I know you. By the time I got your text, it was like I just turned the phone on and the movie was just over when you texted me, like 9:49. Yeah, I was like, okay.
Yeah. I got you, man.
Did you need help with something? And I said, did you need help with something?
Oh, just when this is over, make sure you put hashtag Joe Rogan, hashtag Matt Walsh, hashtag Kyrie Irving, hashtag Matt Patricia, hashtag John Bernthal,
and hashtags, my niggas.
and well, I'll even put it, but make sure when you do it on the main page.
Chat is what it will do when you get a chance. But Wally, play the video, and Marcus just copy and paste it. I'm gonna get on it when I wake up really, really early before we the shit uploads.
Well, I appreciate it, man.
Fight these copyright fuckers. Yeah. I'm gonna put that banner up when you play that. Hold on. Fair use. There we go. Wally, can't hear any sound. I'll make it too loud, but yeah.
Joy Taylor went off on the Indianapolis Colts is hiring a Jeff Saturday, a former player who has zero experience.
So you can hear it?
Now I can hear it. Yeah, we can hear it now. So you can play it again.
Okay, I was about to say.
I would say play it in bits so you don't play the whole thing, and that's how the copyright happens.
No, we know.
Yeah. And by the way, good job to Marcus and Wally.
Experience in coaching.
This is what you and I both know. Ain't no way in hell a black guy getting a job like this that's sitting around doing what we do on one of these daily shows and gonna get an intern.
As did Shannon Sharp.
My mind immediately went to, well, what about the coaches that are in that organization already, that are left there?
And Marcus Spears.
And I don't want to hear about the playing. Coaching is an experience that you have to have experience for. And we undermine it constantly by these hires. You have no experience, none, zero, none, no experience in college or professionally. And what is the word that we always hear when it comes to black coaches being hired? Well, they just don't have enough experience.
The number one thing about black coaches don't get the job, he ain't got no experience. He never come, boom, 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 boom. He has none of that. He's the perfect guy for the job.
This is for Irsay to say, I'm glad he don't have no experience. What the hell are we talking about?
I don't know what's a better example of I can get a beer with this guy than this. It's a good old boys club if I had never seen it. And the next time we're talking about this, don't come to me. Don't slide out of your little troll hole to tell me that this never happens. What is this? This Reggie Wayne is on the staff, my guy, on the staff. Other than what it is. How?
This is what I want them to do with the Rooney Report.
Yep. The rules. Yep.
Throw that bull jive in the trash.
This move.
All right, here we go.
All right, so yeah. I was gonna cut it in two pieces, like 2 minutes each, since it's 6 minutes total. But so here's my first commentary on it, right? I honestly agree. How are you gonna get a sucker like this a damn job he has no experience in ever in his life? He only has high school, he doesn't have college, he doesn't have another high-end premier job, he doesn't even has the mid-tier level of the American Football League or neither the Canadian Football League. You don't got none of those. But yet you got the job. Well, the interim job. But at the same time, I will also say, as being a devil's advocate, it's just the interim job. It's not a job. He's not fully signed. So that's just one thing. But at the same time, nonetheless, though, right? This is my whole point that I mentioned last time on JBJ show. You are telling us, Indiana Colts, you need a new freaking head coach because you're going to fire yours. Yet instead of keeping the coach that you have now before you fired him, wait until the whole year ends because it's like there's no point other else just to then wait. You're gonna fire your head coach mid-tier, halfway, whatever, within the league's time frame. Hire an interim coach that don't have no head coach experience, and then sit here and ask yourself, well, then sit here and let us ask ourselves, you couldn't pick nobody else for the fucking job? Really? Really? You can't freaking make this shit up. Now, as far as just picking a black coach and a black head coach and all that, look, there's a bunch of coaches out there. It didn't matter if it was a black one or whatever. At the end of the damn day, this guy is just purely unexperienced, point blank, period. But I ain't gonna lie. Now, yes, if we're comparing between this guy being unexperienced and then a black coach that gets to tell all the time you got enough experience, this is bullshit. But of course, that's what happens when you find people that choose to pick somebody they want versus picking someone that's right for the dang job. And this guy ain't it. But I digress.
Let me add to this. I'm glad you're saying all this right now because this is what a lot of us in the corporate arena have been saying for far too freaking long. There's an internal policy whereby if you're too good or too great for your job, you are a threat. We don't need to tell us how to get a job out because you know why? You don't like to know it all. You don't like the smart people who know how to do it. Let me find someone else who can kiss my ass and ask me, how high can I jump, master? The NFL was known for that BS long enough. There's a lot of great black potential coaches who can run the team to win game and maybe more likely win to the Super Bowl for years. They don't want to do that. They are sure who they are for the longest. My problem is why so many black dodo birds are still supporting the NFL. For what reason? I could not understand it. When they try to look for excuses to say Colin Kaepernick is not good enough to be a quarterback and he's better than most of them, and they choose not to hire him and choose someone far worse than him, I was done with the NFL. They were never worthy of my time. Let the peasant who got no common sense continue to watch that mockery of a show called sport. That's not sport no more. It's a plantation. I call it as I
Hold on now. Don't be talking about sports like that now. Hold up now. Hold up now, buddy.
Let me tell you why I'm saying that. If you can't respect and get the right person for the job, and you hiring nincompoop and thinking that we should be okay with, that's what I realized. It's not worth watching. I want to watch soccer, the NBA, MMA, or any other sport that has real logic than a bunch of buffoonery. That's what I call it, a mockery.
I would definitely have to agree.
You cannot tell me anything different. I'm a sport-hungry jock, individual nerd. I love sport. What I do hate is some high-level BS. The NFL is the biggest BS. They work their donkey and cow poop. Period.
Cow poop?
I want to say the F word because I get to the F word, I'm going to go in further.
Oh, man.
So you can never find me watching the NFL. I would have poop on it and crap on it and then some and add donkey poop and cow poop and horse poop on top of that. And
what's up with all this poop, man?
Because it's full of crap.
All this poop.
The NFL is full of crap. It's not worth watching. Around the world, my people are still watching that crappy show or even play that damn sport to begin with. Like they can make any change, and you got JD of all people, or I can make no strength on change. He didn't do no goddamn change. He pimped you off. He play you for just to add more money to his pocket. And y'all fell for the okie doke. Really? Don't get me started with the NFL right now. Please don't.
Oh, man. We already knew they was full of shit, but this, I'm happy that the situation did happen because they used to always talk about experience and all this other crap that the black head coaches needed to have. And pretty much they just told themselves by throwing it out the window. I think that's actually progress right there. So then we can just really get down to it. Y'all just don't want to hire black head coaches. It is what it is. own that, wear that shit, put them shoes on, the entire outfit, run around with it. I'm cool with that.
You know what? I'm gonna throw this extra caveat because this is being happened right here. The NFL, this is where the NFL really needs to start getting cracked down on. They really need to really put down what is the real requirement to being a head coach of a football team. Period. Because you cannot.
Be white.
What? Huh?
Be white.
Yeah, right. But no, but I'm serious.
I'm dead ass.
Yeah, no, I know
Don't
you are. I know you are, Jay. I know you are. But my thing is this, right? My thing is, but this, the reason why I say what I said is this. At this point, let's be real. This is a job, point blank, period, a freaking job. And at the end of the day, jobs have requirements. If you don't fit those requirements, you're not supposed to be there. Now, if someone else does fit those requirements, they belong there. They belong to see the candidate. And that's the thing right there. The NBA, not the NBA, the NFL, they like to sit back and let whoever pick up whoever they want to choose, because at the end of the damn day, that's their football team they own it. But reality is, if the owners were to do some disgruntled ish, you would literally tell them, get the freak out of there, sell it, and find somebody to motherfucking buy the team because you're out. So don't tell me no bull. Like, you can't step in and sit here and say, this is the requirements of a head coaching job, and all y'all have to follow these guidelines.
Wale, they do that in corporate America. That's why I'm the same pissed that you are. You know how many times I've seen people in position, they don't have the qualification, nor the education, nor the experience, but know they do? They put that person in that position and get somebody who they don't want to promote into to teach them everything they need to know to fulfill that position. You know that?
But you know what, Canadian boy, the biggest thing with this is the biggest thing this shows, right? This show, we hired him based on the qualifications that he is coachable for the role. That's the bullshit right here that we're talking about here. But this is my thing. The NFL head coaching job is a high intern position. You're literally leading the team on the field. So the fact of the matter is, the fact that you're sitting here saying that you're going to let this guy lead the team, this is bullshit.
If you hold on. I need to make sure I include Jill though. Shout out to Jill Charlotte Boutique, and also make sure you all shout out to Jill. And she's saying hey to everybody on the panel.
Hey Jill, how you doing?
I appreciate you.
Now to add to what Wale said, since that was the case, guess what, Wale? They didn't even worse than that. They hired the worst coach ever in the world. Know who the worst coach ever? Monkey D. Trump. He can't even manage his own goddamn company. How you manage a country? It just proves why we in the dumbest country in the planet. If people gonna let the biggest
for me,
idiot.
honestly, right.
Hold on. Von Eric, you have anything to say about this, man?
Yeah, I think, well, it's nothing new as far as what is going on in the NFL. Even when they came up with the Rudy rule, they still didn't follow it like they're supposed to. And not only, if coaches do start getting hired, how is it going to be set up? The old coach, I forgot his name, used to be in charge of the Cincinnati. The reason why he was there that long, because he had a general manager that was over him. That contract wasn't like, and none of the black coaches' contract is like Reed's contract of Kansas City. Those players that get picked by the general manager, he has to approve. Everything has to go through Reed. And if your contract is not set up like that, even though you're a coach, you're still going to fail, but they can make you fail. That's what they did to the coach, the ex-coach of the Cincinnati. They look all the players that was picked. He didn't pick those players, but he worked with what he had, which made him a great coach. He never went far to the Super Bowl, but he was a good coach. And if you don't, and then a lot of the black coaches that do get hired, they hire them to get the team up to a certain level, and then they fire them and bring somebody else in. These are the type of tricks that's always been doing, even in the NFL and the NBA also. So even if they start hiring, we still must pay attention on, okay, how is his contract structured? What can he do by his being hired? Is he hired just like the other rest of the coaches are hired and able have authority just like them? Because you don't want him to bring them in then all of a sudden he doesn't do good, it's because the way things are set up. So, but it's always been like that.
I had a question for all y'all. Jay, did you get your spiel on it? I know you had a stream yesterday, but JBJ, did you want to talk about something right now on this?
Nah, go ahead and ask your question.
It was interesting because like he has a losing record as a high school coach. That already tarnishes your credibility to be even in the running for a college coach. And then you never won, at least in California, they're called CIF titles, which is state championships, depending on the section and division you're in. And he doesn't even have that. He hasn't coached in the collegiate level. This is kind of like that movie. Have you seen Invincible with Mark Wahlberg, where he's playing the character Vince Papale? Have you seen that movie?
No, I didn't see that movie, but I get where you're coming from because it seemed like the first thing came to my mind. I'm trying to not to think that way. I'm trying to think who did he, to get that position.
Well, yeah, I mean, in a sense, I didn't remember that movie too much, but I'll say this, Marcus.
Well, hold on. Well, let me just add context to why I compared it to that. That guy was a substitute teacher, or teacher / bartender until it was around the Great Depression era, and he had tried out on the team, and they gave him a shot, and it was good for like 3 or 4 years. He played in the NFL, but that's like you don't gamble when you're coming to a business in a franchise to gamble like that on a chance. And this is where it is pretty crazy, pretty like delusional to say, man, I want a computer tech who doesn't have experience in computer tech. I don't want a guy who is military experienced but has no military experience or hasn't really been in combat or hasn't been overseas and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
It's not delusional. It's called mental and emotional damage.
Damn.
And plus, also, it doesn't. I mean, if people can stop watching the sport, but let's be clear, your tax dollars is going to them because NFL is set up as a 510c3. So your tax dollars.
Ain't that some shit?
Now you see what I'm talking about? How dumb this nation is. You're getting robbed right in front of your face, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, I'm gonna say this though. I'm not gonna stop watching my sports though. I mean, I still love it. I grew up being in it, So
you can watch the mockery show all you want. I'm not watching it with you.
Now, one thing I will say to your point, Vaughn, when you say that, all I think to myself is, well, of course that's going to be the case because why? It's a part of the freaking state. Literally, remodeling everything's part of the fucking state. So of course.
That's why they don't pay for the stadium. Most of them don't pay for the stadium because this tax dollar is used to build the stadium. They making money, billions.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they have their politician that do the work for them behind closed door for them. Okay?
Right. But this is one extra. Okay, go ahead.
And then the way they have it on, you could NFL contract. And the way their contract is set up, now the ones who fully guaranteed, they good. Guaranteed and fully guaranteed. Ones behind that, below them, especially ones making $2 billion, $3 billion, they may bring home $75,000 in 1 year because they get taxed in the city, the town, the county, the state, and every state they go to, they get taxed. That contract is, and I'm talking about the ones that's not fully guaranteed. That contract, and so that means they paying taxes to give to the owners. Oh God, that's straight robbery. But hey, they play because they love the sport, which I get. I'm not disrespecting them, but that's something else. The way the way they being taxed, and that's just in football.
Mm-hmm. Right. So to this point, right? So I want to also bring another fair point to the argument because I don't want to make this one-sided or wishy-washy, right? Because I will play devil's advocate and be fair on this. Notice when we was doing the video, they was also comparing and contrasting how they're talking about he has no experience yet. And notice they also explain how certain people, right, they don't have experience even in their field that they are right now. Technically, because let's be real here, right? Does Dennis Sharp really has a degree in communications where he's a professional, sportscaster? Probably not. He probably don't. He played the game just like he did.
No, I think
But
he
I get the point on that one, but he had a spirit to understand the sport.
No, I understand it. No, this is my thing, right? But this is how TYT explained it. So that's the whole point that I'm bringing up right here, in comparison, right?
Oh, but Shannon Sharp, I think but Shannon Sharp, he went to pre-law. So I don't think he did communications. I
know he didn't. No, I know he didn't do communication. I'm saying because the role of that image, it does take communications. That's why I mentioned that.
Right.
Well,
I can see. Well, okay, I see your point. You saying that some of those ones that leave the sport, they don't have any experience,
credentials towards the experience to actually call this. Like, don't get me wrong, right? I'm not saying they really don't, because in technicality they do, because they understand the play calls, they understand how the play is being played. That's the real thing they understand.
And I get what you're talking on that part. They talk about the credential. What degree, what major do you major in?
Right. Because as a profession,
that's the technicality you were talking about. I fully comprehend. But at the same time, on the technicality part, they do have enough background to understand, like they say, the play call, the analogy, what goes on within the team,
and that's
the owner,
the point that I'm trying to make here.
The management, to the coach, down to the player. They have a deep level of understanding, which is also given technicality to qualify them in that particular realm. And having gone on for the ages, so this is why there's a conflict between education and experience.
But that's the thing. They do have education. The education is what Wiley said. They played the sport. They know the cause. That's their education.
But here's the thing. But here's the caveat.
It's some people that they bring on that does not know the sport at all. But yet they what they call I'm trying to use, but they still commentate. They don't know the sport. Not at all. They still make commentation as far as, because the guy on what's that First Thing First, Nick Wright.
First Thing?
Yeah, First Thing First with Nick Wright. He got taught the plays, how the plays are set up. A lot of them was taught there, and they bring in professionals to teach them, which is cool, but they can't. I mean, they be making things like they don't know anything what's going on in the field, but they make suggestions and things like that. So I think it goes both ways.
And on that note of Don Eric saying, that's another contradiction. So when someone to talk about certain people who came from a sports background should not be a sportcaster, they apply to the people even though they have a major in communication, but have no idea about how the sport is being played. So you have to be careful of the double standards.
Right. So here's to that point, right? Let me bring that all in, right? So to your point, Vaughn, you're right. They had to learn. They were taught that. They didn't really have to learn it. They wasn't really in the field of it. You're right. But notice one thing, right? They had the standpoint of a communicator, all that other stuff. They just need to understand the lingo of the actual sports when the calls were being played, right? When they analyze and they show you how the setup is and everything else of that nature, right? They get taught by somebody to understand the play calls. But in the flip around, this guy, but notice, look what they have to manage. They have to just manage the understanding of the play calls. That's one particular ideal. But this guy, he has to manage a whole different scenario. He has to manage a whole team, the staff, the players, all that in a box of rocks that goes on that field. And all he has is just high school experience. Sure, you may have the play calls. You may understand what the play calls look like because you played it. You were in the position to throw the ball or, whatever, which one, shape, and form, right? Just like what they're showing me right now, right? He has all of these things. He was in the season. He did this. He had a Super Bowl championship, all that in a box of rocks. But when it comes down to truly the head coach position, all they're doing when you see the word intern, all they're saying is, hey, look, you can learn all the big boy stuff.
You talking about interim or intern? Interim or intern?
Intern. You know what I mean. You know what I mean, Marcus.
You said because intern and interim are two different things.
It's like apprentice. They're not
right. Basically, it's apprentice. So basically, right. What they're saying is here when they give him that title is, hey, you can learn on the fly the bigger things as you go, but right here on the plays, hey, do what you got to do. That's what they're basically saying right here, in my opinion.
Or they just put them. What they doing is they just put the pieces around them. Yes, he's the head coach, but even though you're the head coach, you're not the one that's hiring the offensive coordinator or the defensive coordinator, because it depends on how the contract is. So
when people are hiring different position coaches, it's not up to the head coach.
Right.
They could ask the head coach on his preference or who you think. Hey, what do you think of this guy? What they've shown, their skill set, on how they train the specific positions.
Right.
But at the end of the day, at the end of the day, it's the front office who also directs that.
But it also depends on where the contract is. Remember, Reed on Kansas City, he has a specific contract, and some of them has this. Reed has it. The ones from San Francisco. Who's the coach there?
Is it the Shanahan?
Shanahan's son and the father over there. Then you got some other Belichick.
Right.
They have their contract is set up that the decisions go through them, so they can. That's why Reed hires and then his people go somewhere else. That's because the way his contract was set up, but not all head coaches' contract is set up that way. Now,
because they've been there longer, so they have seniority to know who to sign up. Exactly. And that's their game. But and even to that point, that's all good and all, right? That's all good and all, right? They tell him, hey, look, we only want you to focus on this. We're gonna get other people to focus on the other things. That's also fair too.
Right.
But still, at the end of the damn day, when it comes down to it, for that role, for that position, for the qualifications and the requirements that role takes, he's just not the damn guy.
Right. Well, I personally agree. Right. Because let me be devil's advocate here. He did play how many years in the NFL? 13 seasons?
19, I think that's 98 or 96, all the way to 2011.
Okay, so he played what 13 years?
13 seasons.
Okay, and most of it was at what, the Colts? Or what?
Yep, he literally this is the whole time with the Colts, right?
So basically they know he knows the organization. That's what I guess. And then I heard that the owner said he didn't want any coaches going. It was kind of crazy. He said I didn't want to hire any coaches that goes by analytics. But his offensive coordinator is that's all he do is analytics. He's 30 years old, so that was he contradicted himself on that. But I just think that Saturday he probably hired him just because he knows the organization by him spending his entire career there. I'm thinking that's what he's saying, or that's what he's going to say, and that's what he made up.
And you know what? I'll say it like this. We already know what it is with the Indiana Colts. Right. How we know? Andrew Luck was the prime proof of it all.
Right, that's true.
Especially knowing he could have just walked away. But no, what he did, he chose to retire.
Yeah.
Word to the wise, Matt Ryan. Leave them mother lovers.
Yeah.
Because it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it.
Yeah, we didn't like the Ursays here in Baltimore when the coach was here. We thought that.
I'm telling you right now, just looking after this season, if Matt Ryan is smart, he leaves and goes to a better suited team. He can literally take up the Saints job. I mean, he's the better quarterback between both Andy Dalton and freaking Jameis Winston. He can take up any other position that has a decent, solid, average team and do better. So.
Yeah, that's true. I do believe that, but I just think that we all know about the NFL. I mean,
I get it, but I'll just say this: if I was that individual who got played, get hired by another team, make sure you make that team so super damn strong. When you play against a particular team that did you dirty, make sure you massacre them on the field. Take their heart and their soul and their backbone. Let the owner and the franchise do what happened when you backstab me. I will make sure every time my team are playing against you, We will come here to literally destroy you. Have that vendetta put into the vein of all your players, and yet that make sure when they come on the field, no mercy, no prisoners.
So
Destroy.
what about okay? Now I heard the Washington Commanders are supposed to be for sale. So what about
Yes. Oh, I'm gonna be talking about that soon enough. So, well, I already did, but I'm gonna break some other news on that stuff.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll wait till you break that down because I just went.
So let's get down to the rest of the video. So we already 2 minutes in. So let's get to the other 2 minutes, and then we'll talk again.
Okay.
Move was in response to the Colts' firing of Frank Reich. However,
just a blatant slap in the face to every minority coach in the NFL that's put in their due, Chris, became coordinators, did all the grunt work, everything they told you need to do in order to get an opportunity. And for them to go out and hire Jeff Saturday out of nowhere with no experience is totally uncalled for.
Many, rightfully so, are displeased with what they have seen and despise the move. In the New York Times' opening line of their column on Jeff Saturday, Victor Mather and Emmanuel Morgan write the following. The Indianapolis Colts hired Jeff Saturday, who has never coached above the high school level, as their interim head coach. Colts owner Jim Irsay has received a brunt of the criticism as well. A team executive, not with the Colts, told The Athletic, "It's hard to fathom what is going on there. Never seen anything like it. We'll never see anything like it again." Longtime NFL media member Mike Freeman of USA Today Sports wrote the following in his column. "There is no black NFL equivalent of a Jeff Saturday. Black ex-players with zero coaching experience can't just walk off the street and get head coaching jobs. And this is what makes this situation so angering, frustrating, and embarrassing."
I came in, nobody expected anything. I'm here, nobody expects anything. If it goes well, hopefully it'll go extremely well.
Saturday also said in the presser at one point, and I quote, "You've got to earn your place here." So Shalise Manza-Young of Yahoo Sports finds this to be utterly laughable. A man with no coaching experience beyond a 20-16 record at a small Georgia high school and had just been handed one of the 32 most coveted jobs in pro football by a man who simply inherited one of the most valuable properties in this country, and Saturday had the audacity to talk about earning it.
Respectfully, this is a bad decision by the Indianapolis.
All right, so let's break this down right here. So once again, right, everything we already know. The biggest part for me was when he mentioned these are one of the highly lavish 32 teams. Exactly. Look at the prestige you put on that.
That's the same prestige they put on the White House, and we had the biggest daughter bird on the country in there. Can I tell you more? This is the new standard. Get the most unqualified person put in the most prestige place they should never be in the first place. They prove this is why it's the dumbest country in the planet. And there's no way you can beat me on that part. If an owner that damn dumb can
Hey,
put
Canadian
the
born,
idiot.
if you feel so passionate about it, why did you choose to stay here when he was president?
I'm glad you said that because we African folk know how to use dumb people for our advantage.
All right, now let me add this. If he was so dumb, why was it that during his tenure, out of all the presidents that we had before, the country actually flourished during his time as the president, the POTUS, as compared to the other presidents before and after him?
And if that's what the
Wait,
case,
which one we're talking about here?
We're talking about Trump.
You talk about Monkey D. Trump. Now, since you want to use that, let's be technical about it. Since his tenure in the office, not one decision that he made had any influence on the economy when it been proven that those were before him put in place something that he was riding on, claiming that he did it when he ain't got done a damn thing. That being said, he was a president on the outside, but a dodo bird on the inside watching TV, not doing nothing. The people who was in his cabinet were doing all the dirty work for him, make it look like he did it. When you have generals who he kicked out
Hey,
of the White
Canadian
House,
born. Let me stop you
go
there,
ahead.
real
No, you
quick.
take
Let me stop you there.
okay.
Did he or did he not remove people that were there before him and bring in new people that were quote unquote qualified?
Here's the thing. I'm glad I get you said that, but here's the thing. Even though you're the president, whatever been put there before you and that be put into law, you can't go behind him and change it automatically. He thought he could run the White House like he
I'm
run.
trying to
Hey,
I'm trying to make an analogy. Hopefully,
I
I'm
know you're
I'm
making
trying
an
to make the
analogy.
analogy to bring it
I know you're
home,
making an analogy
just like
and
we're
you're trying to
making a
bring it home.
comparison of people of reason why
Yet,
they shouldn't have hired him. And
Yet,
guess what? If he hired people, if he took in people from his office, and we're talking about Trump, and he actually took the time to hire people on their skill set, then
he's not the dumbest is what you say he is. If that's the case,
what you didn't realize, some people had to dumb themselves down for Trump to fall for the Okino, but they did quote unquote say they went in there hoping to make sure he don't fully dismantle everything. So there was some safeguard put in place when Trump found out that they played him for a fool, and it was actually the safeguard. Little by little, he started moving them out. He didn't realize they played his so-called intelligence because they knew he's a complete idiot.
well, I ain't gonna say because he's first of all, the idiot went all the way to the president of the United States.
You know what? He had half of the idiotic country vote for his ass. That's
Okay, well, with that, regardless, if you say they have idiots, regardless, he went all the way to the
I
president
know.
of the United
But
States.
you know why? He said it back in what was the year? In the late 80s, that the Republican Party is full of nothing but good retarded idiots. They'll believe anything that he said, which he said during that time. And there was actually video content that shows that. And he proved the point whereby the Republican Party is nothing but nincompoop, low information people who believe any kind of garbage you give them. This is why he was able to use their ignorance against them.
I got you. I see it on both sides. I just don't see it on one
Well,
side.
here's my thing,
I
Shane.
see it on both sides, but me being a person to see the big picture, I just watch the whole market. I'm like, wow. And yet the one part
Okay.
you dumbass people, really.
So, see, here's my thing, right? You know, look, I ain't gonna lie. I had my skepticism about Trump the first time around, right? As far as you're just gonna welcome some dude that don't know what he's coming into, yin yang yo, and the next thing you know, really we're gonna vote for this guy. But ever since then, you know, look, I've been seeing, I've been like here and there, and then it's like, you know, okay, let me look what he's actually accomplished. And I'm sorry, but this guy, one way or another, like him or hate him, he did his shit.
He didn't do shit.
Well, he didn't. Not to him.
Let me explain to you why I say that. Let me explain to you why I say that. Let me give you some in depth. Before I am TBN Tech Talk, before I am Black David, I'm a New Yorker.
Okay.
Where did this idiot come from?
Where did he come from? If I'm not mistaken, New York.
New York. Jamaica Estate, Queens. This the same idiot who couldn't barely graduate from high school, but his father got to pay the principal and the dean to pass him. But this is the same idiot who couldn't even graduate from college. When he spoke to the dean of the department that he was filling the class for, the guy that refused to pass him. When he went above and talked to the president of that school, the dean quit the university because he realized if you go fall for this type of aristocrat, they will pay just to pass their kids when they actually failed in their class. Trump's older brother was more highly educated than him and more successful than him. But the guy had an older brother who passed away.
Alcoholic though.
Who passed away
Right.
from some kind of I know he was an alcoholic, but he was still more successful. He had the academic level that Trump could never have. His father had a better of so many failed businesses. He was the F up. But somehow he tried to run his so-called empire like a mafia.
Wait
so once again, Once again, as a New Yorker, we
how can
knew
you
what.
be unsuccessful? How can you be unsuccessful? Right? He's a billionaire. Okay.
No,
How
he
can
wasn't.
you be?
He wasn't.
Well,
let me stop there. Let me
okay,
stop right there.
let me show you
Hold
where
on.
hold up. Let me show you because I know where you're going to go. Okay. You're going after what they're saying that he is. Look at his lecture, what he said at his business lecture. He said, if you can able to have patience with your pride, he said, what the law doesn't do as far as grants, you can't put that into your business portfolio. This is what she was saying, the lawyer of New York, when he was diversing his business, making it less by law, right? The reason why he did that, because he received grants from the government. That is not being dumb. That is being smart. Also, he have a 40-year tax break from New York City. That means New York City pays him taxes. How can that be done?
Now, can I answer your question to that one?
Go ahead.
When it been documented, it had been proven, and they were trying to hide the record. It had been proven that he inflated his actual worth on multiple property and business so he can get the grant. This is the same man who owed multiple banks in the United States over.
Let me say this. Number one, number two.
Don't cut me off, because this is the New Yorker coming out out of me right now. It's not Black David coming out of me. It's not TBN talk. It's New Yorker mindset.
Oh my God! Watch out!
This is the guy who, and people don't do their homework, they'll realize that's why New Yorkers have no pity for anyone outside New York City.
Yo, but Canadian born. What?
No, listen. Let me speak. I'm thinking from a New Yorker point of view. This is the same guy who have owned multiple banks since the time he started business to now, over $4 billion of backed up loan he never paid, and let a lot of the bank got devoured by the bigger banks. This is the same guy who owe over $500 million of back taxes who never even paid. This is the same guy who cheated out multiple small businesses out of the project they work on him and never paid a goddamn dime. And they took the guy to court because he had so much leverage and money. He made these people go on bankruptcy. And this is the same guy that being proven several times again. He inflated his wealth until they really found out that's not his true worth. When we New Yorkers said that you guys got bamboozled, you got played. According to my favorite guy from the radio station, United States, you just played yourself.
No. You said he inflated, he deflated his property.
Hey, Wally, make sure you're looking at the private chat, all right?
When he deflated his property, look at the way he
I see it, Mark.
Let's go by the loans that he always got, even though he defaulted. Do you know why he received those loans?
Because he lied on the application.
No. He did. You said okay. He didn't receive. You don't get. Wait a minute. You don't get loans. You don't get loans for lying on an application. Most of the time, you get loans is you have to have something of value. Okay. Do you know what was his value that he had?
Please let me hear. What do you want to tell me?
Okay, I just told you. I just told you.
I get it.
Hold up. He received. You can look it up from Ed Koch. He received a tax break. That means he gets tax break from New York City for 40 years. He got a 40-year tax break. That means New York City pays him taxes. That's collateral. That's the reason why he was receiving all those loans.
I know, but the way he received it, it have been proven he actually lied. Because if you didn't notice, he have a $250 million lawsuit according to the state for bank fraud.
And she took it. She said, "I'm gonna send it to the She said, "I'm gonna send it to the DOJ." I bet you he won't go to jail. I guarantee you he won't go to jail.
All right, gentlemen. All right.
He may not go
let's hold it. Let's finish this, and then move on to the next one.
No New Yorker will bleed out arguing you want to throw. Not just me. People who know what's going on in the city know he played a lot of people. Played a lot of politicians because, quote unquote, he paid for that campaign. So he pulled that string.
Yeah, I
But
believe that. Like all of them.
to be
That's
charged
like,
for bank fraud, what was called bank fraud, and
yeah,
they brought it out. He lied on his application. He's the ultimate con artist.
but
He conned New
he's
York.
not in jail.
But
He
okay,
conned
here's
New
my
York
thing
City.
though.
He
All right.
conned New York State, and he
Okay,
conned the
no problem.
country. For him
Like
to do such
everybody,
a thing,
he did everything like all the
All right,
rest.
wait. Okay, look, let me put this one more caveat statement, and then let's go back to the video because we got another one. We're already 2 hours in. So look, this is my final statement on both of what y'all saying.
Okay.
At the end of the day, if that's the case, why is it so hard to crucify Trump right now? If it's so hard, I'm gonna be honest with you. It shouldn't be so damn hard to crucify him if he did these things.
Right.
Literally.
Yeah.
He's not black. And then,
Oh,
hey, hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, they crucify.
I want it. Hold on, Black
for a
David.
couple-
Black David, let me run this is my thing. I got to run it once a week. Let me just, I got you. You don't like Trump. F Trump. There, you have your reasons. I'm looking at it from a logical and a sensical standpoint. Even though I didn't vote for him his first term, I did vote for him second term. Because I looked at the logical policies behind it. Because look who was running at the time. And, it was a split vote in my household. One person voted the other. I voted the other. And we said, whoever wins, wins. Fair enough. Right. And by a few, I think, was it like a few hundred or a few thousand votes? It was a difference. I get you on that. But I'm just looking at look who we have now. I would rather have. I know, Jay, we already used it before, bro. We already used the fair use, and we already put the disclaimer before. We don't have to keep putting it, though. But I will say this. I wanted to ask y'all here, and I wanted to ask JBJ too, but if it was the other way around, and Jeff Saturday did have the credentials, but it was another coach, maybe Brian Flores, who didn't have the credentials, and they hired Brian Flores, or they hired the guy from the Chiefs, but it was Jeff Saturday who was qualified, but the other guys were black and they got hired. How would y'all feel about that? Would you still feel the same? Would you feel indifferent, or you wouldn't care?
The same. If you ain't qualified, you ain't qualified. Get the fuck out of there.
If you talk about if they had like only a high school coaching thing.
Yeah, the same scenario, but they're swapped. The roles are swapped, and it's not Jeff Saturday, but it's Brian Flores, or it was the coach from the Chiefs, the assistant coach, and they only had the credentials of high school experience, or maybe a little college, but that's it. But they never were successful. They were bad. They didn't do good, because obviously that's what Jeff Saturday's experience in high school level was. He didn't have a really successful career in high school coaching at all, nor did he win really division titles, I think, nor he won South championship state titles either. So would you still feel the same and different if it was the roles were reversed on those two other coaches I named that were actual better candidates and should have gotten the job than Jeff Saturday if it was reversed?
I got two answers for that. As a principal, a spiritual person I am, yeah, I agree with Wiley as far as being consistent. You want to do what's right. But as of now, if they did that, I would say, well, they done it before to others. Hey, give the person a chance, because it wasn't no problem when you did it to others and how you did things when it came to.
Because I want to add. Okay, those are your two answers though, or did you get the other one?
That's my two answers. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, because they did give Shannon Sharp a chance when he first started years ago after he retired, but he didn't have no marketing ability. He didn't have no panel for communications as far as broadcasting. He didn't have any of that experience, and they gave it to him. And
no, but he has pre-law.
But Vaughn, but that doesn't translate to TV broadcasting.
Yes, it does.
Yes, no, it don't. Vaughn, do you want to go into this real quick?
No, I'm saying you said if you're saying that, you have to
hit that like button. We got a show.
You have to do the other. You have to do this. Don't put just on Shannon Sharp, because
I'm just making a comparison.
No, you can't make that a person, because as many of would be before Shannon Sharp.
Wait, but they both played in the league around the same time when Jeff was in when Jeff was in, and then there was like 3 or 4 years left, and then Shannon Sharp, like 3 or 4 years after Jeff had already been in the league. That's when Shannon retired, and then I think it was like a year later that it was Shannon Sharp who was on the panel because he had already retired, and they got him a job there. And he had started off. Off with some of the guys at the.
He started off
where
with
Michael, where
CBS.
it was it was Bradshaw, it was Jimmy Smith and all those guys. Remember all those?
I think
It was CBS, and it was also Fox. He was also on Fox for a bit too.
I think. Oh, you talk about, but he has experience due to that he was in the league.
Right. So
okay.
Jeff Saturday also, but that means Jeff Saturday also had experience in the league, and specifically with the team he played with.
Okay. I did say that was if they could say that.
Right. So I wasn't really disagreeing when you made that reason. That's why I wasn't disagreeing.
Let me stop you there.
But that being said, I still wouldn't hire Jeff Saturday though.
No, but let me stop you there. If you want to go on that analogy, let's pull out a sport commentator or sportcaster is not the same as a coach. Look at the NBA, for example. We have certain players who hang out with the coach and the sport coordinators who understand certain play. The same thing applied to the NFL, the same thing applied to the NBA, the same thing applied to the Major League Baseball as well as hockey. For sport commentator, it has been going on since the 70s. Everyone in every arena of sport, either be boxing, either be in basketball, either be baseball, either be football, and in hockey.
You do know that sports broadcasting and lawyers and the law degree field, the law of criminology, the law of your state are two different things, right?
I know that, but also if you notice throughout the history of sport entertainment in this nation, they have had people who have a deep level of experience in the sport to join the commentator team because they have a deeper level of understanding. If you want to do that, then you got to go back all the way to the beginning when they start doing broadcast and rip them all out.
Yeah, he absolutely right.
They're not the same as coaching. Coaching is a whole different ball game. Coaching has to do with leadership.
But and also Jeff Saturday got hired as a commentator. He didn't go to the school. They just like Sharp. And then he goes to he did the same thing as Shannon Sharp, plus goes to a team and get hired as a head coach when you got other coaches there to come in there. See that comparison. And then when you talk like Canadian just said, he said even though Shannon Sharp has something, he has a pre-law, which they hire lawyers as commentators. They just lawyers, especially on ESPN. One of them was on First Take, and now he's on Fox. He's a lawyer, so that's that comparison doesn't actually add up because they hire other people with other
Wait a minute, hold on. So time out. If Shannon Sharp were to get hired, knowing he doesn't have experience in coaching, would y'all have a pushback for Shannon Sharp getting hired?
Yes.
I would.
Okay. I'm glad that we're all in the same kind of pattern of thinking.
I got two answers.
No, hold on, Vaughn. Hold on.
I'm the same way. Let me tell you why I say that.
No, but I just want to understand the reason why I'm making that point is that we're all in the same way, logical and sensical about it. If we were to run a franchise of a sports team, and we want to make sure we hire somebody who's credible, who actually has it. Again, I'm not saying that it was a good choice they made. I think it's a dumb choice if you're going to hire somebody, even though, him and Peyton Manning play together. Him and the coaches that were there before together. He might know the offense and stuff. He might know the plays as an offensive coordinator. Maybe if you want to give him a position as a lineman coach or maybe an offensive coordinating side job, maybe that because he's had experience with them playing the guys in the league and stuff. But today's league is different than the league that when Jeff Saturday played 10 years ago.
The thing is, Marcus, is you have to remember it's going to be looked at different because the Rooney Rule was set up because they was not hiring black coaches, black people of color. They was not hiring. So if he got hired like that, he will be fit under the Rooney Rule when you're supposed to hire black coaches. Now we can make an argument as far as his credentials. But he is within what the NFL set up as the Rooney Rule. He's within that. So
let's agree on this.
Correct. And the thing is, You only need to be careful on technicality. Don't compare a position that where you had to commentate on something to something that require leadership. They're not the same. They're not on the same level
Well,
of
to be
skill.
fair, like David, you have to be a leader as well when you're actually trying to make a genuine claim as a broadcaster for sports and stuff too, because you can't just be going off certain narratives. You got to do your homework, and you're gonna have people that are listening to you
And I
I'll
get it,
say
but
this.
and influence as well.
But when it comes to sport commentating, if you look at the analogy behind it, you're analyzing the game. Is it not so?
Right.
You ever have
Right.
you
Which
ever have
both Jeff
analyze
Saturday
my,
and Shannon Sharp do.
Right.
I don't trust Jeff Saturday. If you do a lot of game in high school, what analogy were you
No, no,
you
no, no, no,
using?
no. Hold on. Because that. Okay, now that's high school stuff. But when he does it with the NFL with the other people on the panel that he's sitting on the same table with, because he's done panels where he sat with some of the people that we talk about that they do broadcasting and commentating. A lot of these guys, when 90% of them are usually former NFL players.
Mm-hmm. If that was the case, they should stay as a broadcaster, not as a head coach.
Right. Again,
Now,
I'm
with
not
that
saying,
said,
like I said, I'm not saying that he was a good
And,
choice to.
I'm
And
being technical about it. And when it comes to
yeah.
technicality, you cannot play with me with that game. They're not the same. Yeah,
Well, I
not
mean,
the same.
at the same time, though, if that's the case, and Shannon Sharp did get hired, he should have got hired at a law degree firm, doesn't it? At a law firm, not
if that's the case, then Donald Trump should be going to be out there in the front and tell you what to do. So if you get shot up, don't complain.
Now wait a minute. Now this is why the point I want to get to, right? Now, Tavon, to your point about him having a pre-law and everything else, and comparing the roles and standpoint, here's the thing that I will say, right? And this is where I'm actually going to give Shannon Sharp some little bit of leeway on that, because if you think about some of the things that pre-law people have to do or qualifications they have to have, right? If you look at some of the qualifications as far as things they have to do, some of those actually fit what a commentator would need to do as far as communication, researching. So he does have those type of qualifications. He may not meet all of them, which he has to work himself up to collect, but he does have some of them starting up. So that's one thing. So yeah.
Matter of fact, they got, you know why they one of the reasons why they got rid of him on CBS? Because the way he talks. He doesn't talk properly. Listen to the way he talks. He doesn't talk with listen to the way because I have that problem too. But listen to the way he forms his language, his words, and things like that. And some people, because they was getting ready to replace him on Fox with the guy that he was a tight end, Gonzalez. Well, I think that's his name. They was going to replace him with him. He's
Wait, are you talking about Tony Gonzalez?
Yeah, Tony Gonzalez. Yeah, they was thinking about replacing Shannon Sharp with him because they say the way Shannon Sharp talks, he's very smart because you could tell how he when he reads is how he.
I personally love that show. That's one of my favorite sports commentating shows. It's like top 2 in my opinion.
Yeah, he's on point. Yeah. He's on point when it comes to. You can see his pre-law, the way he examines words and things like that. It shows. But one of the reasons why CBS is because the way he talks. He has that country accent, which is hard for people to understand sometimes.
I mean, it's not a problem with me. I like it.
Even though he had the country accent, he added a little flair to the show that made it very interesting. The problem with Blair people who want to be producer, they know what it takes to get ratings.
Right.
On that note,
let's be honest, you're a commentator, you gotta sell.
On that note, being technical, some people who want to be technical should not be technical in no position as a producer. They need to get the hell out of there.
Right. Especially when you think about it, right?
Your chance of making money out of that one.
Right. Because it's the same way with First Take on ESPN. Just look at him, right? Same thing. He swings it, he swaggers it up, all that extra stuff. Yeah. But I mean,
he makes it exciting. He makes it, the back and forth.
Shannon Sharp and Stevie A. Smith have a flair, how uniquely that they bring to the show that draw in the audience. If you cannot understand that, TV bit is not for you.
Right. Because let's be honest, with TV you have to sell. That's why Tristan always keeps showing that shit every time. Hey, let's go, baby. What they do.
And that's what. And Shannon Sharp, if you listen to him, how he traps something, how he traps Skip Bayless sometimes, and how he knows his history when it comes to sports, all the sports really. He's very good when it comes to the history and the way he asks questions. You can see his pre-law because the way he asks questions and he traps Skip Bayless and things, and Skip Bayless be like, he just keep going.
And you wonder why that show is one of the highest rated this time today.
Yep.
That's why that producer who was trying to do that with the doofus.
Right. And see,
He
this is
didn't
why
get-
I would
he
always
didn't
understand.
get the gem. That's why I say yeah, dumb people in position you don't belong there in the first place.
Right. Now, say what you want about Fox. People got their point about say what they want about Fox. Fox is their Fox, but they at least let you talk. At least let you say what you want to say.
And I know,
Right.
But
You know?
I bet you this. They need Shannon Sharp because the way he articulates himself in that manner, in that style, and that flair, they're racking money on that show with no different with Stephen A. Smith doing the same thing at ESPN. They realize people are heavily tuned in to the flair they bring in to sport commentary. Because look at Pat sport commentary, it was Blair. Like they put Raiden and mayonnaise in their salad.
Right. Because I ain't gonna lie, because like when I like to watch the sports on Fox Sports 1, usually it's their show and then also Skip Collar.
Oh, Kyle,
yeah. Because those like his, I like his laid backness to the game and just understanding just the court, like just understanding the information and then the interview talks. So I like that.
Like
this is I try to study this.
Yeah, I also
I'm not gonna lie to you though, Vaughn. I'm not gonna lie to you. Colin Coward sometimes annoys the shit out of me. Sometimes.
Yeah.
I like some of his business.
I'd rather watch Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp, and I just love those guys. And then sometimes it's the one where is it Rich Eisen? Is it Rich Eisen show?
Oh,
he brings in
that comes on what channel 2? What's that? NBC?
I don't know, but I usually watch his clips on YouTube. So like he'll bring like different celebrities of different avenues, like different walks of life, and then they'll talk sports. We'll bring athletes on as well.
I like. Do you like Pat McCaffrey?
Let's be honest.
Do y'all like this show?
Oh, he's funny sometimes, depending on who the guest is and stuff. But like when they had Brock Lesnar, that shit had me dying laughing, bro. Because they were just being idiots. They were being fools, but they were funny as shit. Yeah.
I just like his show because but I do like Coward, like Wiley said, because he gives the business what's going on behind the business a lot of times, and he goes into details and what's going on. That's why I like his show. But I
need sometimes the flat line, and then I also the flash.
And the
thing I like Pat McCaffrey because he goes into let you know what's going on behind the scenes and things like that, and I like that. He just don't let you know what's going on.
And that's why I say Shannon Sharp and Stephen A. Smith have the in-depth knowledge to bring that type of flair, not only the type of flair, but also educate your audience in a very unique and entertaining way to keep them always come back to more. The thing about Shannon Sharp, what he does to make it more interesting on his show, he makes bet with Skip. And when Skip messed up, how much Mountain Dew do you owe me? And they keep in tally. So he do that. Everybody wanted to say who will win this time. It would be Skip Bayless or Shannon Sharp, because you know what? It's like an educated debate with style and entertainment. Let's see who knows their stuff. So you gotta give what credit due and credit do it.
Just don't have Stephen A. Smith talk about UFC because he's gonna botch those interviews.
Oh please!
Yeah, I did see
and
that.
you're right. And you absolutely
Did he get into it with Joe Rogan too? Because Joe Rogan was like, you said.
Well, technically he got technically the whole UFC universe, the fighters, fans, and other commentators. They're like, what the heck is he talking about? And then they made fun of him. They made fun of him when he was trying to. I guess he hired a boxing coach or a striking coach, Stephen A. Smith. So when he hit the bag, the way he hit it, and Canadian Boy knows what I'm talking about. When he hit the bag, it looked pretty bad, and then that's when Stephen A. Smith, hey man, relax. My rotator cuff or my hip, something on my hip or something like that. Like I couldn't hit that well, and it just looked like so slow and sloppy. So I was like, oh
no. So does he still commentate or no?
No.
Yeah, wait, Stephen A. I know what you mean, Canadian Boy. I know he's not. He's not allowed to commentate that much on YouTube. But I will give Stephen A. Smith. I will give Stephen A. Smith some clarity and some credit. He has gotten better at it. He's actually dived more into the sport, so he's actually improved. So I can give him credit.
You know why? he got a tutor in the background teaching his
Oh,
behind.
no, don't do that to him. Don't do that to him.
But it's fair, though. It's fair, though, because
No.
No, the thing is, MMA sport is not like boxing.
Yes.
And a lot of times,
you gotta have all those sports.
a lot of time I analyze over 100 fight, and I could call out when they screwed up real bad, what they could have done differently.
Yo, Canadian born. Did you check out Israel Adesanya when they were interviewing this week for Fight Week? Did you see his mansion?
Who?
Israel Adesanya.
Oh, I don't know that.
Oh my God.
He got a mansion?
Bro.
Let me explain to you guys. Let me explain you something. Ide Adesanya is a Yoruba guy based on his name, based on his background.
And he's a computer tech geek too, right?
On top of that, and he's from Nigeria.
Son of a bitch.
And he watches anime.
On top of that,
Oh, yeah?
as I was saying,
Bro.
when it comes to Nigerian people, when it comes to living in style, don't never look down on Yoruba clan. The Yoruba clan, I hate to say this, they will teach you how to dress your style. Some go a little too far beyond your understanding. So what Adesanya did was because of what he can do. Here's the power with Adesanya. Give him 5 more years. If he decides to retire, he will make more money in the movies.
Now, who's this guy? I don't know who's this guy.
Wait, he's an MMA fighter.
Oh.
Wait a minute. You don't know who Israel Adesanya is, Von Eric?
I don't watch MMA fight.
Oh, hey, Wally, if you could just search real quick who Israel Adesanya is, just search him.
All right, I'll do that. But let's finish this video so that we can go on.
The style bender, aka a former kickboxer fighter, MMA, the most flamboyant fighter in UFC, aka the most biggest trash talker. He still back it up.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
That's true.
All I know is he better back it up in the next fight. Goddammit.
I know. aka one of the 3 kings of Africa, because there's him, Usman, and you know who I'm referring to.
Well, Usman lost though, so Usman got knocked out.
He lost to the guy that he beat before, so the guy have respect for each other. So I let that slide, because all Usman need to do now is take.
But at least he defended long, so it's pretty easy.
For a long time. You gotta give respect to respect to. That was
Wait a minute. He didn't defend it as long as GSP though, just to respectfully put it there.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
He didn't defend it as long as he did.
How many defended?
Okay, wait a minute. Damn it.
Oh, wait. GSP had like at least 11 or 12 titles.
11 or 9. Okay, damn it. See, now I got to do research. Son of a bitch.
That's why you got to ask first, how many defense did he have?
Hold on, because you're talking about my fighter now. You're talking about my favorite fighter of all time in the UFC.
I know, but guess what? GSP from where?
He's French Canadian.
Where am I?
You're Canadian.
He's like, oh yeah, I get 2.
Wait a minute. You were born in. Wait a minute. Time out. You were born in Canada, but you were raised where? In New York, right?
But I'm a Canadian born in Nigeria. TBN.
Yeah. Whatever. Yeah.
I got both sides. Haha.
Wait a minute. Hold on. But if you know GSP was the man in Canada, he was the man in France.
He was the man in Canada, and I fully respect the guy. But with Kate on the number of defense, look at both sides, not how long.
Okay, if you want to do it like that, he had knockout, submission, and total domination throughout unanimous on 12 title defenses, I think. Last I checked.
Okay, no.
You took it right. That's 9. How many title defense did you know who Adesanya have since he been champion?
Oh, he's been a champ for what, like 3.5, 4 years? 4 years.
But how many title defense did he have?
So far, 2 or 3, maybe 4.
No, way more than.
Okay, he faced. Okay, he faced
way more than 2 and 3. He fought a lot of dudes before the pandemic, during the pandemic, and after. Come on.
Hold on. Hold on. I think it was. Yeah, when he fought Robert Whittaker in October of 2019.
Now you will make me do the research.
Hold on, because he was an interim champion. He was an interim champion when he was at April 13th of 2019. So by definition, he's been a champ for about 3.5 years. So he had an interim belt, and then he was the unanimous undisputed champion in October 5th of 2019 when he beat Robert Whitaker. Because Robert Whitaker was a champ, and then he defended it two times in 2020. Hold on, I'm explaining it. So overall, he's defended it 6 times. His belt 6 times. So he has 6 title defenses, and he's about to have his 7th if he wins on this
I
Saturday.
see that. You correct.
Okay,
Let's go
so
for it now.
Usman has 5 in the welterweight division, so he's right there. He's close enough.
And
close enough.
Well, close enough. You know what I mean, man. If he wins the rematch, defends the title, going back up all the time, he's gonna be there. He's young. He's gonna be there for a long time.
But it's about consecutive, though. It's about having consecutive.
I know, Marcus. I know this. This is what I'm saying. When he gets back the title, and then he defends it for the long term.
You do know he's not that young, right?
Wait, how old is he?
He's in his early to mid 30s.
So I'll give you that argument. GSP have 9. He's still in the lead. Adesanya have 6 going to number 7, right? Okay, fine. I give you that one. You won about technicality. You right. You were correct. And I give credit where credit due. But both of them are still my guy.
Right, he's 35.
I give you props for that. GSP is still my guy. Adesanya is still my guy. And GSP, I respect him more because Dana White did him dirty in many ways for him, and that's why the guy retired. Because he said, you know what? I can't continue to fight in this type of organization if the owner keep on play this game.
Yeah.
So I give him props for that.
I will say this though, he was compensated nicely on the fights he had because his contract negotiation, the way him and his lawyers negotiated the contract with the UFC and Dana White, and then after that too, George had health complications. That's why when he left, he had colitis, some enterocolitis or something like that, or hydroenterocolitis, which was something with the organs because it was crystallized. Like his organs were being crystallized or something like that.
That's somewhat similar to Brock Lesnar.
Von Erich, was that again?
You said who are y'all talking about?
George St. Pierre. So George St. Pierre, the fighter that used to fight in the UFC, he retired. He came back for 1 or 2 fights in 2018 or 2017. But I remember when he came back, they were trying to ask him, "Hey, who else are you gonna fight after?" He's like, "Oh, right now I'm gonna wait." But when he originally retired in 2013, after I thought he lost the fight, to be honest. Or I thought it was a tie, that fight. But he defended it, I guess. But however, when he left because of health issues, and he had enterocolitis, I think, or hydroenterocolitis, something that crystallizes the organs. And sometimes certain things can happen because you use or drink certain things, and that can crystallize your organs sometimes. And that was the health complication he was going through. He was in a lot of pain.
And that's almost similar to Brock Lesnar with his own diet because he had eating way too much meat with also messed up intestine. He had to remove his intestine because of that.
Correct.
You said Brock Lesnar? You said Brock Lesnar?
Brock Lesnar,
yep.
He was in the heavyweight division in UFC.
No, he's still alive.
Oh.
He's got better health.
Oh, okay.
He learned to let him change his diet, but he's still eating meat, but he can't eat too much of it.
Oh, okay. And you said his contract, he had a good contract? Marcus?
George St. Pierre?
Yeah, he did.
So supposedly, I guess he was earning in the 7-figure range almost, compared to the other fighters. Back then, when he was in the fighters aren't making as much as they were now. And even now, still, the fighters are still underpaid. But it also depends on the ticket sales. That depends on the revenue. That depends on the merchandise they sell. That depends on the traffic and the viewership. And then also, if you have a higher social media account following, those can translate to tickets and pay-per-view buys as well. So you have a lot of these fighters that there are some damn good fighters, but because they don't have a mass following, or a lot of people aren't pushing them on the main front, it's like you kind of have to give them a chance a little bit, because some of the fighters that came out of the pandemic shocked us, and they were super talented. It was mostly male fighters. There's a few female fighters that were great, but then it's kind of it's tough because the way that boxing works, you get a nice fatter check a lot of times, and it's not just the big boxers. It's the ones in the middle that aren't as big as the main ones, but they're still getting a nice fat check, bigger than some of the UFC fighters that you watch. And it's after taxes, depending on the state you live, and then they got to pay for the gym. They got to pay their coaching staff. They got to pay people that help them and put them on, so they can get all the cut and stuff. Yep. And I think that's the issue, because Dana White had sold shares of the controlling share market for the UFC. They sold like 3 or 4% to Abu Dhabi, and they made $4 billion profit off of it.
Oh, when they sold the share.
Yeah, like 4% or something like that, or 5%. And they and I guess when Dana left, he ended up pocketing like almost $1 billion. But then the UFC called him and said, "Hey, we love you. We appreciate what you've done. We want you to still be the announcer and the guy that kind of headlines it when you're there in the middle of the podium for the fighters, and we'll pay you side money. And as a contract agreement or independent contractor, we'll have you and we'll pay you a certain rate." So he already got huge cash. And if he has like a YouTube series called Dana White Looking for a Fight, and he's basically going through state to state, sometimes overseas, to look at fighters and try to get them signed, depending whether you're an independent circuit, free market, if you're a skilled fighter, what's your record, what's your skill set, and if he's a good background check and stuff. So he'll put the fighters on, he'll bring them on the show on Ultimate Fighter or Dana White's Contender Series, or just put them in the prelim, and then they'll build the fighters up there, see how they do.
Is Joe Rogan fight? Was he a fighter or something?
Joe Rogan had done like tournaments and stuff, but he wasn't a professional. He was more amateur.
He knows the art. He knows the art. Oh, he knows the art. Okay.
No, correction. Not that he knows it. He's a student of the art.
Right.
A lot of people watch I'm a student of the art. What I just practice called Shitora karate. It's more of a kickboxing karate style, one of the 5 karate style originally from Japan.
Okay.
So Joe Rogan was also the student of the art too as well, but he did a couple of amateur tournament, but not the big league.
Yes.
So he have a better understanding behind it.
And the thing about Joe Rogan is he's also trained with some of these top fighters, like some of the fighters that come through the studio for the radio, or some of he hangs out in the UFC. He trains with some of these guys. He's sat down with them. They do courses or boot camps with some of these guys to train. So he knows and he has talked. But right before we continue the conversation, I gotta introduce a man, a very respected man in these YouTube streets. He usually gives out sermons. He usually reads the Bible. I think Black David knows what I'm talking about. Mr. Bolo TV. And I appreciate what he did yesterday.
No, hey Marcus, I appreciate what you did yesterday because it was about you. I didn't do nothing, brother. I thank you.
Oh man, I appreciate you, bro. Man. Yeah, man.
What's going on, CBN? What's going on, brother?
I'm taking it easy. You know how I do. I gotta think the fact. I gotta be technical behind it.
All right, Wally, what's going on, man?
All right, what's going on, brother?
All right. Hey, Von Eric, how you doing, my brother?
Hey, what up? Bolo.
I'm chilling. Oh, I'm just coming up here to show my man Marcus some love, man.
Oh man, thanks.
Yo,
we
Bolo,
were just talking. Oh my bad. Go for it.
Bolo, I gotta say that we had a good conversation here, but some people don't understand New Yorker mindset when you know about one particular part that New York don't like. And when we trying to let you guys know he's a con artist, they fell for the okie doke.
Oh my god, bro. Oh man.
Hey, why are you starting, David? Why are you starting up for me?
That's all he does. That's all he wants to do is start.
I didn't start. I'm just trying to make clear.
He didn't start it, but he's actually trying to finish.
I'm just saying.
The whole time he's been here, Bolo, I'm surprised I didn't want to drop him down, but we were obviously having good back and forth.
Oh, you would have dropped it down for the truth? I thought the truth would set you free.
Your truth. There's your truth and there's the truth. There's your truth.
That's it. Your truth.
Like for example, if I push the remove from street button, it's true that it will drop you down like right now. See, that's the truth right there. But if I bring you back up, I added you to the stream. That's another truth too. Oh man! Wait a minute. Let me get the solo. Let me get the solo real quick. Oh man!
Oh shit! Oh crap! Here comes the media. Okay.
God dang.
Did you see Black Panther, David?
I didn't get a chance to heard Jay DeCosta did. I might take my kids there to watch it if I can this
Oh,
weekend. I know they will love it.
all right.
Black
Okay.
Panther.
Yeah. I'm sure.
My,
You know.
my family, the Black Panther follower. So hey,
Yeah, I'm
I
I'm
can just watch
hearing
it by
that.
myself.
I'm hearing that it's better than the first one.
Oh
Really?
Hmm?
wow.
Well, I want to say that.
Who
Yeah,
said
I
that?
didn't.
Was it? What did you get that from a woman?
Oh, misogyny. Wait a
Ah,
minute.
there it
Wait a
Did you
minute.
say?
No,
is. Nice one,
no.
Vaughn. Nice
Let me
one.
say. Let me.
Yo, yo,
Ah, the
yo.
I'm.
I
disrespect.
gotta put the banner. I
Yeah,
gotta
that
put the
was
Misogyny.
disclosure that
that
Let me
was
that
say.
misogyny.
I was privy. I was privy to see it. On my box. I was privy to see it. The storyline. The storyline is much better. Yeah, they're definitely pushing the agenda of women. You can't fight that. They're
right,
definitely pushing that.
right.
No,
But
but
the
let's be honest, though.
storyline.
Let's be honest. I just want to declare some things. If hopefully everyone understands the storylines of Black Panther, this does technically happens in the rotation. It's just happening faster than it should be,
Right,
but
right,
Yeah.
nonetheless.
And I get it. I
Right.
understand that when it comes to storyline. I'm a
right.
comic book fan
Yeah,
to
the
a star.
story. Well, the storyline in this one, like see me personally, and I get a lot of flack for it. The first Black Panther, I didn't like it as a Marvel movie. As a standalone movie, it was okay.
Mm,
It really didn't fit. It really didn't fit in the Marvel universe. The only part that connected it was, how the credits come up and then you see the, White Wolf come out. That was the only thing that connected. The same as Ant-Man and the Wasp. They really wasn't connected. You know,
mm,
as a standalone movie, it was okay. This right here, it's another standalone.
Okay,
But they throw a little nugget in it. It's another standalone. But
right.
the storyline is awesome.
so
The
you said
acting,
it's it best to read the comic book, which you than the movie.
absolutely. Don't.
Okay,
If you're going in there, and again with me, I'm a Marvel guy. I
okay,
read the comics.
okay.
So with DC too, I read the comics. If you're
Right.
going in there with the thought process of the comics, you're going to be let down.
Oh, okay. I got it.
If you're
Right.
going in there,
Okay.
if you're going in there to go see a good movie,
Right.
that loosely connects to Marvel and all that stuff, then this movie, hands down, better than one.
Well, let me ask: does all the
Bolo, you hit
as
it on
far
the
as
nail. I'm glad you said
all the
that.
Marvel movies, does they all is any of them staying with the comic books or all of them?
Not
Well,
really.
you got
To a degree, but not ultimately.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
not gonna all do that because again, then why
Right.
see the movie, right?
Okay.
But when you look at the Iron Man line,
Uh-huh.
they kind of,
Okay.
they put in their own things. When you look at the Infinity Gauntlet,
Right.
that
Okay.
kind of fits it. They were supposed to be Infinity Gauntlet was supposed to have every superhero, but then
Oh, okay.
again, you're
And they
looking at
left out
the
several. They left
standalone.
out several.
Yeah,
Oh,
they
okay.
they they thought they
And the
started
funny
off
thing
with.
is, go ahead.
I think they were gonna do 38. you
Oh,
know,
wow.
but when they saw what it was going to take to do,
Uh,
they really
it
dumbed
wasn't
it
in the
down.
budget.
Adam Warlock was supposed to be in it, and he plays a big part in the
Absolutely
comics.
right.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at Adam Warlock, he was in the last Galaxy of the Guardians. Remember when Rocket stole from those people that were all white, and they
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
said
you talking
we
about the
got
gold people? The
the
gold.
gold people, and they said we got Adam. Adam Warlock was supposed to come.
Right.
Absolutely. But for some reason, they just nixed it. Even
Yeah.
with the Eternals, the
I'm glad you
Eternals
said
was
that,
valid.
Bolo, because from the first Iron Man movie, when I first watched it, it was not according to the comic book. Because
Right.
John
They
Stark in the
changed.
comic did
They
not even
take
do that.
liberties.
They changed a lot of stuff throughout all the Marvel
Right.
movies. So you are
Right.
totally correct on the technical part. The Marvel universe was not based on a comic. They put their own
No.
little twist and
Right.
quote unquote we do a whole new timeline of
Right.
what they think
Right.
it should be. So for
They
every diehard fan,
loosely they base it on, they'll use the comic as just
As a
loosely.
sort of
A
sword,
guide.
sort of small sword.
Right. But
So
but they
you're
changed
a
stuff.
collector. So Bolo, you're a collector too.
I
Comic book.
do. I have the statues.
Oh,
I have the statues and I have comics too. Yeah.
oh, okay.
Yeah. So it, it's good. Again, like I said, this movie here, the acting is crazy.
Oh, okay.
The acting is crazy, but at the end of the day, you know what it is. You got to go into these movies, and you know, there's certain thought processes you have to let go.
Right.
Because after a while, I was getting pissed off because everything was, you get pissed off because they put it right in your face where the men can just do nothing right. You know what I'm saying? And the women are the answer. It's in your
Here's
face.
right.
And
But you know what's funny? And this is the one part about Black Panther, and this next one that I have the biggest problem with. And I'm gonna hit it home right here. They literally gave the sister his full image that he was supposed to freaking have in the dang comics into the movie.
well, let me say this. I don't want to blow it, but you know what? I'll let you guys see it. I don't want to blow it.
I mean,
Let
don't
me
get me
say
wrong,
this.
yeah,
Let
but
me say this. She. How can I say this? She won't be there for long.
Oh,
Let me
yeah?
say it to you like that.
Oh, wow.
yeah, I'm not surprised though.
She won't be there for long.
She's not supposed to be there for long, just like in the comics.
Hey Vaughn. By the way, yo, Angela Bassett. Sorry about that.
Angela Bassett is she is so awesome in this movie, bro. Yo, dogs.
Oh, wow.
She made the movie.
Oh, wow.
Angela Bassett made the movie hands down. Hands down. If she doesn't get nominated for an Oscar or something in this movie, she killed it. Angela Bassett is on a different level.
She is a
Different
good
level.
actress. She is a good
Oh
actress.
my God, brother.
And she
When you see
ages
it,
like wine too.
she ages. She is so beautiful. When you
And she
see
went
this,
to Yale University.
Angela Bassett
She's
is, I hate to
smart
say
as a
it,
whip.
Angela Bassett is the true standard of what beauty is supposed to be, without all
elegant,
the shenanigans and all this
elegant.
added unneeded part to it.
Absolutely.
That is
Absolutely.
beauty.
All of the
She's a
all of the women,
9.5, while Kim K is a 0.5.
all of the women were good actresses.
Uh-huh.
Once again, like I said, the acting in this wasn't about, it's like watching The Walking Dead. A lot of people think The Walking Dead is about watching The Walking Dead when it really isn't. The Walking Dead, those dead people get pushed to the background. It's more or less about
It's all about
relationships,
humans, the humans after the
about humans,
post-apocalypse.
the relationships, and how humans are still cutthroats. When it's more about that. The Walking Dead, the dead people are coming once in a while, but here, once you're able to take away the ideologies that they're pushing, once you can let that go to enjoy the movie, it takes the enjoyment to another level because the acting is top notch, brother.
But let me ask you something. Let y'all ask all of y'all something. Y'all been into. I've read a couple articles that Stan Lee, before he passed, he was going back and forth with Avery Arad, one of the executive producer. Is that what he was going back and forth with because he didn't like the storylines, the way the movies was going?
No, Stan Lee. When Stan Lee was younger, they signed him to a lifelong contract.
Okay.
They signed him to a lifelong contract, and it was a garbage contract.
Okay.
So, they would interview him and he would tear up. He would cry because of the advantage that they took. He's a young man. He liked drawing. So, a lot of the times we don't look at the business, we look at the artistry.
Okay.
So he took them to court. He took them to court and he won. But here's the caveat to it. He had to be in every movie. So this is why you would just see him in the movie.
Now, did the other guy play Trebo though? Did the other guy who was doing all the drawings? They said his family took them to court too. Did they win too?
Probably.
Okay.
I'm not too familiar with that guy. I followed more Stanley because he was more prevalent.
Okay.
But Stan Lee, that's why they made him executive producer because
it was Stanley and Jack Kirby, right? That they were both doing
Jack Kirby.
together.
That's his name. That's the guy who also Jack Kirby's family took him to court, and I believe they won because the drawing. Yeah, that's the person. Jack Kirby. I see that on Robert Rodriguez. Robert Rodriguez got a special on one of the shows on cable that he talks about the comic books, how they was developed, people behind them. It was out, and I watched a little bit of it. I ain't watched all of it, but yeah, he had a special on how comic books.
What a lot of people. a lot of people don't realize that when we're talking about like the movies, what really started, Marvel was Blade.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. From the '90s, because Marvel Production Studios was gonna
Blade
go.
is what absolutely it was
Oh,
falling
you're
apart.
talking about
Blade
with okay with
with
you're
Wesley
talking about
Snipes.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I did
With
read
Blade.
about
A lot of people don't know that Blade is what put them on. What saved them.
that.
That's it. Blade saved
Right.
them, and they don't
Yeah.
give him. That's why he was kind of pissed off when they made I forget the new guy. They made him Blade. They didn't even ask him.
Mahershala
Right.
Ali.
But he's
They
not taking it
didn't
up with
even
them.
ask.
It's mostly with Marvel personally.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it broke his heart because he was like, "Yo, dude, if when it comes to the movies, Blade really put them on the map, but he doesn't get the pop that he should get. Blade movies, although the second and third, I think the first storyline was the best one, but as far as action, I think the second one was the best, but
Oh
the
yeah.
third was garbage. I think the third was garbage because
The
he
first
produced it.
one, okay. So
Yeah,
here's
Durham,
my
yeah, he
right?
did. He said it himself. He didn't like Durham because they was giving him a lot of back and forth and things like that. They didn't let him do his creative things.
Yeah, so here's my thing, right? Like just for a little bit. The first one, it was the basic startup, right? It was all right. And plus we did see his mother, so that's a decency.
Right.
But the second one though, I have to give it up to the second one because it's just a little bit more for me overall.
I technically like the second and third one.
Right. Now the third one was the real one for me. The third one.
You like the third one? You like the third one?
So
yeah.
I'm gonna rank it 2, 3, and 1.
No.
Yeah, I do 2, 3, and 1. I do 2, 3, 1.
I'm sorry, but I'll have to be with him on this.
Hold on. The first one was
Y'all like
better
it? Y'all
than
like
the
it
second one.
second? Oh wow.
The second
No.
one,
I'm saying the first one, the storyline was the best.
Yeah, I thought so.
Number 2, the action
was
better.
Yes, that's
Number
true.
3, the whole thing was garbage.
Garbage, yeah, that's true.
It was garbage.
It was.
Here's my thing. Here's my caveat to the third one.
That stuff. Number 3 was garbage. It's like
Wait a minute, but you can't not have Dracula in it with Blade. You gotta have Dracula there.
Right? Look, but here's my Look, here's my caveat to it, though, right? My only one caveat to the overall thing when it comes to Blade 3, the Trinity, right?
Right.
You had a lot of imposters trying to serve a bigger guy that's way beyond their time, right? And it was on my visuals. Let's be real here. You got a guy that's literally the king of all this ish,
right?
Coming out of nowhere. Like the storyline, like where was this guy at for the time being, right? They didn't really break that down. They didn't break that down to the T yet. That's one part. Another key component is 2, you ain't gonna let anyone just serve you now. You feel what I'm saying? So that's another little caveat.
Let me ask you this. In part 2, the ball head, the one that my man called Cue Ball.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he was supposed to be the dude. I thought he was supposed to be the man. Because anytime you walk around in a cape, you're supposed to be the man. How do you walk around?
Wait a minute. You're talking about Ron Perlman?
No, not Ron Perlman. The one that Ron Perlman was working for, Cue Ball. Remember when
yeah. I got you.
Cue Ball. Cue Ball. He said that was a disrespectful cat, dude. Money said, I'd rather be
right.
Cue Ball.
Okay, I know you're saying
he was so disrespectful. He said, I'd rather be Cue Ball's pet.
That's why the American movie industry.
Cue Ball was supposed to be. Remember, they said Cue Ball was supposed to be the man.
Yeah, but here's my thing with that. But
So this didn't match up because I want to ask. So this didn't match up at all with what's in the comic books?
It didn't. When you look at 3, and you look at 2, they said when they were talking to Blade, they said that and y'all can correct me. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. They said that the power of the vampire nation is in that room, and they were talking about Cue Ball. Cue Ball was supposed to be, he was the emperor. He was Darth Sidious, my G. And the son that was running around killing the other vampires was supposed to be the prince, but You know, they were trying to create a new vampire
Oh yeah, new
that could
vampire.
walk in the daytime like Blade, and
Right.
they ended up with Duke. You know what I'm saying? So where did Dracula come from? If this dude, it made you think that that guy was Dracula, cue ball. Because if you're saying that he's the answer to the, to the vampire nation, he's the power behind it all, and then you see Dracula in part 3 come out, and there's no power behind him. He got two.
You know what? On
No,
one
it
side,
just
I agree with
And,
that, but on
and
another side, here's my reason. I'm gonna let Clayton go ahead. I know you guys speak. Go ahead.
here's the thing what I've been trying to say for so long. When it comes to American movie industry, storytelling is not their strong point. They believe it's all the action, all the flair would
absolutely.
make a great movie. The problem is I'm just like Bolo. When your storyline is not on point, everything look like garbage before my eye. It's a smoke and mirror that you throw at me.
It's,
I'm
what
a
you
very
got something against America or something?
no.
Nah, but he has a point, Vaughn. Vaughn, he has a point.
It's not the case because I'll give a perfect example of who got close to the storyline, but the book they got too much information. Lord of the Ring.
Right.
If you look at the book of the Lord of the Ring, they
Absolutely.
only took about 60% of the book. If you try to read that book, it's much bigger
Nah.
than the Bible.
You'll be watching that movie till you're about 38.
Bingo.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings was crazy.
Yeah, but that's just
My
one.
thing
You
is
talking
this.
about one thing.
I'm
He said
saying this.
all.
Here's
He
my
said
thing
all American movies.
Nah.
No,
Black
no.
David is
Okay,
wrong. But
look,
here's my question.
this is the contrast
Here's my
I want to make.
question to you guys.
Go ahead.
Here's my question to you guys with Lord of the Rings. You see it, the last one, those eagles that picked them up and flew them out. Remember that in the third one? Why didn't they just take them damn eagles from the beginning? Wouldn't that have made sense if I'm just going? You got these big ass eagles taking me out after everybody died. Just fly me in.
In a sense,
Wait
yes,
a minute.
but
then again, those eagles, I wouldn't want to use them in the very beginning because the enemy would already know that I had them as an option.
Well, fly me close.
You know what I'm? Well, I'm just saying about Bolo. I agree with you. Like but the Lord of the Rings is one of my favorite trilogy movies to watch. If you want to sit down, it's a damn good and I love my favorite characters there are Legolas, Gimli, Aragorn, and I like the tree, the Ents, and I like the Gandalf. Well, that's probably my favorite. I don't really care about the hobbits that much. To be honest.
You like everybody except the hobbits.
Well, the Hobbit is kind of like
you named everybody except the Hobbit.
It's just because the Hobbit, it was like the gardener kind of had me annoyed and kind of confused, and I wasn't sure how, he was a little too attached to the guy. He's like, oh, that's my man's right there. I was like, pause. I was like, what? I was like, okay. But
here's an extra tangent I want to bring up. But I want to bring up one more thing, but we got to get back to the video and the rest of the live. So because we're already 3 hours in. But
can you just skip this video though? Because we basically got the gist of the video though. I didn't want to.
All right, fine, no problem. Then I'll flip it to something. I'll flip it to the next thing you want me to look at. But okay.
But let's be real though, because you look at movie production, it has been known a lot of these directors don't do their work to make a great movie. They like to put out.
I'm trying to talk, man.
Right, that's what I was trying to do.
Go ahead, Wally.
Go ahead, Wally.
No. He can finish. Go ahead. I'm changing the video up. So go ahead.
Well, what I'm trying to point out is this: the Blade series. I was the same way with Bolo when I saw the first one. The second one, I was questioning. The third one, anyone who understands vampire storylines down to the T.
Let me get you the fuck up out of here because I'm tired of this bullshit. I'm really tired of this shit. I'm tired of you too, Bolo. You got me mad too, Bolo, because I like that movie though.
What movie?
I like Blade 3. You know why I like Blade? You know why I like Blade 3? Hold on. You know why I like Blade 3? Because for one, the emotional impact and them losing their buddies and Wesker, and then you have fine ass Jessica Biel, who she is fine. You had Ryan Reynolds, and I love Ryan. I love me Ryan Reynolds. I respect him. And you had Wesley Snipes. You had the whole you're Wester's daughter. Damn, that made it full circle. I remember he mentioned her, I think in the first or second movie, he mentioned that he had a family. And then you have Dracula from Prison Break, That dude. And Dracula's a
Yeah.
bad dude because I remember he's part of the Cabal. He fights the Avengers. He teams up with a bad team up of bad guys. And then you had
He's the wrong dude to play
Avenger?
Dracula.
Oh,
Dracula
Justice.
should
No,
know
which
his
one are
line,
you talking
dog.
about?
Wait,
Hey, yo,
wait,
can y'all
okay,
tell
but
me
look,
about that movie? Can y'all tell me about? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bob. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Look,
Bob.
to my point with Marcus, right? I also agree because there's a lot of emotional components with that movie, right? And that does add in the seller point of it all, right? The loss, the loss of a good friend, the loss of good family, whatever how you want to put it together.
Friends.
Reynolds, the only thing with Reynolds though, for me, no, Reynolds was a goofball. I'm sorry, and that one.
I love that about Reynolds. That shit was funny.
But that's true though. That was the piece of comedy that was in there though. That was
He
the small piece
said,
of comedy.
he said, okay, you want me to tell you what we're working on? It's a brand new chocolate. It's in the market. It's 2% peanut. Hey,
Right,
and then Vaughn, he says, okay, you're right. I just farted. I had a little garlic earlier. He was in front of the vampire. In front of the vampire.
No, see, that's good. That's pretty good. But
On
let me
that
get to the cleanup. But let me get to the cleanup part. The cleanup part for me about Blade 3 was this, right? The only thing that I hate about Dracula in this is not because he was the wrong guy, give or take. My thing is this: if you compare the baldy guy as being the so-called emperor of it all, right? Here's my standpoint on him. My thing is he ain't moving in the daytime. He's only moving through the night. So what that tells you, he ain't really the guy, respectfully. So that's one part. Now,
And Dracula and Blade could both do it.
He can though, and that's the one part about him.
He didn't have to put makeup on.
No,
No.
he could walk out into the world. He did not have to put no makeup.
Yeah, he can walk out. What? Wait, Bolo. Remember the scene when he takes the baby and they're running on the rooftop? It's daytime, and he's saying, "Hey, I'm the first of a kind, but you're one of a kind because you're a hybrid. It's the hybrid versus the first one."
Right.
Let me ask you
Now here's my.
Hold on. Let Bolo go real quick.
Bolo. Here's my thing though. Hold on, Bolo. Hold on. I'm gonna bring it to you. So here's my thing, right? Now, granted, if you want to sit here and say that he ain't the guy, now he said he's the first of his kind, right? He's the first. Now, right? Now technically he's the original pure breeding product of both entities where he can live up to the world of the sun and the night. But here's the only caveat to his thing to me that really falls short was just the overall standpoint. Like this is the whole point of the storytelling that Canadian Born's talking about. My thing is if it's me and I'm coming into the world as the ultimate internal vampire of all vampires, and I hear somebody, he's not that guy. Oh, okay, and I hear somebody finally has collected the same genetical format as me in all these times to live up to the world of the sun and the night. And I got these imposters that neither getting bitten by somebody else and living up to the world wherever they live up to. Look here, I'm sorry, but if I'm running in a room with imposters, I have to simply ask here, who the hell they getting run by? Are they being run by anyone with important names? Probably not. I'll castrate you behind. I don't know you. I forgot you.
All right, let Bolo go real quick. I want to hear Bolo.
I'm saying, so when he was on that roof, you're telling me that he didn't say anything. Who did he say to? Because he said something to someone that was on a roof and their makeup was running that off.
No, you're talking about the guy.
No.
You're talking about the first one.
Part one.
Yeah, that's the first one.
Yeah, it was after the fact that he got the ritual done. Then he was internal, but eventually.
What he told Blade in Blade 3 was, look at these people like roaches. But then again, then he tells them, you're special. You're one of a kind. You're a day walker, but I'm the first of the kind. I'm the king. I'm basically their god. I bred them, and now it's gonna be our turn or whatever. And so that's why when he was holding that baby and he's looking at Blade, you says you tend to fight for them. You defend them, and then he's something like that, and then he goes, it's our turn or something like that to take over the world or whatever. The usual spiel in a Marvel villain, right? The usual spiel. But but I remember that was a speech they kind of had, and that's what made both Dracula and I get it, Bolo. The way that Dracula looks like, especially in these like last decade of comics, with how Dracula looks, it went back to the comic origin in the cartoons because they made him look more comic accurate as opposed to what they did in Blade Trinity when they try to make him look more different in a unique way because you know at that time.
Like a vet dragon with scales.
Hey, yo,
Yeah,
can
and
y'all tell me about,
it was kind of like demonic / meets vampire type thing.
can
So
y'all tell
that's
me about,
that.
can y'all
So
tell me
that's why it was different. But go for it.
can y'all tell me, can y'all tell me, I seen this movie on Netflix called Morbius, but hey, is that in comic books?
Wait, Morbius, the Marvel
Yeah,
movie?
Morbius. Yeah, that's in comics.
Oh, wait a minute, you saw that movie?
Yeah, on Netflix.
Wait, willingly?
Huh?
Willingly?
Basically, what Marcus is saying is Morbius was trash.
let me get you up out of here, man. Because you try to say that we want to watch that.
No,
How dare you, sir?
Look,
That's why
I'll say this. I'm one of the few people. Look, Marcus gonna kick me out just for saying it. Look, I'm one of the few people that looked at that movie. I gave it an average sell.
You're right. You're right. You definitely deserve to be taken out of that stuff.
See, that's why I'm asking because I don't know about the. I see the movie and then I seen it that it was a comic. So that's why I was asking, what did y'all think about it? And is the comic books better?
It was garbage. It was garbage.
Oh, okay.
But I give the best part of
most
Morbius.
cases, yes.
The best part of Morbius. The best part of Morbius is when he met up with Michael Keaton at the end.
Yeah, Vulture.
That was the best for me. That was the best part of Morbius.
Oh,
you know, it looks like what it is. It looks like Sony. They just don't know how to do Marvel movies.
Oh,
wow. They just don't. You know.
But here's my thing with it, right?
Marvel,
I understand we for slight perfection. I just know that we just can't get perfection. Let's just be my.
Oh,
yeah, but
and
that's my only caveat to it.
Let make it easier for you to understand when I say I don't like the type of. It's like, for example, Disney want to rewrite Dragon Ball Z.
Hell no.
Okay. On that note, if you can say hell no, it's the same hell no that Blade 3 was the best. It's not according to the comic book. You cannot just take one side, it's not a big deal, and this is the big deal. When you don't do your research before you do a movie, don't take something that people grew up loving and you sabotage it. Just like Transformer. The Transformer series movie was not based on what a lot of us grew up watching and learning. With a lot of letdown.
I ain't gonna lie. The way how they play it for me though is like from what I remember from what I remember a little bit from the comics and then from the cartoons, it's just not really clean clutch. But yeah.
And this is why you have people who are diehard fans of the Marvel comic book. They either be Morbius, either be Blade, either depend on the whatever.
Hey, let me ask y'all a question. Did y'all know that Transformers was part of the Marvel Universe?
No,
they never were. They never were. They didn't.
No. The Marvel. Wait, Transformers is a part of the Marvel Universe.
Hold up.
So
I'm still waiting for the Thundercats. So
now see that I've been talking to Jay to review that shit.
Forget the Thundercat. I'm already done with that.
That's how old you are. I'm gonna let down all the old people off this panel. They keep bringing up Thundercats. I swear.
No. To me, I gave up on Thundercats after they did that thing on Cartoon Network. They did a very good first season. That thing was doing perfectly well. They not only expand the storyline, but they were giving some character depth into it. And all of a sudden, you take it off because you're not selling toys. Forget it. I want to see no more Thundercat reboot. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it.
So
no need.
Canadian born.
Here's the thing. Anything that from my childhood that you try to recreate and you do damage to it, I lose complete respect for the person who did it. Leave it alone. You can't do it. Leave it alone.
Mm-hmm.
Look what I did to G.I. Joe. How in the world you kill our Duke and you make Roblox the main character all because it's The Rock?
Oh wow!
Don't get me started right now. Don't get me started right now. When you get me a Blood Boy, there's a lot of movies I could put on the chopping block.
Wally, Canadian born. Wally wants to tell you something.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah. So by Marcus' standpoint, yes, it is under Marvel's comics.
It is. Yes, I just looked it up.
It literally is.
It was a
but it's just on its own segments.
It was a 4-part series that Marvel put out, and it spawned its own mythology that would inform other versions of the saga. But yeah, it was a Marvel creation.
So it's back in the 80s, 70s?
The 80s.
80s.
Transformers was an 80s issue American comic book series published by Marvel Comics telling the story of Transformers, originally scheduled as a
All right,
four
he's reading the
issue
same thing as me.
It spawned a
Okay.
mythology that would inform other versions of the saga. Yeah.
I'm
So
gonna
is it-
look at the kid. I didn't know about that. Cause the kid, I didn't know it was.
I didn't know that neither.
It's neither
Because
that,
at the
it's either that
time-
or they acquired it, one or the other. It's either they
At the time when
originally
they-
said it or they acquired it, one or the other.
At the time they broadcast the first couple of episodes of the Transformer, the competition at that time was GoBot, and GoBot did not do well on the first
right.
season.
Mm-hmm.
I remember my history.
The GoBots cartoons were garbage.
It
And
was.
the GoBots, when you transform them, the beautiful thing about the original Transformers is what they look like in the cartoon is what they look like as the toy.
Mm-hmm.
And when they started doing the movies, they started changing the way they look.
Bingo.
I like the Voltron.
Wait. Unless you watch the Bumblebee movie, the Bumblebee movie shows them accurately how they looked back in the day.
Really?
Yeah,
Really?
the Transformers now. I'm being honest with you, Drake. If you watch Bumblebee, when they're on Planet Cybertron, compared to the Michael Bay 5-part series of films, the one with Bumblebee, which is made by a different director, made them look more of the original source of how they looked back in the day.
You mean when they were on Cybertron, right?
Correct.
So how were they on planet Earth? What vehicle mode was Bumblebee was?
When he was on Earth,
Yeah.
he was a bug when he came on Earth.
Volkswagen Beetle.
Right, Volkswagen
Exactly.
Beetle. They made
Yeah,
it.
so I get what you're saying. Yeah, because he's
And they
technically a muscle car.
And they updated him to the movie according to the old time Camaro before they updated him again to the up to date Camaro.
Yeah.
So went from Bumblebee to a outdated Camaro to an updated Camaro. When did that happen?
Yeah, I get your point.
Should I go on?
Well, hold on, because I don't like you guys trashing the Michael Bay series because 3 out of the 5 movies I liked. I like 3 out of the 5.
I didn't trash it. No
3 out of the 5 movies were good. I can watch it, sit and watch it. The first one, the third one, and I think that's either the 4th or 5th one. I think it's like the 4th or 5th one.
You know what? You need to kick yourself out the link because.
Thank you.
I'm tired of all these guys that are detractors and divestors. I cannot stand them. They are bots. They need to be blocked on this panel. They need to somehow divest.
Whoa. Divestor. Hold on.
You need to go backstage.
According to the definition.
First of all, you have not said one positive thing of America, sir, and you live here, so out of here you go. Back to the border. You go right there. You said not one thing about the United States of America while you're living in New York.
I swear.
They took his green card. And it's just
Shut up.
I'll go across the border and go back to Canada. And what?
Okay, you know what? As a matter of fact, go ahead. Join them on the journey. The great journey. Canadian-born. Fellowship of the Ring, baby.
Disrespectful.
Oh my God!
Don't worry. We cut out the supply, and the price go high again.
Damn.
All right, so Marcus, can you see which one you wanted, sir?
If you want to pick maybe the main one, it kind of like the main maybe clips. I don't know if you can see the clips, not the whole thing, but
yeah, the whole thing's the first one, and then the
no, because that one's like that one's a couple hours long. Maybe we could watch that clip right there with
this one.
Yeah, we'll get into it more. I wanted you guys to just watch and consume it. I want to get your take on it. But this is just we'll go down the rabbit hole.
All right, so let me take the 18 minutes, right?
Yeah, that one.
All right, I'm gonna pick it. All right.
Make sure it's fair use, copyright disclaimer 107. We're under here to make sure we don't get no profit, no benefit for any of this, just for actual consumption. That's it, for our points of view and perspective and opinions. And with that being said, play.
My janky ass Chromebook.
Now, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, if you can afford actual good internet, please do.
I said, you know what? Look here, sir. Mother. Let's be real here. You asked me to share this ish, okay? Mine's better than yours.
I don't like his attitude right now. Let me take him to HR. Let me talk to him in the back. I'll be back.
Really?
Get my black ass up here. Like, hold up.
Really? Over the battle of the internet?
That's called insubordination. Bolo, you know about this. You dealt with it before. How do you deal with it, sir? Do you pray about it? Do you pray it away?
Yeah, you pray about it. You know.
There you go. There you go. We give patience to those. We forgive those who've done wrong to us and to others. Well, listen, this man is speaking blasphemous. He has the demons in him. We rebuke thee. We do not talk about body parts here in this panel. We make sure that we don't digest anything that's from the back hole.
Oh, God. We need to make it
Man,
an
look
annual
here.
show.
All right?
This could be a show. We need to have a show on this
give me
type
my
of thing.
respect,
Because it is
goddammit.
ridiculous.
Damn. Big man wants his respect. You got it, sir.
Oh, boy. It could be a real show for real. You have some diehard fan in this panel.
Man, you count.
It's funny how he did the first 2 to 3 movies, and they yank him out after that.
Well, I mean, he did say that he was kind of done with it because he thought that they completed Sam Witwicky's storyline. That's why he stopped too. He was kind
At the director for it. He didn't let him know he had other stuff down the line because he wasn't even told what the hell was going on. His character was pretty good. I give him that.
I mean, I agree with you. I like this character more than Mark Wahlberg's character, but
yeah, but they keep changing out his girlfriend. Well, I didn't like that either.
Well, the reason why was because Megan Fox called the director Michael Bay a German, the N-word. So that's why.
Oh, she did that? Oh,
Yeah, she called him the German Nazi word.
Every time I would fuck up, there was always a Brad Pitt on the phone. There was always some Sundance award.
Some next project.
There was always Alma. There was always another. This time there wasn't no wiggle room. That's why I attribute this woman with.
Man, I swear, Wally, if you don't ever try to cap on me about my Wi-Fi service, I will show you this evidence here on this panel. I don't want to eat.
She destroyed any route towards that wiggle.
That's real.
It is real.
Rock fucking bottom.
Rock bottom. Bottom isn't when you experience the worst moment of your life.
Definitely.
Bottom is when you.
Let's get one thing clear, okay? This is my Chromebook, not my internet issue. Silence you. Now let's continue with the program.
Yeah, you gotta go get you another Chrome, homie.
It's when you touch it, when you smell it, when it's right on your face,
Yeah,
and you feel it.
and
It's not about severity of what the thing is. It's
about what you do with it once it happens. So like, once it happened, I mean, when it landed, I forgot how to breathe, because the subtext of the email was, your hustle's over, and I forgot how to breathe. And the next thing I did after 2 minutes of sitting there, staring at a computer screen, was I went and loaded up a gun and sat at my table and was going to kill myself. I was out of here. I didn't know what to do anymore. Like, all my ideas had failed. And I sat there for 2 minutes thinking, where's the wiggle room? I'd already used
What's my play?
Yeah, what's the play? And there were no options. It was like there was nowhere to go. It's not like I could go outside and get a Choco Taco and chill on the, people driving down the street, rolling down the window like, fuck off and die. This is where I was in the early days of this shit. So I didn't even want to leave my house. And I had a woman living in my house who wasn't my wife. And I was on my way to go do some movie I didn't give a fuck about, just like momentum building kind of shit. Movies, no intrinsic value, just like, I need something on the cards, for this year. I need my 2 or 3 projects. It's one of these things. And I
Riverside is the leading platform for students. studio quality remote podcast.
Get ad-free YouTube, Wally.
Casts and video recording.
While you're focused on
Now let's segue to how is right now it's cheaper to build a PC without hurting the bank.
None of this computer tech talk, Black
I
David.
felt
We're tired of that
disconnected
stuff.
from all of it, and I wound up getting emails from certain dudes who like you were still involved in my life even when it got ugly, you know, when it got chunky. One of those dudes was Sean Penn. Sean's like, you need to call Brolin. And I called Brolin, and he told me he was going to this meeting online. Now the gun is loaded. Like, I haven't left my sitting position, you know, and I wound up signing on to this meeting, and I heard one of the dudes who was speaking that night say, if you're new and you just entered, you know, you don't have everything you want right now, but you got everything you need right now. Now. And he did that for like 2 minutes. And the first minute I'm thinking, you can't spend the whole rest of your share just snapping your fingers and saying now. Like, this shit is ludicrous. And I went into this judgment, which is what my alcoholism sounds like. It sounds like criticality. It sounds like judgment. So I'm in my judgment. Like, you better say, and the gun is right here. You better say something that's really going to get me the fuck out of where I'm at. And after 2 minutes, like, I felt like a giggle start to rise inside of me, and I felt something like presence. I stopped thinking about the email, stopped thinking about my hustle. The gun almost disappeared, and it was like I'm sitting here on this Skype call, and I'm present for the first time in my life. I'm writing the dude in the chat box like, hey, bro, you know, I'm on the verge. You know, I'm about to kill myself. He's like, okay, cool. Call me tomorrow. Just like throwaway, you know, and I needed that. I had been enabled for so long in my life. Hey, man, welcome home. We're glad you're here. I'd have been out again because then it would have been more wiggle room. But the guy that I wound up running into was not having it. And he said, hey, man, meet me on the beach tomorrow. And I wound up up here at Tower 10. And he said, I need you to get on your knees. And I'm like, I'm not getting on my knees. He's like, cool, deuces. He started walking away. I'm thinking, oh, fuck. Also reified this, like, you don't care. Like, you care, but not in that way. You know, you're not going to pat me on my back. And I said, okay. I was so willing at this point because I was in so much fucking pain. And he said, get on your knees. And I get on my knees. He gets on his knees with me. So right away, it's no longer like this power play. We're like collaborating in this. And he says, I need you to stop the waves. And I'm like, man, listen, this Dr. Quinn medicine woman version of this shit ain't going to work with me. You know, like, I get how this goes. He's like, you're either going to write what happens or you're going to do a bunch of shit that you don't believe in so that your life changes. Because your issue is that you need to rationalize everything and you're out of options, son. Like, what, if not this, what? And he was right. And so I started saying, you know, stop waves. And he's like, louder, man, stop waves. And he got up off of his knees and he started walking away. And I looked back and he's like, nah, keep going. And he's like, keep saying it again. I say, stop waves. He's like, louder, bro. They're all the way over there. You're all the way over here. Stop them waves, man. And now I'm yelling and I'm having like an emotional, it almost feels performative now. Now I'm like back in my bag, back to like the manipulating, hustling, like wiggle room finding. Watch this. Boom. Let me, and then I'm crying.
Wally, can you mute?
Stop waves.
Wally,
can
you
I'm
pause
in
it?
the middle of like the greatest monologue of my life.
So, fair use. Warning: viewer discretion is advised. Language use and other verbal words may be too intense and explicit for young audiences. I want to go. I want to start off with Bolo because I know he's the latest guest here. Bolo, what's your take on it so far from what you've heard of the man, the actor?
I'm lost, brother. I'm trying to grasp what he's talking about. But can you give me, in your words, what he's talking about?
All right, so go. Well, if you want, basically context, put Shia LaBeouf, the man on the right with the beard.
Right.
He I remember at some time you kept seeing on the news he would come out, he would get in trouble with the law, especially post Transformers. After he stopped doing those films, it kind of went on a sort of downward spiral, in and out of getting locked up, or just people recording him and him acting out of character. But deep down, you could sense that there was something wrong with him. He was going through drinking. I think he was using drugs at some point. You know, from the observations of what they were putting on TV and stuff, and some of the things he admitted to, and also he was going through like a crisis, I guess, and maybe like I don't know if it's called a midlife crisis or something, but his way of belonging in the world. he wasn't getting the jobs anymore either. And so he went through a serious depression and spiral. So I think that's the part he's talking about with John Bernthal, because John Bernthal and Shia LaBeouf were in a movie in 2014 called Fury, which depicts a life of tankers during World War II when they were fighting the Germans, and him being a method actor and John being with him, and then after you can see kind of an emotional, kind of like something in their feeling, like something that they're. It's kind of like he's seeing the suffering in the eyes that he went through throughout the podcast, and right now he's just talking with him because I guess Shia had just had a baby and he's with the woman that he is now. I guess he's married, I believe, last I checked. And so I guess his kid kind of saved him and made him look at life in a different way. So that's basically trying to explain what he is, because he just felt so lost. And he made a movie called, I think it was Honey Boy or Honeydew, and it was basically he had hired actors to play the characters, and without saying who he is, the kid basically was him as a child when he was on Even Stevens, growing up as a child actor, and his dad kind of like being kind of sort of neglected and abusive, or just him having to pick up the pieces as a kid while still being a child actor, and then like taking his money, and then the movie says it for itself. I think it's called Honeydew or Honey Boy. Honey Boy, I think, is the movie though. But he's just explaining it, and it was a tough upbringing for him. So things that affected him as a child, to working in the industry as a child, to growing up, and everything went after bad that was happening that spiraled out of control, to now, full circle. That's basically what he's explaining.
Well, I think that we tend to think that these people that we call celebrities don't have problems like we do, and in some situations they might have it worse because their life is played out in front of the media. You see everything. There's nothing that you don't see. Something that we would do that only 2 or 3 people would see, they do something the whole world sees, and then they're used to a certain type of lifestyle. And it's definitely true. Sometimes children can save your life because if you lose your way, you do. This video here, from your explanation of it, just shows that how human these people, air quotes, celebrities that we put on such a pedestal, can be human, dehumanized by not understanding that they go through things that we go through. Money is not always the answer. It's not. You look at, Robin Williams, great actor, all the money in the world, took his life. So I think this right here is just showing you the human side of what we would call a celebrity.
Right. For me, the way I look at this is simply like the moment he starts talking about his coach, the guy that's supposed to help him going through it, and then he talked about hey, tell the waves that are at the sea to stop moving. Right. He's basically saying like control your livelihood, right? Control your domain, because a lot of cases he's basically seeing his life in a spiral where it's losing out of control. He don't know what to do with it. It's like he just asking himself like, what do I do now? Like he's looking all around trying to figure out, and it's world is so spiraling to the point he can't even set still, even if he's sitting still, right? So he want him to be neutral and enough to tell things around him to stop moving, just so he has some clarity of seeing things being, in his control in a sense. Because he's right now, his world is so out of control. Everything around him is so out of control. He don't even have control amongst himself. The thing, like the biggest component here, and I also realized this, his therapist. I know a lot of people talk about therapy and everything else of that nature, and I know there's probably a mention here and there about what's the difference between females and male therapists. This guy that he's going to is a big difference because he's about action. He's about the action of work, like the real work of action. He's not going to talk to you about it. He's going to put you through it. So that's my thing that I took from this.
I want to get Von Eric's take real quick. I want you to make sure Von Eric What you think so far? Do you need me to add certain fills or gaps or gaps, or if you know
Oh no,
about these?
I listened to what you said, so I got
Yeah.
pretty grab. I could see that he's going through a lot mentally, um, as far as his life, where he at in his life. I know he started out acting as a young kid. That can, especially when you're a young kid and you're the it person,
Especially when you hear what happens in the industry to some of these young kids.
right? Especially what they go through. I can see the reason why Cosby, he had a psychiatrist on the show, not on the show, but on the where they did the show, because he made sure there was a psychiatrist, a CPA, and everything, so the kids will be okay as far as how they was growing in the industry. And I think when you like that in the industry, and you got a publicist, you got your CPA, you got all these people around you which make money off of you. They where you can't just keep still, because it's their job to keep you going here, to keep you going there, and it's a lot of times you just want to sit still because you want to get your mind right with your spirit and with your soul. But by you keep moving around and got to do this, and got to do that, and got to do this, then you'd be like, well, I can't sit down because I got other people that I got to take care of because they making money off of me while I'm working. I have to keep going because if I don't, they're not going to make the money. All of that could take a toll, and it could be a heavy burden on you. It's like Eminem. They said, I see Akon. Akon said Eminem, when he goes in the studio now, he only works 8 hours. After that 8 hours, he goes home because he used to be on drugs so bad because he was in so demand and he wanted to meet that demand that was on him. He did everything that he could. He couldn't get his mind together. So that's why he took drugs and stuff like that. And that goes for a lot of stars and a lot
In
of
other words, Von Eric, what you were saying, Akon said Eminem treat his field like a job. You check in, do your
right.
8 hour, you check out.
You
That was
check out.
Akon saying that particular industry. He realized if we don't
Yup.
do it that way, that
Right.
industry have a way of sucking the life force out of your
Yup.
soul.
Yup.
This is why Akon has way too much respect for Eminem. He
Right.
understood the level of integrity and intellect that Eminem was executing in that
Right.
arena, because he said he been to other people who in the
Yup.
music industry didn't do it the same way Eminem was doing it. And the why Eminem is so sounded and grounded, because
Right.
Eminem understands the science behind how to make himself relevant and make himself to last long in this
Right.
industry. A
Right.
lot of people will overdo it to the point whereby the industry got their soul,
Right.
got them on the string like a puppet, and you wonder why they burn out so easily.
Right.
So because of that, Akon took that work ethic with him, went overseas to Africa and did what he could. He understood it. If you don't treat it that way, the industry will take over you.
Yeah. And that's what, and it happens to a lot of them. So they have to come to the point in their lives, hey, I have to stop. I have to get my mind together, get my spirit together, my soul, and build a foundation and stay on that foundation. Because if you don't, like a Canadian said, it will suck you right in, and you don't got time. That's why I seen the video of Steve Harvey. He said he $22 million he was in a hole with the IRS. He was so busy going here, going there, going there. He was giving the man the checks, his accountant, but he was cashing them out as another company, and it was going to him until and his CPA died, and an assistant told him, "Oh, you haven't been paying taxes for 7 years. How could that happen?" That's because the way the industry keeps you moving. It
It's
keeps you
not just
on.
it's not just that alone. Here's the problem with the industry: either be the music industry or the entertainment industry. The problem is people assume I can take whatever the executive tell me to rely on and
Right.
take their word for it. But
Right.
what they don't realize, in any industry you get yourself into, you need a council of wise men who understand the industry far greater than you and understand the game they're going to play, but they're all there to protect your best interest and make sure you don't get ripped off at all. This is why GSP had the right lawyer to negotiate his contract with what he got. The same thing in the industry, those people in the music and entertainment, It's been known how many times they rip up a lot of celebrities.
Well,
Perfect
Marcus,
example. Perfect example. TLC.
I got a
Real quick,
Marcus. I want to ask
real quick,
Marcus.
real quick.
I just want to say,
Fine,
guys, I gotta
fine.
go. I gotta
Yeah.
go, guys. I just want to say, Marcus, thank you for the love, and brothers, thank you for showing me some love up on the stage.
All right.
Man.
Thank you,
Love.
Bolo.
Definitely,
Thank you
Bolo.
for coming
Thank
on.
you, my
blessed
brother
night.
Bolo TV.
All right, baby.
Peace out, Bolo.
All right, man.
So what I was saying, it totally true because I hear what he was talking about, and I get a
I'll be right
not
back,
say
you
an
guys.
ounce.
Go to the bathroom.
Okay, I get what was going on with him in the industry, but what I'm noticing is happened a trend for many decades that people are not paying attention to. One of the very few who comprehend it make the right move to protect themselves on a mental level and the emotional level, not to let the industry drain them dry. That's the thing.
But Marcus, you still there, Marcus? Marcus? Oh, he probably stepped away.
No, I'm still here, bro. What's up, man?
As a person, because what's his name? Shea, what's his name? Shea. As a
Shia.
person, you're in the service. Have you experienced some of the people in the service who cannot handle certain situations in the service due to they thought it was going to be a certain way, and when they got in the service, it wasn't, and their mind ended up being like this guy here in the video? Have you seen that, experienced that?
Yeah, I've seen people break down. Depending on what their job is, and depending what they have to do, what they see throughout their experiences, it is tough for some people to come back home and or be over there away from home, and maybe they might see somebody get blown up.
Right.
They might get shot. They might they know that things aren't so sweet in life. So when they get put out in that kind of scenario, you start seeing some of the things that some of these other people go through in their countries, and then who knows, you might see a buddy get shot in front of you and get his head blown off, or you might get a phone call from home that you lost one of your loved ones and then they're not mentally okay, or you might get a phone call or you might get a letter saying, hey, dear John, like your wife left you, or the guy passes away, and then or the military, and the person in the military passes away, and the family member gets the wife or the kid gets a letter. Dear Billy, hey, your father didn't make it, or your mom didn't make it, and it's a spiraling effect. Sometimes some of them get hooked on alcohol, some of them get addicted to nicotine and cigarettes, some of them get into worse habits. They get into the whole opiates and medication, and they get processed, they get kicked out, they get processed out, they get medically discharged sometimes, they get dishonorably discharged depending on what it is, and then you see some of these homeless people that are former veterans, and they chose wrong, or they chose how to deal with it wrong, or sometimes the military screws them over and they're done. And it's kind of like when a person in prison, when they're too old, they kind of do the whole thing called compassionate release, and they just throw them out. And so it just depends, right? So when he was saying the whole thing about I listened when he said he had a gun or a shotgun or something, and he had it kind of pointing at him, and so that I've had a moment where it was kind of tough when I lost guys, when I lost some of my fallen comrades and stuff, and some of the guys, they didn't pass away when they were deployed, they passed away over here. One of the guys I knew, he was helping this lady on the freeway, and he gets smacked by a semi as he's helping the lady, and he had just got a newborn baby, and we were stationed at a duty station in 29 Palms, but we were relieved from our duty, so we went to have a little vacation, and I guess on our way back, when we had to come back, that's when I heard about the news, and we had a funeral for him, and a warrior's burial, and the flag draped coffin and stuff, but he left a newborn baby and the wife, and his life was taken in his unfortunate circumstance because he was trying to help somebody that was in the middle of the freeway on the side, and he gets hit, and that's it, But it's.
So you said sometimes that could get to someone mentally and end up doing, like you said, this guy's been doing with the gun and everything. Have you ever had any comrades or friends that ever took their life due to they was going through things they was going through mentally?
Yeah, yeah, I definitely knew. I knew a couple of them. One of them was like a combat veteran too, so
Oh
or
wow.
a guy that he was still in the service, but um, he just decided to take his life because he just couldn't handle it anymore,
Oh wow.
and he snapped, and you can't really blame somebody. Like that's why you got to be mentally tough, and I think you should have deeper background checks and see what they can take, what they can't take, because the human mind can only take so much sometimes, and so it's just tough, man, because it's already bad enough in the country we are here. We have, I think, one of the highest recordings of self deletions, but it's weird because we live in a first world country, and yet other countries they probably have some issues like we do. Maybe it's not as reported as much, or maybe they just don't care. But when it comes to certain jobs you do, it's a very it, it's a very strenuous job to do. So it's
How did you get through it though? What did you rely on to get the push through? The push through.
from
What did you rely on?
well, for one thing, survival. For one thing, survival, and then for another, family. Another was just like I have a I had a hope and a faith in my belief in God. So that helped me a lot, and I had to prepare myself physically and mentally to say, hey, there might be some things that I can't unsee if I see it over there. That I have to prepare myself, even though I know you can tell yourself these things and they can still shock you, they can still traumatize you, and you and then it's also the group of people you're around too. Some guys I didn't get along with that were different left and right of me, but I had to trust them. They had to trust me. Some guys I did get along with,
Do you have
and
to
that I,
sometimes? Do you have to sometimes by you being the type of person you are, especially with God, you got an open mind, a good heart. Do you have to sometimes push people away due to it can be overwhelming when they come to you with their things they're going through?
oh, you mean like if I had to like just kind of have like a wall up or something like that, like not really having that close to me? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, like sometimes you might have to like, you know what? I'm just gonna have to like walk away or push sometimes just take a day to push and to say, hey, I don't want to listen to no one but because that can be overwhelming too. While you listening to everybody, their problems and things like that, that could be a burden on you.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I feel like that at times sometimes, sure, but at the same time, when you're on the clock, let's say, I don't have time for that. And then when shit hits the fan, that there is no time for, oh, I don't want to deal with this right now, And it's like I hear somebody else that has issues. It's just within me as a person, and just to look out for somebody and have like a shoulder to lean on and an ear to listen to.
Sure.
Yeah, I was always that kind of guy, so
It's
I
a
was
it's a
always like,
it's a thing in the Bible. Moses was having a lot of burdens on him, and what God did is took the burdens that was on him and shared it with other brothers within within Israel. So it kind of reminds me like what you're saying, how he took that burden, the spirit of burden over him, and then shared it with other people because it got so heavy on him, especially dealing with so many things and with Israel and stuff like that. The burden became real heavy on him.
definitely. That definitely happens a lot more than you think, and that's why like remember that rapper Logic? Remember him, the white guy?
Yeah, he from Maryland too.
Yeah, that song he did, the 1-800 song,
Yeah,
and it was basically the self deletion prevention hotline.
right.
Yeah.
And that when he made that song, it boosted like 35% of people that weren't calling, and it was like a 35% boost
Yeah,
from callers and people that had wanted to commit self deletion stuff.
yeah,
And maybe some of them were veterans, some of them were just people that were just average going to work at a simple job. Maybe there's some people that went through something traumatic. It doesn't matter. You were a kid in school, or you're a grown man, a grown woman. Um, it was just that things that people go through daily, and sometimes they have these dark thoughts. They don't want to keep going because life is tough. Life is hard. Life is not supposed to meant to be easy, and the strong will survive. And sometimes people that break down don't end up going to the finish line. They end up checking out early. So it's a bit of a conundrum, you know. So
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that is, and it could be overwhelming. There's some people, I've experienced. There's some people you would never think that what they're going through, they smiling and joking and things like that. And then in the week or next day, they done took their life, and it's like you never know. You never know. That's why I try to talk. I try to talk to people, and always want to get to know and see what they're going through, because you never know who you may help. And then sometimes you just have to watch what you say, because one thing can take someone and they go home and feel real bad, and just I felt like that when I was on knowledge and relationship. When I was talking, all of a sudden, I forgot her name. She was crying. I was like, oh man, I felt bad because
who was crying?
The girl in knowledge relationship. I forgot her name.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Damn. I know. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I'm sure. Sophia.
Yeah, and she started crying, and I was like, I'm feeling bad because I was just asking questions to try to, and I guess it brought certain things up. I was when I hung up, man, I was like, man, I feel really bad. So try not to, and I know sometimes words.
When was this again, Vaughn? When did this happen?
It was like months ago.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think we was talking about it was. I forgot we was talking. We was talking about different things as far as. I think we were talking about what we talking about now.
Yeah.
And it had something to do with. Then we started talking about as far as the kids, what the kids, how the kids was raised, and things like that.
Right, and then she teamed up, and then they switched it. For
I know you're not talking with your mouth full right now.
Yes, I am, lover.
Oh, hell no.
It's funny that you guys
I
have
don't
this
want you choking, Wally. Eat your food and then talk, man.
Sorry.
I'm just looking out for you, man. I'm not.
I understand. That's why I'm done.
But here's the thing. While you're talking about all this thing, the first thing came to my mind? There's one independent artist made a song that came out on March 11th. And the song, mind you, he's independent. He's not on the no record label. And this song hit global on a different scale. It got to a point whereby I was like, you know what? This is the song you only got to listen to the lyric and see what he did. Because he made a mega remake of all the people who did their alcohol challenge, and they put their own struggle in the song. So I say it hit global. Not one artist.
I know you talk about. He said a. Oh yeah, he said a river. He got different people coming on singing a.
What?
Yeah. Oh yeah, black guy.
He had more of that. He got more of an impact than all these so-called artists
Yeah,
we have
he did.
today.
Yeah, he sure
And
did.
he's also a Canadian-born Nigerian as well.
Yeah, I forgot his name. Yeah, I seen that he had a whole bunch of people come, different people.
I got the screen of the original one
Oh
that
yeah,
he sang.
yeah,
And if you want to share it, you can share it because Marcus seen it already. I'm sure he
yeah.
did.
I seen that. I seen that. That was great.
I played that song more than, I don't know, maybe 20, 30 times.
Yeah.
And not realize every radio show that heard the song, they made sure they played it because there was too many people who can relate to that music.
Yeah.
But he saved so many people with it and then some.
Yeah, he sure did. And it was some talented people coming on there singing and stuff. It was some talented people.
Yo, you even got artists who want to join into it as well, who are
Right,
well-known
he sure
independent
did.
artists. They're like, nah, I
And
want to
look, if I got beats, man, trust me, I'll be right. I'll be doing some rights right now.
If you listen to the song right now, I promise you, if you were to do a part 2 to that mega remix, you
Yeah.
have too many people that have their own struggle in that same scenario. Imagine what he's doing. That even all the independent review on YouTube saying, "Yo, you need to protect this guy because what the guy doing is on the road. No one doing what he's doing right now.
Yeah, he did.
Nobody."
Yeah, that's true. He did a good. Yeah, that was.
And I
Hey,
watched
Beast
his growth.
Yeah, you make beats, Wild?
No, I don't make beats. I actually write songs. I can actually write.
Oh
But this,
I can really write. Hey, look, I'm
sure.
multifaceted in a lot of skills. Trust me.
I'm telling you, when I say this, I know what I call real talent. This guy is true talent, and I'm glad he's not under no record label. Because if he was, he wouldn't get this big.
I'm
On
gonna have
his
to
own.
send you a beat, see if you can write to it.
If you want me to play it, I can play it. You know what I mean? It's up to Marcus.
You write R&B wise.
I can write. Honestly, I can write. Okay, so I can write rap, hip hop, R&B. I have no problem writing R&B. It's just
Go for it.
I
Go right
myself-
now. Spit a 16. Spit a 16.
No, not that level, Marcus. Not that level, motherfucker. Not that level.
Oh.
Hey, Von Eric. He's gonna be like that white guy in Scary Movie 3.
Oh,
He hits both the
no.
harmonica.
Hell
He
no.
does the hey, he says, "Pussy, beep, ho."
Oh hell no! Oh hell! Don't you dare!
Wow.
Don't you dare! I got more bars than that.
Wow.
I got
Hey,
more
hey,
bars
Von.
than that.
Von.
Goddamn.
Hey, Von. At the end, he's gonna say, "Bars."
Wow.
Real quick, other than Marcus's
Wow.
dissing, salute
Hey,
to Sherelle that came through the chat.
Hey, Sherelle. Yo, that's a low blow.
Hey,
That's
what's
a
that,
movie,
Sherelle? Hey, if you want to
diss.
come through, Sherelle, hit the link if you want.
Hey, movie this. Wow, that is low blow.
Mother
Hey,
lover.
I just say.
I got more bars than that. Goddamn, I got more bars than
No,
that.
yeah, he got. Hey, Von, he got chocolate bars, all right.
Oh hell no!
Oh wow.
All right.
Yo.
I'm telling you, I got bars, nigga.
Hey,
Don't play with
but
me.
you know what he doesn't have? Wi-Fi bars, no cellular bars.
Oh, you want to talk? You want to talk, motherfucker? You lucky you haven't dropped off. You 6 dated.
Yo, the roof was on. Hey, the roof was
Hey,
on
Sherelle.
fire.
I am glad Black Man is not here because I got worse.
You feel like
I
this.
am
You feel
glad Black Man is the worst one to have this type of joke around. He will drag it and make it even worse than what it is.
Man, look here.
Oh God, that's just low blow.
Oh.
Chocolate bar.
Hey, I gotta say, real quick
and
though,
no-
I gotta say
and
shout
no
out to
cel-
Sherelle though.
and
Sherelle,
no
cause
cello bar. Come on, man, that's
man,
wrong.
I know I had to though, Black David. He was pressing me, but I gotta say this. I gotta say shout out to Sherelle, man, because she does show a lot of support, a lot through the chat
I
and
know she
panel,
does.
and she be out on these YouTube streets. You know, she's making money. She's a high value woman. She doesn't want to deal with no low value sucker. And we gotta,
AKA Pookie and Wewe.
Oh, yep. She ain't got no time for Pookies and Ray Rays. You know,
At least the dumb ones.
make sure. Yeah. So, all y'all out there that want to shoot a shot at Sherelle, you better have that 401k, that portfolio. You gotta have that dividends. You gotta have the lot. You gotta have the property. You gotta have that, and you gotta have that yacht.
Did you say
Hey, let me-
401k?
Let me say this.
Yeah,
on that
401k. My bad. It was a little mixed up.
Let me say this on that note. You need to look at the Culture Kinetic channel, YouTube channel, and watch some of the reaction he had on certain conversation. This is why I'm saying people keep saying these things about the high value man or you cannot find a good man. Someone on that conversation that Culture Kinetic was commenting on, that people keep overlooking and we've been saying it for far too long. You say you cannot find a good man, you can't find a high value man. The high value man is the one who don't be out on the street, who don't be in the corner. He burying something in the book, get the good grade to get to the college of his choice, to get the degree he needs to get the real job to make the real money. But 9 times out of 10, they're not considered to be attractive until 10, 20 years later, they're the top executive. Now you want them to look at you. So it wasn't good enough back then, but when you climb the rank, now you want to be good for you? Get the hell out of
This
here.
is why I fairly honestly believe this whole mindset of women date up, men date down. I'm not dating down. I'm looking for you need either right there behind me or right beside me or a little bit ahead of me.
And this is why I said the argument it had no weight because people keep saying the same thing over and over as if the guy.
How dare you, mother?
No, here's the thing. Let me tell you why I'm saying that. No, why they got a point because people don't understand this. You make it seem that these nerdy people are invisible.
Von Eric, you still there?
Yeah,
but
you
look at all the major corporations right now. Think about it. You look
Hold
at
on. Let me do a close up real quick on Wally.
You look at all the major corporations right now. None of the guys that run the corporation this day are Pookie and Ray Ray. None of the guys that making these big corporates that making huge amount of money was the type of guy that these ladies ever would make time for them in the first place.
Where'd you go, Wally?
Let's be honestly real. That conversation
Uh-huh.
got no weight.
Dust.
Because
Yeah, I
think
see
about
what
it
you.
though.
I see
Think
what you.
about it.
I see what you mean. But I just think some men, if you are a certain status, why would you go to the club in the hood?
No,
and
and that's the thing.
why
People
would you
didn't
do
know.
that?
People don't get it.
And then complain about it if the girl acts a certain way. Look where you at. Why would you
But
go to
no,
something?
those guys who are complaining are the ones who are not the nerd. They want the people who tend to pretend to be nerd or tend to be something that they're not.
Right.
Let's be honestly real. Let's be logistically real. Those guys are complaining. What about the other guys who got time for social media, only got time for the book and the study, who got time to work on their craft, who got time to build an empire, who got time to build a business? Why they're not here doing the same thing? Oh yeah, they don't got time for the shenanigans female who made these arguments.
But look what you're going at. If you're around those type of women or those type of people, that's what you're going to get. Now, I'm not going to disrespect them or put them down, but that's
And I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that.
That's the environment that you're in. If you're going down there in that type of environment, of course you're going to get those type of.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because the guys that they overlook don't stay in their environment. They go to the next level.
Right.
That's why I said those who work in corporate America, they will tell you the type of level of class. Those women in the corporate America who got certain positions, who climbing up the rank, they're not the same type of people that you see that come on YouTube complaining or they can't find no good men.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Because I work in corporate America and I ask the same question. Do these guys have time for social media, to be honest with you? When they're doing business, making business calls, making business deal, network with people off social media, traveling around the world, creating new business off social media, making new business, new deals, new corporations, new collaborations off social media, who don't pay no attention to the shenanigans on social media, ain't marrying the woman from the community that these people come on social media to complain about X, Y, Z. So let's make it make sense. Because a lot of these people who say that shenanigan could not even walk into the JP Morgan Bank corporate headquarters. Not even UBS Bank. Not even the Ethelada Pan Company that's located at 757 Fifth Avenue. Not that list Thomas Ryder. Bank of America. Like, you think they'll be able to work in that type of environment? Oh, hell no. So what are that shenanigan on about? And chaos, if people too dumb to understand what they call an image consultant, this guy is the kind of guy, when you're an image consultant on that level, who do you talk to? Executive, CIO, COO, and many other among the 1% of leadership in multiple corporations.
Yep.
If he say he talk to these kind of people who make from at least 800 to 2 million to 50 a year, to the point whereby if you do the calculation, most of their money don't come from salary, come from stock option. Anton spilled the beans about how they get their wealth. Do you think they want to have anybody could cost them their money or their bag? No. And chances is, if you don't sign that prenup, security can take her off the premises, please. Thank you.
Well, hey, Wally,
The next time she come here, throw in the slammer. Thank you.
But Wally, you said dating down. What do you mean by that? Dating
Well,
down.
okay, so the mantra of the relationship conversation is this, right? Men dating down, right? So basically meaning men have to settle for women, right? So think about it, right? Women, you can be average, you can work an average job and whatever, right? And you can date the highest gallery of men. But the thing is, notice, women can chase forward. They can go for the highest bidder. Men, on the other hand, have to settle for a decent chick.
So when you say dating down, you're talking about class, right?
Classical.
It goes into that, yes, it goes into that. But but for our demographic in America, not so much about class.
I'll make it more simple for you. They use a medieval court system. You got the king, queen, dukes, and court justice. King, queen, and duke are on a level whereby you don't have no access to that particular circle unless as they're passing by, they see something they like, they want to quote unquote purchase what they see. They have been proven throughout the
I just heard gunshots outside my door. Hold on.
They have been proven throughout the ages of time, throughout history, that it has been a known fact that people of that caliber always date down, they pick or choose who they want to waste their time on or have fun with or consider to be something they want to invest in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see. But
And based on that classism, there's an age attached to that as
so
well.
you're talking about. But you see, I'm just trying.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get.
And let me. I get what you're saying, but let me make it understanding for you. Let me bring my quote into the play of it. Now, within the Nigerian culture, we have men who are with status, with resource, and a very strong network, who like to find women at a very young age who are less corruptible, that they can bring in and mold them to their own design. You get what I'm talking about? So it's up to them, and they only have one, or maybe two, or maybe three. In my culture, these men of status have either two or three or four or five wives, and it's legal to them because they have the means and the resource and the facility to accommodate that. You get what I'm saying? And it also happened in other big nations or people of high status in society. Now we bring it to American standards. We bring it to American standards. This has been known in corporate America.
I got
people
that.
have wives who they don't bring to the work arena, but they have what they call a quote unquote assistant that look like a pen-up model.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to get with I'm trying to just get the statistics with Wally is saying. When Wally is saying,
So here's my So here's my thing, right? When amongst the many people, this the RP, the Black Manosphere, wherever out there, right, that speak this. But I'm going to tell you what from my visuals of the whole concept of dating down, right? Put it like this: if you had a choice between dating a decent to like in quote unquote Kevin Samuels' idea of a 6 and up, but knowing that she's going to be trash in attitude, trash in her demeanor, trash in everything else, or would you rather date someone that's a decent 6, maybe a 5, but she holds herself well in attitude, she accommodates your image?
So in other words, dust
oh my
or no
goodness,
dust.
Let me talk.
It's not dust or no dust.
Go ahead.
It's more like, in other words, that
let Wally finish. Go ahead.
Marcus, you will respect the mother love.
But what I'm trying to say, women who are a good 6, willing to submit to the program and be under the leadership and not trying to fight against it as if she knows better than the one who's already completed already.
So okay, I got that. I got you now because it doesn't. Because I would just say this, making sure as far as class, some people will look at the class and say I'm not dating down in class, and end up getting the same type of woman.
Hold on, real quick. Black David, what Black David? What do you have in the backstage on your screen? What was the other thing you're showing?
My son playing Rocket League. Sorry, Elijah, Lord.
Oh, I thought you wanted to show something.
No,
My bad.
what I want to show right now is called Dax, Their Alcohol. That's the song I was talking about. How it's so profound according to.
Oh, you talking about Dax?
Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh yeah, I know about Dax. Oh yeah, that shit was
that guy.
Hey, I was able to make a remix in my head about that same thing. Oh my goodness, that was lit.
But while I was trying to talk, let me put it like this: who the perfect example? Amira from the Peace Network. She said when she met her husband, She's acting technically the second wife. Her husband meet her father and her uncle and brothers, where they were properly vet, where he was properly vetted to see if you were worthy to marry Amira. When they did their interview, they did their talking, they did their vetting, whatsoever, and found out he's more than enough to do that, they he was given the right to marry Amira. You know what I'm saying? He comes
Right.
from a
Rite of
high
passage.
status, picking someone that he look at and he do his. Ain't no man of that status will marry no chicken head and bring
Right.
onto his kingdom, knowing that chicken head can sabotage the kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That means she's not. Yeah, she's
You're
mentally
not fit for the role.
right. She's not mentally to
Bingo.
understand and to
And
do.
here what I
But
noticed
then
a lot.
that could go both because let's just put Prince Charles, right? When he married Prince Diana, her family's prestigious, wealthy. She will be considered a lower standard, but
Yes,
yet she was she was mentally everything at a higher standard, even though he was at a higher standard class due to he was from
bingo.
a royal
Yes,
family.
Now, see,
but
now
here's the thing.
that's on
Here's the
character.
thing. I'm glad you mentioned that, and let's be more technical. Yet, based on her value, it's more of a higher standard. The problem with Prince Charles, yes, he's from a higher class, but have low value, just like his brother.
Exactly. Right. Yeah. His mental, as far as mentally, he was,
And
now
that
he might
is,
have been on a higher status, but
it's, it, it's,
she was mentally on a higher status. And people may say, as far as her prestigious background, where she came from, because she was very wealthy due to her father
yeah,
and
but
her,
it made her
back,
look like she was a true actor, what a princess supposed
right,
to be.
right.
But also said a lot about the kingdom of England, meaning you're bringing low class standard people in a high class standard class, meaning Prince Charles and his brother will never work to be where they are right now because the value they project out there is of a low value. If you look at history, you talk about based on the kingdom you have, based on the product you put out, it's
And you
a
know
lot about
what?
how strong your kingdom is.
And I'll give you this. Here's another caveat, Vaughn. Think about this. Look up the way the wolf moves, right? The landscape of a wolf, right? If you understand that wolf foundation, only the alphas are able to be married and have kids.
Mhm.
The only ones to breed, the alphas. The betas cannot do it at all.
Mhm.
Okay.
The betas had their role, but they're not able to breed. So what that tells you, the highest
Mhm.
order are able to breed, the lowest order are not able to breed. And if you think about it, in our livelihood, that's the same damn thing. The
And this why
highest
I add my, and
breed,
this
the
why I brought
lowest
in my culture, whereby, like he said, the alpha are allowed to have more than one wife. You had no say against that because they had the resource, they got the status, they got the network and the influence. No regular person can afford to have more than one wife and fully take care of. This is why I make a mockery of the so-called polygamy they do in this country when it's not true polygamy in the first place.
right, because the way they're doing it, it's nothing but a sausage flesh swing around,
It's no different than the bootleg disc of a movie you sell on the street.
basically.
Oh,
I
you
mean,
said you talk about like the polygamy, what the Mormons do, and a couple other people.
most of the polygamy out here, give or take, is morely like swingers. In my
Oh,
honest,
okay.
It
that's
either
how,
swinger, or it's either swinger or you consider it as a bootleg disc to the real thing.
right.
Because I had to go on multiple panels. I'm sure while I've heard me spoke about it, I tell you, real true polygamy is backed by a long-term culture that understands the rules and the law behind it. When a bunch of retarded idiots who never grew up or have no real connect influence of polygamy should not be ever talk about it in the first place.
Oh, because they don't know the history and the foundation of it.
Bingo, bingo.
Yep.
They
They're
wanna
just
like when
getting
they get
nuanced polygamy.
that's why I call it bootleg. It's no different from a bootleg DVD that you sell on the street. People try to want to quote scripture, but they don't do their homework. 'Cause in the scripture, those them would so-called practice it or really did practice it. What lineage did they have? If your lineage is identical to their lineage, hell no. So shut the F up. This is what the problem is when people want to take things out of content and try to implement it, but won't take the whole entire structure and fully analyze it. When you have a dumbed down society trying to think things out of the realm of their own level of understanding, and then it can make it work in their own realm of things. It's
And
not
this is why I
going
say
to work.
context matters all the fucking time.
This is why I'm a vicious nerd who likes to beat people down and tear down their self-esteem and take their spine with them and take their soul and let them hanging. I
Now,
worse
now
than
hold on. Now,
I,
see,
wo-
see,
I,
see
wo-
this?
I
We see
worse
this,
than
right?
Shah Khan.
We see this,
I know.
right? This
I know.
ninja just dropped the freak down. He always talk about me.
I know. But here's the thing. My philosophy is worse than Shah Khan. I don't want your soul. I want your soul. I want your self-esteem. I want your spine and whatever backbone you have left. Take all that left and leave your empty shell.
No.
But yeah, but, see, but this is why, and you know what? Funny though is, but this is why I haven't did it yet, but I'm going to, because one thing I'm gonna talk about is a lot of things about our people in our community want to talk about is, oh, we got to be for the community, but they talk like lions. And if you know about the lion only cares about his singular freaking family pack, whereas
Yeah,
the
but
wolf is about community amongst the
here's the
whole.
problem. No, let me next time they talk like lions, but no different with a domestic pussycat.
That too.
That's the problem. They're not
And
even
it's why I
real
say they're
lions.
basically lions in wolf clothing. They're trying to be they're basically trying to be lions within
No,
wolf clothing. I'm sorry.
no,
Who you talking about? You talking
no.
about communities?
Yeah,
About
because like when black,
But here's the
usually when you hear black people, most of the black guys talk about communities, but then you talk about how they want to be singular as far as acting like a lion. My thing is, why you keep talking like a lion in wolf clothing?
Here's the problem. Here's the
Hey,
problem with that.
real quick, guys. Though I do want to make sure we get through the video because I don't want to make sure.
Yeah.
I know. I'm making sure. The problem with people who talk about community, here's the problem. One, they don't know the definition of the word community. Two, they don't know the concept of what community really is. Three, they don't have the knowledge nor the intellect to help build a community. And yet, there are multiple communities surrounding you, and you don't want to learn from them, but you think you know better than them. And yet, you're at the bottom right there that above you.
Right, because community is not just a singular thing. It's
Never
literally
have
the
been.
whole individuals.
It never have been.
But
And that's the problem with these dodo birds. They keep saying community, community, community. And what the hell are you doing?
right, because let's be honest here, community is only within your state where you're at right now. That's where you got to work from.
Hey, yo, Wally, if you can please play the video now.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Up. Okay.
My life on his beach.
Stanley Kowalski.
Yeah, exactly. And he puts his hand on my shoulder and he goes, "You can stop all that," which made me like giggle. I started giggling, and then he stood up and he put his hand on my left shoulder and put his hand on my right shoulder, and he said, "Welcome to AA." And it did something to me that felt like warrior shit. I didn't. It felt like man code, like G shit. It didn't feel like fluffy, cute shit, book reading, sitting in a. It felt like
you're on a mission.
Yeah, it felt purposeful, and it felt sexy. To be honest with you, sexy in the way that listening to Kevin Vance feels sexy to a young man who feels like a boy. It felt so rooted, and it wasn't emotional. It wasn't performative. He wasn't trying to manipulate me, but it was kind of hokey and like the knights in shining armor kind of hokiness that like made me feel like a little kid again. And he said, "I need you to go home and clear out, like clear the decks." And I'm like, nah, man. Like for me, and I don't know if you felt this way, but every woman was the one for me. There was never a two. If you liked me, you were the one. And that had to do with my insecurity and my fear. Like I didn't have there was no 2 or 3, or I was just dating like frivolously. It was always like this grand hair climbing a super emotional, super romantic, super this fierce romance, that I was searching for, desperate little boy shit. And he said, you got to clear the decks. And I'm like, I don't know if I can do that, man. I feel like she's the one. And he's like giggling to himself, this isn't my wife. My wife is not involved in my life at this point. And I got this one who's not the one who accused me of this shit. And she's just another person who's been trapped in my sphere of, well, look, man, I'll tell you what, you can keep doing it your way, or you can try some new shit, because the way that you're living, it's fuck. You're fucked. You're fully fucked. You're doomed, is what he said. You're doomed. That was the word. And I flipped to this page. He made me flip to this doctor's opinion we got in our book. And in a doctor's opinion, or how our book starts, it mentions the word doomed. And he's like, this isn't like another AA guy. This is a doctor telling you you're doomed if you don't figure this shit out. And he goes, to put it in perspective, if you went to Kaiser Permanente, right, your x-ray up on a light board, and you're looking at a picture of your clavicle, and the doctor said, hey, man, you see that gray spot just above your chest cavity? You're doomed. What would happen to you is your asshole would suck. You would fucking start sweating bullets, and you wouldn't be thinking about the job that you got to get to, or the girl you got to hold on to, or where you're going to go for Father's Day, or what. That you immediately, your whole life would get very small, and the only rational response to that kind of information is, well, what do I do? And if I told you to staple a dog's dick to your fucking chin,
Okay. I can see why it's not supposed to be on alcohol.
Guys, if you're still recording your podcast on Zoom, do yourself and your listeners a favor and start using Riverside. You get
Riverside, I understand what that is. Riverside is a recording platform me and my former co-host used to use to do a recording.
It's also a county in California as well.
I know. The Riverside thing, it's all right and everything. What I'm pissed on my friend that we put all the video that we did together, so it's kind of like we got almost a backlog of great videos.
Oh, you're talking about your old partner, Mark?
My old partner doing my podcast I was
And
doing
if
with him. He was Riverside.
told you to staple a dog's dick to your fucking chin and walk up and down the street picking up cigarette butts, you would do it. You wouldn't ask me why or whether you believe in it or nothing. You go look for a dog, And so that made sense to me. He puts me in a car. He says, I need you to listen to this Sandy Beach tape. Now, at this point in my life, like I'm like barely hanging on, and I'm using this woman like drugs. Every time I need validation, I'm with this woman, and she becomes with the job, the mask of success that the job created for me, which kept me from like really looking at myself. She became that for me in the interim. And he's like, you got to get rid of all of it. There is no more work and no more romance for a year. You're going to have to give me a year. And I'm thinking like, I'm not gonna be able to pull that off, and right away I'm half measuring, and this is my wiggle room. I can't. And he says, I need you to download this tape, this Sandy Beach tape. Sandy Beach is a big speaker. And in this,
what was the speech?
Yeah, the speech was, he was talking about this Chinese farmer, and this Chinese farmer and his son, they're picking radishes about the ground, and they don't own the land that they're farming off of, and they're barely subsisting. They're giving 70% to the landowner. They're living off of 30% of these radishes. Their whole financial legacy is tied up into this workhorse. And one day, and the son is really working the land because the man is too old. And one day the workhorse runs up off the hill. He just fucks off. He's up the hill. And the son runs into the house and he shakes his dad up and he says, Dad, you're not going to believe it. This is a travesty. We're going to die out here. I can't get these radishes to grow unless I turn this land over, and I can't move that hoe without the horse, and the horse is gone. This is a nightmare. And the old man, nonplussed, looks at his son. He goes, I don't know what this is, son. I don't know if it is a nightmare. I can't call it. And the son thinks his dad's out to lunch, or like ambivalent, or something's wrong, or he's too old. And a couple days later, the kid is chilling on the porch and he sees the horse running down the hill with 50 wild stallions behind it. And they run into the paddock, and he locks the paddock, and he runs inside and he hits the dad. He's like, man, this is fuck radishes. Like, we're rich, we're in the horse business. We're in the horse trading business now. This is a miracle, Dad. I'm gonna go tell everybody we're trading horses now. And the father looks at his son nonplussed again and says, I don't know what this is. I don't know if it's a miracle. I can't call it. And a couple more days pass, and the son's trying to break these horses down, domesticate these horses. He didn't know anything about horses. He's a radish farmer. So one of the horses ain't having it. He rears up, kicks him in his leg. It's like 1400s China. There's no Kaiser Permanente. His shit is shattered. Yeah. They wrap him in some like tobacco leaves and sprinkle some mint on it. Go sit in a chair for a while. And And he's wailing, and the townspeople hear about it. And the townspeople run up on the little shack, and oh man, what are you gonna do? You know, you can't domesticate these horses. You can't move this hoe. You guys are fully fucked. I don't know what you're gonna do, but this is pretty much the end, right? Like, this is a nightmare. And the old man says, I don't know what this is. He looks at his son's leg. He goes, I don't know what this is. I can't really call it. A couple more days pass. He's sitting with his son. He's trying to calm him down. He's in the middle of pain, and they hear this thunderous noise, and they look up on the ridge line, and they see 5,000 samurai on horseback running towards their little hut. And the commanding officer gets off his horse and says, give us your son. We're going to fight the Maoist army. And he looks at his son's leg, and he looks back at the samurai army, and he goes, I would, but he can't get out the chair. You know, he can't get on his, he can't. No, I can't. I would, but I can't. He's crippled. And the man gets back on his horse, and 8,000 men ride off to their death. And I listen to this tape, and I'm driving back from the beach back to where I'm living, and I get out of my car, and her bags are packed. She's on her way out. And old me would have written a haiku poem in blood and ripped my shirt off Hulk Hogan style, ran down the street and jumped through the fence, and that guy, climbed the hair up the thing. Yeah, boombox in the air guy. That's what I came up on. And something in me, from having heard what I just heard, what feels like this is now I can't get no lower. I hear this like I can't call it. And it becomes like this, the most diplomatic breakup I ever had in my life. And I say, what can I do? And can I get you a car? And she goes, no, don't worry about it. Go get well. And I go walk into my house, and I call my dude up, and I'm like, man, most diplomatic thing I ever. And I'm in my meeting, I'm telling all the dudes, like, I think this program's really working in my life, man. And then I got 5 days sober, and they're like, bro, I think you're pink clouding. Why don't you go to another fucking meeting, Jack? And I go on to this other meeting. Now, the whole time I've been doing this for the first 5 daws, I'm on the phone with a lawyer. Like, look, this is true, but this isn't true. And I got receipts for this, and I'm not going to do this. And I'm fighting tooth and nail. I'm on the phone with the agents, and the manager's like, listen, you got to believe me, and blah, 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 and doing that shit, right? And my sponsor's telling me the whole time, he's like, look, you're going to have to let go, dog. Like, the wind's at your back. Just let go. And I'm hearing him, but I'm not doing it. You know, I'm on the phone. I'm on the phone with him. I'm hanging up the phone. I'm fighting this thing, and I got a lawyer who's like, you need to go to rehab for anger management. Because when you go to court, no AA is going to mean shit, you know? Addicts had already juiced that route for so long that it don't mean nothing. We need clinical receipts that you're doing something, right? And I'm like, I'm not going to rehab. That's
Pause it right there.
I've always really like cultivated my brown bagger, right? Like, I don't like wearing new shoes.
So you see that right there, and it's interesting because that credibility that you need when you're supposed to going already into court, when you're facing certain consequences or actions that is really taken against you, those things are called, I guess you can put it as meritocracy if you want, in a way where the judge will say, oh, you know, this person may be going through something, but maybe he's trying to get better. So that's supposed to show some type of credibility when using it, the person that's trying to take the court. You want to say something, David?
From what I'm looking at right now, it say way too much. It showed that while he was in the entertainment industry, he had no foundation.
Yeah.
He was walking.
No one to really trust.
No, forget no one to really trust. He came in the industry young. He was a kid when he got into the industry. He had no counsel who can protect him on a mental level, on the emotional level. He was taken by the wave of success and growth without no sound foundation in place. So in case when the storm hit, he won't drown. This what happened when too many people who want to be rich, want to be famous, and want to have that life, but with no foundation. It's like saying you want all these things given to you. You want to jump the gun, but yet you don't know how to manage the little thing you have, but you want to bypass the little thing going from point A to point F. And when you do that, be aware what can happen when that thing is taken from underneath your feet. and the storm hits you, I wonder where you will put your feet at. And the way he was talking, the way he was trying to articulate himself, it shows how lost he really was. This guy was more than a victim. He was shock food.
Mm.
The dude
Right.
was shock food. Not even fish food. He was shark food. They did what they want to do with him when they found out they can never get no money out of him no more. They left it. They threw him on the wayside. And the way it's watching him speak, why he was telling a Chinese story that come with a Chinese philosophy, and he tried his best to articulate what it really means. I get what the story is all about. I get it has some type of evidence of influence that makes you think, you know what you go through, don't question it. Just continue to watch and learn from it. Chinese philosophy is not a simple philosophy if you don't know the origin of their culture and the way of thinking and the way of living.
Mhm.
This is why people, I hate to say this is a country with no real culture trying to adopt multiple cultures.
Without adopting the multiple cultures.
When you try to adopt multiple culture and it's like you mix matching or you remixing or you whatever rewriting, you create a mess. And he's the perfect example. When I hear these things, I'm like, wow. I can see why people from outside this nation come in here. They have a much stronger foundation. They can stand the storm. They can stand the weather and still continue to strive through. While many others get knocked left and right, up and down, to the point whereby they're a fraction of who they really are. And that's sad. I couldn't listen to no more. I was like, this is more than enough. I was like, oh God, this is that bad. He's no different from Britney Spears and her shenanigans for years. He is no different than Kanye West. And it's funny, as I was listening to you guys' conversation, and I was scrolling to my Facebook feed, somebody on my feed posted a thing called Footnote for Kanye West. And there was a woman who made a poetry slam where she obituated Kanye West so bad in her poetry. I was like, damn. And when the year they thing came out, 2016? Oh, God. That's too much. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, it's
That
definitely
have
here. Still here.
it's that bad. Let me see if I can post the link if I did copy it. Did I? Oh yeah, I did copy the link. That's the poetry slam. She literally destroyed Kanye West so bad. And she said, it showcased what's happening today. Sheesh.
Mhm.
This is why
Right.
I say people are becoming epic court jesters to play a fool. And you have dumbass people who are so gullible. Oh, he's a genius. Really? That put a lot in question. With that poetry slam, she literally destroyed the title of so-called genius. She eviscerated. She finished him. Done. Real done. This is why when people want to talk that nonsense, I look at them like you lack the credibility to talk about these things because you lack the insight and the foresight. You lack the wisdom and the understanding, real true understanding and knowledge. This is why you have too many people who are not meant to be leaders at all. Real leaders come with a level of class, integrity, wisdom, and understanding, not making things up so they can sound deep or aka woke. There are too many woke people who are still asleep drinking that damn Kool-Aid. And I wonder why they look like Booba the Fool from the Booba the Fool clan. This is bad. I've been nude for more than 15 years that Hollywood and entertainment bit is nothing but the devil playground. Played a lot of people, make many people as victims. There are too many Pied Pipers in the entertainment business. and they're getting caught one by one. But the problem is they have done their damage long enough to really let people know that there'll be another one take their place and continue to do way more damage and then some. You can't stop the system, but you can walk away from it though.
Right. For me, my take on it was similar to yours. You know, just listen to it overall, just how he gave his life around, how he moved, how he was dealing with women. It's just the structure factor. He just didn't have it. You know, he was just letting, he was basically, I mean, in a lot of cases, the moment he mentioned the whole woman scenario, he mentioned a lot of crap that's going on within these spaces. And it just goes to prove, like, yeah, this is a big problem out here. A lot of, and this is why I mentioned earlier, a lot of dudes are walking into these fields, these battlefields, thinking they understand what they're doing, and they don't. You haven't been coached. You haven't been set in a very determined way to understand what's really out here and what you're really dealing with. And right now, he's going through the waves, just realizing, you know, hey, look, I'm about to lose a lot of things, but I realized I have to, so I need a reset. And you know what? This reset is really good for you. And that's what he needs. And I think that's what a lot of people need to understand. They need a reset in their life.
And what's bad about it, he's not the first of his kind. There were so many of them that came out in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 80s. And what media do is hide those interviews, those stories, so people will not catch on to what's been going
Right.
on for far too long. There were TV shows about celebrity rehab or celebrity sex. And I listened to these stories and these conversations, and I'm like, are people that stupid? But yeah, people willing to sacrifice their daughter or their son just for the sake of fame.
Yep.
Really.
Yep. Shout out to Chris freaking Kardashian.
AKA the biggest pimp on the planet.
Yep. I know her husband somewhere like I would have I know his husband somewhere in there like shaking his head like, what have I done?
they, I hate to say this, but in technical term and logical term, the Kardashian family is nothing more than a modernized version of I don't think you people gonna like me him saying it. It's on a biblical term. And what that term they call women or such like that? Wally, you wanna mention it?
Yeah, you might have to, because I'm not too much deep in the biblicals.
Okay, I don't want to sabotage the word. There was a term they would call those type of women. They're the present day term of the modern day Jezebel spirit, or rather yet call them the Jezebel clan.
Uh-huh.
Jezebel was actually an individual who portrayed the same identical characteristic that Christiana did. But what Christiana did, she elevated on another level. And
Like
the
everyone
fact
else
that too,
suffers.
and the fact that too many people did not catch on to it from earlier, which I already did from day one, and they were like, "Oh, she's a beautiful woman." Hey, they say they say Satan came to the world like an angel of light and deceived many. I wonder who are the buffoon that fell for the yoke though. Hmm. Who attacked me when I say Kim K is nothing but a 0.5, and they say I was wrong. Turned out I was right and they was wrong. Hmm. I wonder. So who's the gullible one when they want to attack me? Oh, what do you mess with Kim K? Oh hell no! I got principle. I got standards. I got integrity. With me, I have a solid foundation. Anyone who will speak with that never had a solid foundation to begin with, and they lack the principle and the integrity. On that note, they can't hang with me in the first place because that was missing among manhood. When you're a real man, you have to have a real solid foundation. You got to have strong conviction, strong principle. You cannot be gullible and fall to the wayside. That's why we have too many feminine men in the first place. If you don't
Yep.
comprehend that to this damn day in 2022, you cannot tell me what it takes to build a strong man in the first place.
Right.
If you
Because
do not
honestly,
understand that mystery, the science
right.
behind it, you need to shut the hell up completely and stop talking about it unless you have never gone through it in the first place.
Right. Here, and this is my one point, right? When when certain people amongst these channels talk about, we gotta build back the community and everything else. But here's my problem: if most of the men are so modernized, thanks to their single mothers, what community are we gonna build when men are not even in the position to do so?
I'll answer that question. True essence of men would not want to deal with a group of people or individual who are not willing to submit themselves to true authority, who want to question or give you some idiotic idea what leadership's supposed to be when never been around it to begin with.
That's
You
true. But
cannot
here's my
tell
point.
me, you can't tell what true leadership really is if you've never been exposed to it in the first place. Any
Right.
such fake adultation, fake ideology, what you think leadership is, it's not strong leadership.
But here's my
That
thing.
is
Okay,
where
right.
the problem is.
Right. But here's my thinking anymore. My thing is, I'm not complaining anything you're gonna say, right? That's mostly true with everything you said, everything, right? My ideal to it though is when we talk about these communities, right? You have to build enough decent soldier men to actually be able to build these communities, let alone be in these right field sets. All I'm saying is, at the end of the damn day, a lot of these guys are not built on being able to master this role of leadership. Because regardless, women following or not, we still have to have a safety ground for our own community. And
And
if that's it
I'm
is what
glad
it
you
is.
mentioned that. According to Information Man, let me shout out to Information Show,
So
aka
out there.
Information Man, he said he was part of a program that looked for what you call, and I quote, the diamond in the rough. Not everybody can be considered the diamond in the rough. You have to find someone who have a unique quality, who is willing to change, to be molded to be something much greater and much stronger. Too
Right.
many people put on false strength, but don't have the capacity to showcase true strength.
Mhm.
Too many people pretend they have integrity, but lack the capacity to show what true integrity really is. The problem with people that I've been noticing for so many years, like I said, there are too many people pretend to be woke or think they are woke, but actually it's still sleepwalking.
Right.
They have not been taken out of the environment and taken to a place that actually wake them the hell up completely.
Mhm.
That is the problem. That is why we have people want to come. Social media made it easy for people who you don't have to vet their credential, to vet their so-called knowledge, but they can pretend to be something that they are not on these platforms. As long as you don't know their secret nor their past. If you do,
Right.
spaghetti-o.
Right.
And that's the problem. Before social media, I've been authentic out on the street and in person, in gathering, at my work, in the church, and I let people know the truth. I ain't got time to pretend. Because here's the problem. If you can stand on the path you have walked through in life and be transparent and walk at the level of integrity and walk at the level of honesty, be realistically real and not trying to be socially real or entertainmentally real, but be in a place whereby people can look at your life and say, you know what, you went through these things. I see how you overcome it. If you can do it, others can do the same exact thing and then some. You use your life
Right.
as a reference point to help other people to get out of the slump they're in and get to the next level. Instead of And I quote, acting like you're perfect. According to the scripture, ain't no man or woman on this earth is perfect, or any God or gift to man or no woman. You ain't all that and then some. If you're not ready to be honored to your goddamn self, too many people come onto the platform being fake as hell. This is why they lack the integrity. This is why they lack the authentic nature. This is why they lack the real leadership. Real leadership. I hate to say this. True leadership comes from a level of servanthood. When you are a true leader, the essence of you being a leader is you want to serve people. You want to help people. You want to elevate people. You want to acknowledge people. You want to edify people. But at the same time, correct people with love. Like Bolo TV will say, don't let me stop preaching right now because I'm not going to do that. This is why people do not have that level of understanding. To have that level of understanding, only a very few people have acquired what you call is wisdom. You have a worldly wisdom, you have a divine wisdom, which is considered to be biblical wisdom. Wisdom that's gone beyond the age of time, that's a past time itself, that's a past generation upon generation that have been proven correct time after time again. No amount of opinion can fight against that level of wisdom. The problem is not too many people have that. People are pretending to be they're wise, but they're not wise. They're called silver tongue. Afraid you call people who have slick tongue and have the way and the act of twisting words to catch your attention and entice you and trick you and drive you around like a puppet. This is why I don't fall for the okada. I listen to what they say. I analyze what they say and look at what kind of ideology are they portraying. This is why when I say certain people are not my cup of tea, because I stick to the principle. A lot of these men in the United States don't have principle foundation. They are weak as hell. Because if you can give people such credibility and you later on find out the person you give credibility was complete, absolutely false, it said a lot about your view and your concept, what you give credit to.
Right.
This is why I'm so different from so many other. I could care less if I'm a complete outcast to society norm. I don't move according to society norm. In actual essence, in all history, I must be the same one where everybody around me is the crazy one. If you cannot see through the smoke and mirror,
Yeah, that's
that's the
true.
problem. Right now, that's the side of me I be trying to keep to myself because I don't think the world's ready for this. That's the problem. They're not ready for the type of person I really am because that's why the only people who know who I am when I speak this way are off social media. They don't be on social media like that.
Trust me, none of us do. Let's be honest here. I really like honestly, me personally, the only reason I have a Facebook still around is only because I go on a game. Take that away, I don't really be on it.
I am the same way too, and I also have my computer business page on Facebook as well. If I
Right.
had my way, I would have cut it off.
Yep.
Here's the problem. I said it before, I said it again. I work with one of the first social media company that came out in the 90s with a blueprint for many other social media platforms. I understand the concept of what social media actually was supposed to be. The problem with human, whatever was made to be good, they make it to be bad as well. And we got too many people who destroying their family by posting a little bit too much of themselves in social media. And here's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. The moment your life is on social media and you put too much of it, you deserve no privacy at all. None of it. If you want privacy, then remove 80 to 90% of yourself off social media. Unless you are putting yourself on to influence people in the right direction that exert true positivity, not false positivity.
Right.
So you can't
Let me,
complain when people. You can't complain when people chastise you or criticize you. According to legal terms, they have every right to criticize you and put comment about you. If you don't like it, then remove yourself off social media so people don't have to talk about you anymore.
or you can just remove the comment too if you don't want to see it.
Right.
Even though, even though they remove their comment, they will still go comment about you somewhere else, and you
Right.
cannot run from it.
Yeah. I'm gonna hold
That
on real quick, Black David. Let me make sure I get this discretion real quick. Shout out real quick to Sir Yeetus. He says I have social media for family only. And then obviously Wally giving him the shout out. Appreciate you, Sir Yeetus, for being here. If anybody wants to come up, because I noticed we got a couple of viewers here, please hit the link, or Sir Yeetus or Sherelle, if they're still here. Anybody else who's watching, please hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, leave a comment after it's done if you're at the end of the live on the
All right, man.
replay.
Just coming up.
Oh, really?
My twin brother.
Oh man.
My twin brother.
Real quick, let me
Yeah.
Based on his life experience,
Okay, I'm about to say.
he have a deep level of understanding of where he coming from, and the problem is he don't have to say too much.
let me just make sure you nick introduction. He is the mini man with the plan. He's the mini Rambo. He's the guy that once you come in, the Galactic Empire or the Sith, will reign again. He's a guy that you got to make sure you put a certain discretion bar. Ladies and gentlemen, he has a show Wednesdays on Unapologetic with Mandrell and Shoo, and he might be moving soon. Shout out to Mandrell. 211. And then,
oh wow!
Somehow the sea was frozen, volcanoes erupted, a dog was humping a bird. Ladies and gentlemen, your discretion is advised. Language use and other verbal words may be too intense and explicit for young audiences to this time.
Oh, Lord.
Thank you. Hey, where's Jay Takashi? Hey, Wally, how's it going?
What's going on?
Where's Jay Takashi?
He went to sleep.
It's not his day. It's our day.
Oh, it's your day. Okay, cool. What's up, Marcus? How you doing? I like to see that you're getting your feet wet here on YouTube, just in case you decide to start your own channel.
Man, I didn't know you this famous.
Oh, man.
I didn't know either. I mean, he put up plenty of disclaimers, though. I mean, hey, watch at your own risk now.
Yeah, one more time, just in case there's children who are barely knowing what bad words are. Viewer discretion is advised. Warning: language use and other verbal words may be too intense and explicit for young audiences.
I hope black man don't see this. And he do the same thing too.
But what's up, man, Joe? Man, how you doing, bro?
What's going on, Marcus? Just read the latest issue of One Piece, and I'm loving it.
Oh wow!
I'm mad. You beat me to it.
Yeah. The scans are out right now. You actually see the real Dr. Vegapunk. He had a full conversation with Dragon.
Oh man!
Like he's connected with Dragon and the Revolutionary Army. Like they're friends.
Why you gotta tell me? Keep the suspense, please.
Okay.
Read it. I'm following the same manga too, and I'm like, damn, I think I read it before me.
Yeah, 1066. Issue number 1066. It's gotten,
It got real deep. It won't take One Piece.
Anime. Real deep. It is. It is not a normal anime. It is real deep, man.
It's not.
That story is deep.
That's called real story creation, real character creation. It's so deep. If you don't understand the character and their history, and their side story, and their real story, and their lineage, you missed it.
Yeah. And people are intimidated because there's so many episodes. But I'm like, so what? Just watch the show. Just watch the show, man.
Over 1,000 plus episodes and counting. I think 1,039. I think.
God, that's a lot to catch up in that I have to do.
So what? It's worth it.
Well, I can help you out. Just send me a hard drive.
Yeah, I can too. I got up to from episode 1 to 1037.
Oh,
And
I
Mandrell,
uh-huh.
I wanted to say, yesterday I didn't get a chance to watch your whole stream, so I do apologize for that.
No,
I had to catch on the replay, but I just gotta
Oh,
say something.
I got
Your
139.
show right now is it's shit, man. It's complete utter dog shit right now.
Is it
No,
really?
it's not.
No, I'm just playing.
No, it's not.
It's
No.
actually cool, man. I actually, I've always given you credit for you and your sister. Um, I always appreciate giving a certain brother sisterhood kind of like
No,
perspective, especially when it's like
it's
a
a great
tango.
show. It's a great
Yeah,
show
it
for
is.
real, for real.
So,
And
but
Mandrell,
I
it's
did, I did manage to catch
1039.
yeah, I did catch. I was able to catch up on it, but interesting. It was an interesting topic, and I thought, hey, what the hell? But hopefully you gain, and when you get your own channel, on top of the network you're with Black and Unfiltered, and you get to branch out a little.
Yeah.
I think it better stay within the network because when you branch out too much, you don't know how to build a strong following out of
Well, I
it.
mean, he can have his own page, but still be a part of Black and Unfiltered network.
True.
Just like Sir Hale and SB do. So kind of like you do your thing, man. You do your thing. Hopefully, you can do something based upon like you talk about MMA, boxing, jiu-jitsu. You talk about your military decorum. You talk about weapons. You can talk about like anime. Like you can talk about comics. You can talk about like a plethora of different things. And on top of the community, you want to help out and stuff. Which I know you don't really. It probably triggers you because you don't really believe that there's a community as much. But you do your part. You do your part. So I know you're moving and stuff, or planning to move without saying too much.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I'm telling you, Mandrell is no different from me. We have almost similar view on what's going on.
Yeah, no,
The only
I know, man. Mandrell got a strong viewpoint, but I share his sentiment, though. I just don't. I tend to be more. I guess he tends to be more outward about it. I
No,
tend to have a
I'll
similar
make it
way of
easy.
saying it, but I don't.
I'm
Yeah,
somewhat nice. He's a Dark Vader. He don't give you no mercy.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
obviously he has the avatar for it, so yeah, he does.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him because there's no reason to give certain people mercy when we make a fool of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, if he was here earlier, I'm for sure this stream would have got taken down earlier if he was here. With the stuff we
Don't
were
say
talking
that.
about, and
Don't say that.
and I'm gonna
Because
ask Wally to play a certain clip after this clip is done. They want to get your
and Mandrell, I
perspective
hate
on.
to say that I comment on a video on Facebook and I mention your name on it. This woman had a spoken word poetry that destroyed Kanye West back in 2015, 2016. And she sounded like a damn prophet. To the point where I'm like, damn, this is so epic, it's not even funny. If you see it on Facebook, watch the video. You will laugh. He got eviscerated long ago. And now Ed Bonner, he ain't no genius. She caught it out. Made him a fool. That's going to give you an eye candy to add on to the flame. Then you have to get the guy. I'm the same way with you on that part too.
Yeah.
Because when I looked into the whole poetry, I was like, man, she got it on point.
Hey, Wally, real quick, did you want to play the rest of the video, or did you want me to?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for you guys to be, for you guys to be ready.
Wally, what do you have us watching?
Well, Marcus selected to where we have a conversation amongst Shia LaBeouf and his life and how he's trying to change it around.
What was wrong with his life in the first place, other than him being a retard?
Again, your discretion is advised. We already put the banner twice. But this was an episode basically on John Bernthal, the actor who played Punisher. He has a podcast, and he has people with different guests on and stuff.
He played what?
He played the Punisher in the Netflix TV show, John Bernthal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and a plethora of other things. He was Shane in The Walking Dead and stuff, and Wolf of Wall Street. But he was in Fury as well. But he started a podcast on the side, when he's not doing work in films and stuff and series. But I guess Shy was just opening up about basically what he had went through as a child, what he went through as an industry as a kid. He had a point in his life where he was pointing like a gun at the shotgun at his mouth and his head. Obviously, man, Joe, you brushed up on what you said earlier, how you called him the R word. Certain choices he made that wasn't very conducive to his life, and it was like in the early 2010s, like 2012, 2013ish, when he started getting in trouble with like the law. It was after he had been done with his tenure in the Transformers series, and then after, it would anything from being drunk in public, being arrested, fighting the cop. I think a certain assault I think he had in public or something with a certain person or a certain general public member, like population guy, and then just the substance abuse, alcohol abuse, like in a spiral moment. He had to go to rehab. And then obviously once he had a child, it put things in his perspective. Once before the kid was coming, he had to get his act right, and he had to button up. And before he had, I guess, gone through some court proceedings, he went to rehab because I guess one of his lawyers or agents as well told him, "Hey, go to this rehab, man. Do this kind of thing." And he had conversations with other people and other experiences. So the kid is what really had that nail in the coffin of, all right, I got to button up and stop fucking around. I got to stop messing up. So he's basically telling this to John Bernthal right here. So that's basically so far what it's been mainly, and obviously the attempts at self-deletion. So what do you think so far, if from what I'm telling you about him that he's opening up right?
I mean, I don't understand putting your stuff out in public like that. But I mean, if that's what he wants to do, go ahead, whatever. But like it's like Black David said, you can't get pissed off when people take shots at you. You're the one who put it out there in public.
That's true. Can't go push back for me there.
Yeah, everyone would have been none the wiser had you just kept your mouth shut. It's your business, not ours.
Now, one would say that you're being insensitive, and that's toxic masculinity. What do you think about?
There's no such thing as toxic masculinity. That doesn't exist.
Thank you. Because there's no toxicity.
Let me just say about it. When I keep hearing that toxic masculinity BS, it is proved to my point what I say. We live in the dumbest society ever. So what do you want? You want Batman? You want the hey instead? Really?
Yeah, definitely.
But there's no to be perfectly honest. Throughout history and throughout the history text, there's no such thing as toxic masculinity. It never existed. The problem with a bunch of buffoon females who claim to be women when they are not women, they use that as a trope to try to say man cannot walk in their natural state of being, as they have been ordained and created to be in the first place. This is why, if that was the case, let them take themselves, go to an island and build their own society and stay right there and stop abusing and using what men have built and created so you can profit off it. And now I'm gonna be worse than Darth Vader. Whenever a woman who is saying toxic masculinity, she had a transformer that bent her over.
Oh my God. Damn.
Hey, you thought you had to worry about me?
Well,
yeah. Well, yeah.
No,
yeah.
that word.
Wait, but man, Joe, in my defense, this guy's been taking shot at us the whole time, us Americans, while him being the Canadian Nigerian immigrant.
No.
Right. Number one, he's got a double jeopardy. He's from he is number one. He was born in Canada, and as if that wasn't fucked up enough, he's African.
Oh, see the race of hypocrisy.
And make it even worse, he's from Nigeria. That's the The worst of the worst of Africa has to offer. Damn.
Motherfucker.
Oh, damn, he hit you with a death dart. Well, the death dart.
I didn't see it. I'm not even looking at him.
Oh
See?
man, that's toxic
Oh,
right
Lord.
there.
Oh, Lord.
Nigeria.
Yeah.
And the
Damn,
Nigerians
he
are so
said a bow
proud.
and
The
arrow.
Nigerians are so proud of being from Nigeria. I'm like, it's like, okay, why you motherfuckers always trying to sneak out? The first thing y'all want to do is get away from there and come here.
Want to do
But
the
you
bow
got
and
no
arrow
hit?
real quick on him?
And
Bow and arrow.
let me answer that question. Why?
Bow and arrow.
The reason why they come out here, they know the game of building a status for themselves. With me, you come here, build a strong foundation. When it's so big enough, you can take it over there and build their own legacy. That's why a lot of strong families have been created. Either they come here or they come to the UK. Right now, statistically speaking, there are far more Nigerian multimillionaire and billionaire in the Europe than that of the United States because the type of trade and business they had over there that flourished much quicker over there than over here in the US.
Yeah, it's because, the colonizers are over there busy making money off of them.
And at the same time, they're using the same tactic on them as well.
Yeah.
While on the other hand, controlling people over here sometimes build stronger infrastructure to when they take it over to their own country, the colonizer have no hand on it anymore. This is why certain people are only doing business with the Chinese because they know so you make business with that type of group of people, there's a different kind of backing they got.
Yeah.
See, give him.
And that's
Do
what
one more
happened.
death dart. One more death dart.
That's what happened to your whole fucking continent. You
I
sold
know.
it to the Chinese.
I won't say sold it. Let's say
You
some
did.
people.
You did. You sold
No.
it to the Chinese.
Only one country did that.
All of them did that, Black David.
No.
All of them.
No, let me explain in detail. Only one country did that, and they even not only they sold that particular land, they had the audacity to make a particular individual a chief. They sent shockwaves throughout early last year, when people heard that thing. In other nations, African nations, some Chinese people were getting kicked out of the country due to how would I say it? Same thing they did. They got caught. Their business got shut down. They got stopped on the street. They got their paper taken from them. They got dragged to the airport and got kicked off the country. It was documented. So I know about these things because I've been watching and reading and trying to find which nation that told themselves. It's one particular nation that also, I hate to say this, it's also a spot for old white grandma to come to make their so-called virgin house that they got their groove back. It's more how Martha got her groove back. Like I said, I know what
got a groove back.
There's a lot going on in this African continent that I know about for the past 5 to 7 years that people don't know about. But it's not broadcast in mainstream media unless you know people. One of my uncle was a journalist, so I understand how to find the truth between the lies and know the people who have been calling certain people out in position while they're trying to cover things up when they're getting caught in it. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of us Africans know what's going on in Africa. Some of us just want to keep quiet because it's kind of shameful. But some of us are speaking out
Yeah,
against
Black David, you're over here. You don't even know what's going on over there.
I do. I'm not stupid.
Told you, Marcus. I guess he told you.
You don't realize
That's such a convincing argument. That's such a convincing argument.
It's not a convincing argument. I said it before a couple of weeks.
Isn't that considered sign language?
No, it's not sign language. It is proof. I did say before, I do have an uncle who used to be in the high government. That I used to have a conversation from time to time. And I got another person who was a police officer in my country. I don't do sign language. I do receipt. I'm not telling these fake ass people on YouTube that pretend to be something they're not.
Damn, Marcus, he cooking your ass.
Then what happened when people try to
this guy, hey, Mandrell, this guy's talking pretty privileged from a first world country where he's living at and his Wi-Fi, and his desktop.
In New York. In New York of all places.
I know, but it's for the same category when they question But Mandrell, let's be honest, it's the same way when they're trying to question your credibility, like you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
So
and the thing is, me and Black David and who else? Ola was back there. You know, Man of Prestige. I talked to both of you. Like I've had conversations with both of you. Like I don't have to say anything. You guys know them. You guys know that I know what I'm talking about.
and we
Because there's shit that I know that the only way I would know is if I was in that situation. Like there's no other way, no two ways about it.
So that to show that people know certain things that we don't really put out there in the airway unless it's necessary. That's why I say what I say. I'm not gonna be the fake individual on the YouTube to pretend they know so and so. When we come to acting for credibility, they gotta give you the runaround. I even show proof when I say a particular individual who was my high school classmate and schoolmate, not knowing that my father know his father. No, my uncle, correction. My uncle know his father. And trying to let me on a hint, but he don't want to tell me too much that something happened to that particular. Well, I did my research and find out how the former president of Nigeria at the time trying to sabotage him and his business. And not realize the former president broke a international treaty which he is not supposed to break, which means they had to get the man back his freedom. So I don't do no naysay, no BS. So don't put me on the same category of certain people out here on the YouTube street when I play that okie doke. Who got a silver tongue in their mouth, think they can slick you around or play you around, but when it comes to credibility, they can't even show for. Come on. I'm going to be consistent about it, not be fake about it. Should I carry on?
And there you have it, Marcus.
And if I say Mandra is my twin brother.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Black David. Earlier, you were shitting on the U.S. of A.
No, I was
shitting on it bad.
I was shitting on the institution that like to put out so much nonsense and get people on the okie doke. But too many people are not too well, how you want to say, well versed or well knowledge or well educated. Unless certain people.
I'm not going to let you disrespect this country or your country still uses primitive. Back 10,000 BC spears.
Yeah, Black David. Yeah. He's tell him, Marcus. See, Black David, your country full of apes.
Yeah,
and malaria. And malaria.
I agree to the malaria part. I can't say the first part, but I'm saying.
I'm glad you say that.
Yeah, you can't say it. I can.
I know.
You have houses built of adobe out there still, Black David. I don't know what you're talking about.
Right now,
you guys live in mud huts.
Wale, remember the link I sent to you? Do they know the update what's really going on? They have any clue about that? No, they don't.
You got crocodiles the size of dinosaurs eating you over there.
Okay.
I've seen the movie Primeval. I've seen the movie Primeval.
Now, if I'm correct,
and you got hippopotamuses, and you trick the world into thinking that that's a wholesome animal. That's one of the deadliest creatures on the planet.
Have you seen a hippo when they chase people?
Yeah. A hippo is one of the most violent things on the planet, dude. Those things are so fucking violent for no reason. Like they'll have no reason whatsoever. Yeah, they'll have no reason whatsoever to come, but they will come after somebody just because.
Let me ask you a question. If you say my people trick your people,
you did.
By being, then who level of education?
I see them tripping tourists all the time so they can get eaten.
Who level of education is our fault then?
Say what?
If that was the case, who level of education is our fault then? We got tricked by it.
Oh, listen, man. Listen, bro. It ain't gonna be us, okay? It ain't gonna be the blacks and Latinos, okay? We know to leave wild shit alone. If it weren't for white people, we wouldn't know shit. White people are the only ones dumb enough to go up there. Oh, look at the little monkey, and it's a chimp, and the chimp rips their face off.
Yep,
they're the only ones dumb enough. Even the Africans don't fuck with wild shit out there.
It's always a white lady who wants to adopt one of these animals from the jungle, thinking it's gonna be sweet and shit. Have you not seen Rise of the Planet of the Apes?
Yes.
Have you not seen that movie? Have you seen when a guy or a woman was trying to adopt a chimpanzee? A chimpanzee. It was a old lady, white lady, that somehow thought that she could raise a Caesar, and yet in her real life, this came out on the real news, that chimp destroyed her.
He
wrecked her.
See, and I think even Africans don't fuck with wild shit out there in Africa. They got they don't fuck with animals so much. Like they fuck with animals so little They just let them walk across the street and do whatever the fuck they want to do. Fuck it, man. Let them do it. Why? I ain't finna get fucked up. They respect wild animals out there. I'll give you points for that now. Fuck, Africans don't even fuck with wild shit out there.
Yo, the wildlife over there is so bad that you can't even fuck with the fucking mosquito. A mosquito will kill you. A mosquito will kill you out there, depending on the viruses and deadly disease it carries. You think we're gonna? You think we're gonna have an open land zoo? I don't think so. Y'all got an open land zoo. It's called a terrain. It's called a jungle. Over there.
Let me make a joke on this one. It's that bad. I can call it because when you see me say, what's going on? Who's the next victim? You're like, oh, that white boy that came to the country the other day. Okay, cool. Let us know when you want to hide the bones, okay?
Think about it. Think about it, Black David. All the horror movies they got, it's usually white people that want to be the most curiosity. Curiosity kill the cow. Very curious and shit. They want to be brave and hero. But I guarantee you, if you had an ethical person, Latino or black, that grew up in a rough neighborhood, he would be the first one to get in the car and leave, with or without people getting in the car. They would leave first. They would always leave first.
And just like Mandrell said, that so-called military was trying to go to that particular island and think he can get.
Which island? Epstein's Island?
Man, you know what I'm talking about. He didn't even land on the beach, and he got taken out quicker than you think, faster than a bullet.
Dang. What panels were you on today, Mandrell? Because I think I saw you on Yella's panel in the morning.
Oh boy.
Say what?
You were on Yella's panel in the morning, right?
Yeah, I was there this morning. I like Yella.
I do too.
I like his perspective on things too.
He got a very good. He got a real perfect.
Yeah. For real, man.
But what I was trying to say earlier, Mandrell is the perfect example of how well educated he is, but yet people look down on people like him and trying to make it seem that they're not needed.
Is that a short joke at him? Is that what you're trying to say? You're trying to make a short joke at him?
No. I'm not doing a short joke. I'm talking about level of education and understanding. What the thing they like to call black men who are highly educated? You sound like a white puppy boy, some like kind of thing, nonsense. But yet, they're the kind of people they're looking for to rebuild their so-called community when there's no community to begin with. That's what the point I was trying to prove. Mandrell is the perfect example when, instead of educating a lot of black men to be just like Mandrell or better, you make them be like these Pukin away on the black YouTube street who making all this nonsense. Oh, you need to like, come on. Mandrell, I said this every time on the show. How you want someone to submit to you when you're a piece of shit? No, correction. Let me rephrase that. How you want a woman to submit to you? You're worse than a piece of donkey shit. Should I go further?
You could, but we already at the 5 hour mark, so let's get this shit on the road.
What Marco trying to say about me, I was attacking the institution that playing people for a fool and making money off it. And people are not catching on. Like Mandrell said, it's a perfect social construct that they use to keep people in check and keep people in line. So when you really find out and want to speak too much about it, they have a way of taking you out. Am I wrong, Mandrell? Mandrell?
So what now? What's your question?
Remember you said America is a perfect social contract put in place whereby it can fool the masses of people unless someone.
Yeah, it is the greatest accomplishment in social engineering, in the history of mankind. It really is. It is the greatest accomplishment of social engineering. Everything we do, down to the way people think, by and large, it has been engineered. You've been programmed to think this way. You've been maneuvered to think this way.
Unless you have a higher level of understanding and comprehension and insight that you don't follow it. The way I'm trying to point out to the fullest. But the problem is, too many people fall for the okie doke. It's that bad. When you're that gullible and you cannot see the big picture, that means they got you on the puppet string the whole entire time.
Yeah, like why would anyone be racist? Let's be real. You know what I'm saying? Like that makes absolutely no sense. And then black people, colorism. What the fuck is that even? You know what I'm saying? Like why? Why does it matter what someone's skin color is? It's a person.
And that's
Wally,
where
I put the link in the private chat. Wally, you can click on it.
and that's what I've been trying to, and that's what I've been trying to say for so long. The problem is, Mandra, it's for the low information folks who don't have a high level of comprehension, nor do they have a high level of processing information properly to understand what is really going on. There's so much into the, oh, look at that shiny thing, and get distracted so easy, not seeing the real thing that's really going on. There are only a selective few who comprehend, understand it, who really see the big deal. They don't say too much. Like you were totally correct. What Cunha was saying, a lot those who understood what's going on, they know what's going on, but they're not speaking about it. They're moving in a way whereby they're building their own infrastructure. So they don't have to rely on it.
Right. That guy had all the time and all the resources to build his own infrastructure,
And
so
he
he
did
wouldn't
not
have to
do
deal
it.
with it.
He did not do that. So, like I
He
say,
didn't do it.
he's a court jester. That's another perfect example why I say so many people claim to be woke, but they're still sleepwalking.
Exactly.
If you don't reach to that level of understanding, having that level of insight, to have a strong level of principle and integrity, that do you know that you never hear that much among so-called men? Integrity, principle, having strong foundation, having strong character. These are values that will equate with a call a true and what they call a high value man with a strong network. The problem is we have too many dodo birds who think who comprehend and understand, but they don't understand it at all.
Wally, did you look up the video or did you click the link?
So
Not yet. I'm waiting to finish
this why
this.
when I see people want to question Mandra, I say your level of integrity not on this level. I don't know why you question him for. You sound real stupid. Mandra saw me a couple of times defending him, but people like to say stuff. I said, do you know his story? Do you know his life? Do you know what he have done? Do you know what he has accomplished? You just like to, I don't know, try the misinformation spot and see if you can throw something out that will stick. Think about when people want to take jab at me, go ahead, take jab at me. I promise you, don't let me take jab at you. I would take your soul, your spinal cord, your backbone, and everything you have left and leave you empty on the inside. I'll be way worse than Shah Khan. Try me. This is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not here for the BS, to be honest with you. I don't like fake people. And I could smell it a mile away. I could sense it. Sometimes I like to play dumb just to see what you could show me.
That's the exact route that I take when I was young. From when I was young to when I'm older, I play like, oh, really? I didn't know that. That's interesting.
I do that to this very day.
And it goes over Mandrill's head sometimes.
No, sometimes Marcus. Then I like, oh, Marcus fucking trolling. Marcus trolls all the time. No, I'm on to you now, Marcus.
You forget?
I'm on to you now, Marcus. Marcus be fucking trolling.
Mandro, what do you think?
Half the time I'm not. Half the time I'm actually just asking a question.
Mandro,
what do you think? Marcus,
no.
Shut up. Marcus,
Mandro, what did he say? You doing it? What did he say? When you doing it in the movie? Recon? What did Recon do? Troll
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
That's all y'all do.
Yeah, you caught me. You caught me on the.
I caught you from day one. You mentioned Recon. I already knew you're the ultimate troll.
I swear, half the time I'm not though. Like some of these things, no. I'm not gonna lie. When I got into these spaces like a year and a half ago to now, even now, some of the stuff some of these people say, if it wasn't for me, if it wasn't for the pandemic and stuff, and me sitting down, because I already knew when a person wants to gaslight someone, I get that. When a person wants to run a fake ass narrative, when they want to somehow villainize somebody, assassinate someone's character, ergo like Amber Heard on Johnny Depp, right? Like I've seen and heard that stuff before, even before that. But to actually catch it and then see it in this space and region, because again, when the sectors that we're in, it's just a pocket of a pocket in YouTube, where some people don't even know these channels are here. And somehow in the algorithm of my YouTube, because I keep subscribing to certain channels that I like, so all of a sudden I'm introduced to this other person that's watching Star Wars or having a discussion on NATO, and they're having streams and stuff, or they're having like international borders and stuff, and so it's like it's crazy because like it's still weird how some people move in these spaces because I was so used to being such a social outdoors person. Now I'm kind of even keel. I'm a bit of both. So I have my time indoors. I have my time outdoors.
But
And that's the interesting thing.
that's not being recon. Recon is about being the ultimate troll, and people don't know when you're trolling or not.
Yeah,
It's
I
hard
guess
to
that's
tell.
fair. That's fair. That's fair.
That's what I'm saying. When you say you're a recon, I already know you're a troll. You just better pay attention and see when you're trolling, when you're not trolling.
Yeah.
Too many people think they understand that, but they don't because they're too damn stupid. Like one
Yeah.
particular person that Mandra will not going to talk to ever again. That's another one too. His name should not be mentioned. I'm not going to mention either.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised. I could be a little evil, far evil than Darth Vader. Let's just said I almost destroyed a particular girl's self-esteem in high school to the point people think I'm too damn evil with my words. God, how bitches I am. And she came from a bitch family, but I made it seem like you ain't nobody anyway without your parent riches.
I'm outdoors right now. It's freaking cold.
I know. I already know. You give out the clue. You think you hear gunshot. So I already knew exactly what it was.
Yeah. Sorry
Come
about
on.
that.
It's listening skill, like you just said. The art
Yeah.
of listening. Some people don't know how to do that.
Yeah. I give you credit there, Black David. You at least intentionally listen a lot of times.
Oh, I do way more than that. I analyze
know.
too. Why
Yeah,
you
I'm
think
gonna wake up in the morning, do jujitsu, come home,
Oh, boy.
shower, and
You watching the
play-
fight this weekend?
And who fighting?
It involves a fight
Adesanya versus Pereira.
Because I'm gonna be playing. Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna be playing God of War. So
You bought that game?
Yeah, the new one. Yeah, the new
Oh
God
man,
of War.
I heard it's
Yeah.
great. I heard it's great.
So far, it
Oh,
is,
boy.
man. I mean, Kratos is a beast.
I still play the one that came out 4 years ago. I still play that from time to time.
If you like that one, then you're gonna love this one.
My son played the one. Play that one. I played the one from.
I don't like
2
how they
and 3.
made Thor fat though. I don't like that. But I guess
that's how
he
he actually. But that's a more accurate depiction of
accurate.
Thor from the Norse mythology.
It's correct.
Yeah, it's a much more accurate depiction of him. He doesn't look like Chris Hemsworth. He doesn't look like a bodybuilder.
That's the problem.
You mean
People don't really
you mean he
study it.
doesn't look like the Marvel Comics version of Thor?
Right.
Here's the problem. Marvel comic is not like the history book about Greek mythology of how Thor is described to be. This is why the game God of War, when they did that to that particular realm of the North God anthology, it was on point because unless you went to history class about different culture, different mythology, you got the Greek god, you got the North god, you got the Chinese god, you got the Indian god. They come with a deep level of culture and history. If
Hey,
you
you
don't
gotta-
comprehend that, you missed it.
Yeah, now let me tell you this. In this game, Marcus, just a heads up, Odin and Thor are dicks. They're not assholes. They're dicks.
Yeah,
they're not assholes, dude. They're dicks. I'm just
I kind of got that from the last game that they came out.
Right when you hear the little stories they tell about the shit they done. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
No, they're dicks. Like honestly, like they're such dicks. It's funny. Like, like I was like, God damn, dude, you're a dick. You know what I'm saying? And but I do like that. I like Kratos. The fact that Kratos is a G. All right.
He's going into his fatherhood too, so I kind of noticed he's kind of taking a step
But you know
back.
what's funny about these certain games, God of War series, have a way of really educating the real mythology with the slickness behind it.
Yeah, but but what I'm saying, like Thor is really powerful because you meet him and Odin early in the game. This is not spoiling anything, really. I mean, because
everybody's releasing reaction videos to their gameplay.
Already.
Yeah. Well, I haven't seen any. I've stayed away from it. So, but like, yeah, man, like when you meet them in the beginning, you're like, wow, you guys are. I'm like, wow, you guys are just a couple of dicks. You know what I'm saying? Like it's, you know what I'm saying? And then they talk to Kratos. He's like, and then they make him an offer. And he's like, no.
No, man.
I
That's
do
how he answered.
I,
That's how he answered him. He's just like, no.
I do like how the guy from Stargate SG-1 he voices Kratos, and then the guy from Sons of Anarchy Opie voices Thor. I do like that though.
No.
Okay.
Now, Mandro, since you're a gamer, right, and you like these kind of game, I'm gonna ask you a logical question. Have you played Metal Gear Solid?
Of course, I played all of them. Beat all of them.
Now, based on their storyline, do you sense at one point they're trying to give certain hint or certain thing people not supposed to know, or just kind of like play around with the theory?
I think they're playing around with theory for the most part there. I think they're hinting at where the future might lie with warfare.
Mm-hmm.
You know, with the technology.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because there's a lot of tech we got out there that's being used, but not by conventional army.
Mm-hmm.
Conventional army won't see that shit for like 30, 40 years. But there's a lot of cool tech out there, man. A lot of cool tech, I'll say that much.
Now, when they burn their storyline based on back history or past history, do they have a sense of where they're trying to give people a hint of how military actors are being portrayed outside the United States that people don't know nothing about? Like a undercover hint?
They might be trying to.
Mm-hmm.
Some of that shit is just really accurate, but the rest of it I don't know about.
They why I ask, because since you can catch on to it and your level of insight and knowledge to what you have, when I play these games, I always ask this question: which one of these things is true, which was not accurate, what is really accurate, or what hint are you putting out? Because the way these games are designed, it's not meant for dumb people to play the game who have no level of comprehension, of understanding, or decipher the thing you're hearing. So you can like not to believe, but ask questions, find people and see what they think about certain things. You know what I mean? God of War series is no different. When they're working on the Greek god mythology and history, people never went to college and studied Greek mythology or North mythology. No, I don't want to mess with the name of it, or the Chinese mythology or the Indian mythology, because they have deep level history and culture.
Hey, but you know what I saw though when Thor 4 when it came out, I noticed that Marvel was kind of inaccurate on their mythos a little bit. It took me a while, but when I saw who was it, Russell Crowe, when he was a fat Zeus, I knew that shit was inaccurate.
I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah,
I thought that was hilarious. I like that even his armor was fat.
Bro, I'm saying it's like
even
shit.
like even his armor was fat. That shit was funny, man.
His armor looked like a beer keg.
But still,
That shit.
this is why I like to play games that challenge my intellects. I don't like to play things that will be too boring with no great storyline or strong storyline. Like when we were talking about Blade, and Bolo people were here. Me and Bolo both agree Blade 1 was the best. Blade 2 was pretty okay, and Blade 3 was trash. But according to Marker, he think Blade 3 was the best because, to me,
that is not what I said. That is not what I said, sir. You're already misquoting me. I said Blade 2 was my favorite.
Blade 2 is your favorite. I can understand. Now, for
Blade
me,
2, and then Blade 3 was second, and then Blade 1 was last, in my opinion.
And to me, that watch so many vampire movies and come to storyline, storytelling, I have an itch with a lot of these movies. The only movie that made I've gotten close and trying to be consistent with the storytelling to a certain degree was Underworld. But it'll talk about the war in between the Lycans.
Oh, the Lycans and the vampires, yeah.
Yeah, and
she was hot as shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie, she's the hottest looking woman in all of the
I'll
shit.
pay attention to the storyline. The thing that caught me off guard with a particular clan of people who have a unique blood, that if they get bitten by either one, they can have both properties, which was very unique. It's a very unique storyline. I think this could have been a TV series instead of a movie instead, because that you need to expand on even more. Where they got that ideology from, where you have that thought process from, because certain movies need to be TV series and not movies, if you ask me. because you have to break it down to multiple pieces. Just like how One Piece is the perfect anime where they had character depth, deep level storyline, whereby if you look in too deep and you realize there's too many connections that it's out of this world, like how they go that far in to the storytelling. This how you create a massive fan base that people on multiple generations still watching it to this day. You got 1,039 episodes and counting. Not 1,037 that Mandel said. But it's a great storytelling. Many other anime trying to compete with that length of storytelling and consistency in the storytelling. That is why I compared it to other industry around the world who have a better art form of telling the story, making something so intrigued, not all about boobs, emotional, firework, and action. Gotta be much more beside that.
Well, tell it to
Have
Michael
people,
Bay because he tends to have a lot of fireworks in his movies, and sometimes the
and
movie
that is
plot is
why he
shit.
messed up Transformer. He messed it up.
I'm not gonna lie though,
But
like the first like 2 or 3 of them were good though. I did like them. I did like the
mm-mm.
first 2 or 3.
I
Yeah,
was
the first 2 are all right.
no, it was all right. It was all right, but I wasn't feeling it because Emma, who grew up I grew up to multiple generations of Transformer. And when they did Transformer Prime, they did all the different reboot of different anime, then Beast War, then Beast Machine. Like, come on, it's not the question. Where did the storyline
Well,
actually
that's
start
supposed to
from?
be like the next movie they're making though. Is like Transformers: Rise of the Beast or something like that. That's supposed to be
When they
the
had
pantheon of the.
when they had Grimlock, where were all the other dinosaurs that put to come along with Grimlock? That was a
Right,
disrespect right
right,
there.
right. Where's Swoop and Slag and all the rest of them?
My
That's
point
the fourth
exactly.
one. The fourth one had like 5 of them.
Did it?
No.
They had like 4 of them. It has like the Triceratops. They had the pterodactyl, 2 heads.
Yeah,
It
but
had
they didn't mention their name. Only Grimlock mentioned his own name, but everyone else was just we don't know who they were. That's what
yeah. I guess you got that point. Yeah.
that's the problem. If I'm a diehard fan of Transform to the point whereby I watched almost over 400 to 500 episodes, not even realizing there was Japanese version of that, and they researching and watch those as well
But
to
Black
see how they
David, you
tell
didn't
the
even
story.
know. But you didn't even know that Transformers are part of Marvel until I enlightened you with that.
As a kid, we knew about it growing up until you were correct. Maybe that comic book was not circulating a lot during that time, but the TV show started when the first time it first aired up in competition with Gobot, and Gobot was trash.
It was. That was absolute
It was.
trash.
It was.
I heard of it, but I've never seen
It
the
was.
picture.
Don't worry. Don't worry about it, Marcus.
Don't
Don't
worry
worry
about
about
it.
it. Don't do it.
I grew up watching it from the very beginning, and when I say
So
fan
did
base,
I.
and when I say fan base, it rivaled Voltron. That was the real competition. Voltron had a good storyline too. When you have the Lion Voltron, then the vehicle Voltron. That was a true rival.
All
But
right.
still, Transformer was doing so well on a storyline and multiple generations when you have the headmasters, whereby human being can turn to Transformer but as a head. That's deeper in. But to this day, they have not done a reboot on that particular branch on Transformer. There's so much about Transformer that people don't even know unless you grew up in it. So that's why
You mean
those who are
you mean
diehard
like
fans,
Unicron or like Unicron?
Unicron was known between I don't know was it season 3 or season 4. I'm not sure,
He
but
came.
Unicron,
Unicron came in the movie, the animated movie.
In the first movie.
yeah,
Transformers
anime,
the
but yeah,
movie.
there you go. But the thing is, even when you talk about Unicron, there was many other Transformers that did not see the day of light in this present time because there were so many of them, so many. And what happened is, based on multiple reboot, some make some special appearance. So this is why you have diehard fans who are they collecting the old school Transformer that was made by metal and it sell for a high price. And when they see the movie, even one of my pastor from my former church, he didn't like the first or second. He like, wait a minute, I grew up in church with more of robot versus robot interaction and less of robot with human interaction. This one with more human versus robot interaction, so much to the point where that the Transformer Prime came to existence, trying to balance out the confusion. That was the reason why they had Transformer Prime. in order to transform a cartoon reboot when they had too much human virtual robot interaction.
Gotcha.
So when there's a deep history of people who are just like I'm not gonna compete with a diehard fan of Star Wars or diehard fan of the Star Trek when they know the deep history from
I
start to
can't
finish.
stand Star Trek, bro. I'm not gonna lie, I can't stand it. The only part, or I guess a type of chapter of the Star Trek shows was the one with Picard, the Patrick Stewart.
Mm-hmm.
I think I could watch that one from time to time because I think it was called like Star Trek Voyager. Then they had like a
I get it.
woman who was like the lead, I think, and like the
I know.
captain.
I remember.
That's when I saw feminism at when it started rising even more. All right, feminism
Yeah,
is taking over this bitch.
yeah, but after that we went back. You know what again? But
Yeah, I'm
here's
finna
the
head out,
problem.
fellas. I'll see y'all
All right,
later.
I was
All
trying to go to
right,
bed
man.
anyway.
Thanks, Marcus.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you
But
coming by, bro. Peace
No
out.
problem.
but before I head out, this is what you need to understand. There are so many diehard fans or certain of multiple franchises that had made a big impact to a lot of people's childhood. That when you're trying to make a new movie out of it and you're not following within the storyline that people have grew to learn and love, or you even make it better, it's like a letdown. You get what I'm saying? G.I. Joe. Man, there are too many people who grew up in G.I. Joe. The G.I. Joe movie, it was like a slap on people's face. Everybody know Duke would never get killed out for Roblox. Roblox was secondary because of The Rock. They made him primary. And that was a slap on a lot of people's face. So what do? They do Snake Eye Origin, trying to, I don't know, maybe win people back. Because there's a lot that's going on that people hate about when people try to do a remake of certain things. Now, He-Man. He-Man have been to a multiple reboot. They got two latest ones that they did on Netflix. One was trying to finish the storyline. The other one is more like a reboot for this new generation. You know, I don't want to talk about Thundercat, the one they did in Cartoon Network. The first season was a great thing, with an upgrade, a proper upgrade, with Catholic, with strong depth in certain characters, was needed. But it could have been longer, but they did not do that, or because of toy sales. This is why I'm always hooked on Japanese animation, because they do an excellent job of telling a great story and adding a lot of action and flair that it needed to be in it in the first place. What made it consistently great. The problem with American production, they can't get to that level. So when I hear the rumor about how Disney want to do Dragon Ball, and while I say hell no, that's the same type of feeling when people have when they have the deep love for certain franchise. You think the global fan base of Dragon Ball Z will let Disney make their own version without no major backlash? Come on, Marcus, let's be real here. Marcus?
I mean, yeah, I mean, I hear you, but like,
No,
I don't
it's
know.
not here. It ain't no here because here's the problem. The global fan base of Dragon Ball Z, the Dragon Ball series, started from Dragon Ball to Dragon Ball Z to Dragon Ball GT, and Dragon Ball Kai, then Dragon Ball Super, then Dragon Ball. Come on, they have a massive global fan base. If
Wait,
they
it
want
was
to do it,
Dragon Ball Z, and then what? After that, Dragon Ball GT,
yep.
Yeah.
After about Dragon Ball GT, and they came out with Dragon Ball Kai.
Dragon Ball
After
Kai,
Dragon
and then
Ball
Dragon Ball
Kai,
Super.
Dragon Ball Super. After Dragon Ball Super, then they hit Dragon Ball Hero, which is like a sidetrack to a promotion to a card game. Then you got Dragon Ball Super Hero. So when you have a long-term fan base dated back since the '80s to now, and here another production company called AKA Disney want to make their own, you know the level of backlash that can really happen?
Yeah, that's true.
Disney can go bankrupt and even go ahead and try that.
Yeah,
Because
Marcus.
that have a dangerous fan base. That's no different from One Piece.
What's up, bro?
No, we're about to hit the 6 hours. I think we may as well cut the show.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
no, thanks a lot, Wally.
let me finish up
Hello,
what I'm saying.
y'all over here talking.
Let me finish up what I'm saying. That's no different from One Piece and definitely no different from Bleach. So everybody watching Bleach and everyone want to make sure Disney don't put their hand on it. You need to bought the license to broadcast it.
What happens when you get at the 6 hour mark, Wally? You can't make edits and stuff?
No, you can. You can just download it from YouTube and then you can just edit it from a different editor. I'm just saying
Yeah,
it just to let you know.
it get too big. So get. I understand what you're trying to say, Marco, but let's be real. To to get a strong fan base who grew up in a franchise that so love and they get massacre, you lose money on that one. Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit made their money and then some because they keep them to as close as they can to the book, even when the book got way too much details. The Hobbit, it was amazing how they took the time to produce that. It wasn't easy at all for the producer, but man, the level of detail. I had the Lord of the Rings extended edition DVD. It's 4 discs for each book, book 1, 2, and 3 for Lord of the Rings, and still it was getting close to the book. But that could show you how much time they did their effort, do the research on the material they're working on to produce the movie. Some people don't care about doing it. They want to add some flair, this and that, and think that will sell. But the real fan of certain things who can tell when the thing is BS. You can fool the real deal. You can fool the okie dokes, the gullible folks. But those who understand the storyline and they want to call out why this is messed up here, why it's messed up there, why this is not good here, why this is not good there, they're telling you it's not worth it. It may sound like a good standalone movie, but it don't follow what everybody who read the comic book or read the book or seen the anime series or the cartoon series from start to finish. That's the problem. So if you notice, there have been a slow trend of people stop watching American movie or TV show and watching anime more and more because anime are consistent with their storytelling and their storylines. And I hear about the BS. Japanese art is considered one of the best out there. If you come to movie, animes, and they're doing an excellent job. Shoot my hat off to them. Storytelling is the real art. People need to pay attention to. When you tell a great story, you have people coming back for more and more. You're just selling empty garbage. No, it's what it is. On that note, guys, I enjoyed this conversation. It was very fruitful, very entertaining. It allowed me to just show a side of me that not people know about. But I am very knowledgeable about what I'm talking about. All right.
Yep, we push to challenge all.
Well, I just want to say, Black David, there's a couple things on this stream that was recorded that Marcus had to school you on, and I appreciate it. And I want to say I want to say that I take credit for certain things that I have enlightened the one and only Black David. Ibobo sa shabo da 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 by da da da.
You know you did so. I also did the
On
same
some
thing as
things.
well.
Some things that we both tag teamed on. Some things I already knew, but for the most part, this was breaking news right here live, showing Black David some of the ropes that I thought he knew.
I may not know it. Yeah, that's one part I give you props for that because, like I said, I was a kid when they first came out. The first 10 episodes, I watched it when they first came out. It out live.
How old are you, Black David? 40?
I'm 44.
You're 44. Okay. So you're around Mandrell, and you're like in Tommy B and Mandrell's age range.
Me and Mandrell are the same age.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Damn, he looks younger than you.
He's in the gym more than me. When you work out too damn much, you look younger.
That's true. And you got kids.
And grandkids.
And and grandkids. Damn. Yeah.
God damn.
So,
yeah, 44. That's pretty young. That's actually pretty young, isn't it?
I know, but I love my kids dearly.
When did you have your kids? Like when you were like, what, 24, 25 or something?
No, I had my kid when I was 30, 31. My stepdaughter, I took off my own daughter. That's my wife's child. Only child that she had when I met her. She only have one. I didn't get with the one who have multiple, you know what. I don't deal with that.
Danger zone.
Thank you.
What the hell?
Well, it was on point. I don't deal with the danger zone.
Damn. Stay at the restaurant.
The restaurant. I left them
I'm sorry, my bad,
McDonald's.
my bad. I mean,
No.
one you leave at the daycare center, then one take you to the beauty salon, and you go to the barbershop. I got you.
Hank said, leave them at the restaurant. I said, leave them at McDonald's.
Oh man.
Oh,
Damn.
shit.
With that note, we definitely got to end the stream.
Oh, crap.
Oh man. All right, Black David, man. Hey man, I appreciate you coming in here. Everybody that's watching or watches the replay, go subscribe to CBN's Tech Talks on YouTube. Make sure you support him. He talks about anything and everything when it comes to tech and other things that could be in the wavelength of, you know, relevancy when it comes to, it could be any conversation or topic. But he's a pro at it, so shout out to him. Thank you for stopping by, man.
I do my best to entertain people, but also enlighten you, because I might get back to the broadcast because I'm almost been updating my PC because there was something that happened recently, and
Man, look, I'm about to finally get another PC.
No, Wale, you can build a good PC without breaking the bank. It's all
No,
about.
no, I'm saying I'm about to get another one.
I know, but you can build one without breaking the bank. It's an art to it. Remember, I told you guys I have a high-end motherboard. Instead of spending me $350 plus tax, I only paying like $215. That's $150 discount.
Look, I was watching Linux Tech's live stream of building a PC. Like literally, like they broke that down to a science.
Lime Tech does it, J2 Cent does it, and Gamer Nexus at where Port Hardware. Shout out to those 4 channels. They are the 4 channels I will highly recommend that you pay close attention to everything they say about building a PC and why you should be careful about what you do. I know how to build it because I went to school for it. So I know in-depth knowledge about terminology when things come to building a PC. Many others want to skip that and build a PC without having a basic understanding what to do, what not to do, what to look out for. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I get what you're
So
saying.
what Lamitech did is very unique. He tests certain people, even a celebrity, an NBA player, and see if you know how to build it on PC and walk him through the process. And when he was done, the guy realized it's no joke. It's not as simple as you think it is. You really have to read up before you build a PC. And there's a science to it that people have to be careful, because my colleague, we had a conversation and he knew like he made a mistake too, that I also made a mistake. So sometimes we had to cross-reference and cross-check ourselves to make sure we don't screw on our so-called build, because sometimes we can overlook that one minor detail that can sabotage the whole entire build.
Yeah.
I might do a episode about it and explain to why you can build a PC cheaply but not too cheap, but you have to be careful how you go about it due to the longevity of the system you want to build.
Yeah, that would be an insightful type of
I will see what I can do
education.
about it.
Yeah, because on what I think Linux Tech. So yeah, I believe it's a Linux. Linux Tech Tips. They show a website where you can get a nice, solid those free cases, like the free the free batch cases where you can start building up your own your own desktop. Yeah.
And also,
one of them was on set. So
when I get my PC up and running, when I do that episode, I will showcase perfect example. Like you go to Facebook Marketplace and you can find PC part that people haven't even touched or used, and it's kind of cheap. And you can do a whole lot out of it. It's all about how to find the right deal and start from somewhere and build your own personal PC whereby it will last long as long as you properly maintain it. That's the deal. So believe me, I can help people without all the extra nerdy terminology, but people not be lost and be like, huh? We live in a dumb down society, so I don't want to break your brain.
I accidentally kicked Wally from the thing and trying to get him to come back.
I know you've been trying to do that for so long. I know.
No, I swear I do. It wasn't me. It was me, but not intentionally. You guys are gonna beat my record for an 8-hour stream. No, we are not, sir. You just no, we are not.
I know. So on that note, I enjoyed this conversation. When I get that episode done, I may have someone to come on board.
Are you doing one this weekend, or are you doing it on Friday? Or today, later
I'm not
today?
sure I'm gonna do it week. Because here's the thing: until they fix my internet connection, they gotta come in tomorrow with some special equipment because there might be an outage in my area. affecting multiple people and didn't know about it because since I work from home and I'll pay attention to the speed and I found out something was really not operating. Other times
I'm not gonna lie though, Black David. If you were living in a different state though, the salary you're making, that would be a perfect job because you're at home, you're making a salary, and you're with your kids around your kids. That's
I know. But I'm in the craziest city in the country.
you are. I don't know why the fuck you're still doing that, bro. Get out of there. Get out of there now.
It's easy said and done. I'm telling you, unless I make a particular bracket of money whereby people are able to get out easy, it would have been easy for me. But I got kids.
I thought you like, don't you apply for one of the cybersecurity companies contracting with the government?
No, cybersecurity, you had to have the credential for that type of job, and it's not easy to get in. I got a colleague of mine who's taking the courses right now, and he thought it would be not realizing, whoa, it's a whole lot. People talk about, oh, I want to get to cybersecurity. Nah, you can't get in before me though. To be honest, we have no experience in that area in IT. Period. With no IT experience when going into cybersecurity, that's an uphill battle. I'll put it like this: your brain gets so hot, I can fire egg off your forehead.
Damn. And then on that note, I want to bid you guys all adieu. Thank you for y'all for who rocked out with us. Real quick, Black David, don't leave yet. Give me like a couple minutes after the live. But I appreciate y'all. Shout out to CBN's Tech Talks. Shout out to Wally Welltop Productions. Shout out to Mandrell. You can catch him on Unapologetic with Shoo Shoo at 8:30 Central Standard Time. That's 6:30 Western. That's 9:30 Eastern. Make sure CBN's Tech Talks, he has his on YouTube as well. You hit the link, like, share, subscribe, leave a comment for his, and hit the Cash App. You also have Welltalk Productions. Hit the link, like, share, subscribe on his channel for at Welltalk Productions, just like at CBN's Tech Talks. And also, Vaughn Eric was here earlier. Shout out to Baltimore. Shout out to Bolo TV, who was here earlier. Much respect to him. And shout out to Let's Talk with JBJ. Shout out to Jay Takashi for letting us run this thing. Get some quick shout outs to Sir Yeetus, who's in the chat. Sherelle, who passed through. Princess K. And anybody else who I may or may not have missed. Jill. Oh yeah, I forgot. Jill's Chocolate and Valentine. Jill's Chocolate Boutique. You know, she's actually really cool, real supportive. And then I don't know who else. If you can go through the chat, or if you remember who was in the chat, because I can't.
I think that's the majority that was there. Yeah, I forgot. Also, thanks to Primal. I know he couldn't stay long, but thanks to Primal for also coming through.
Primal was literally like only in for like 15, 20 minutes, but I appreciate because Primal he had a schedule, he had to do certain things. So appreciate him, man. Go make sure you hit the link, like, share, subscribe, leave a comment, hit the Cash App for Primal Studies at Primal Studies. And shout out to a lot of other content creators that we know who who you are, we rock with. Gallant in Relationships, Sir Hill Speaks Network, Unsolicited Security Boss, Great Pill Podcast, Black and Unfiltered Network, Combo and Chill with Tommy B, The World Class, Jay Ali, I See a Little Podcast, who, we are not your ops. And then we also got to make sure that we want to make sure we give a shout out to Primal Studies. Obviously, I already said him. Who else? I already named him. Yellow Pill Coffee Company, Arshawn on Critically Drinking, Kawhi Bree, Intellectual Soapbox, M3 TV Network, DJ Eddie King, QB, Queen Forever 2K, Miss Lola, Ocean, The Real Serious B. Also give a shout out to Scam Likely, Dusto, DL Saint, I Really Want to Know Podcast, What We Know Podcast, Robin JT, Let's Talk with JBJ. Who else? The Big Mic Drop. Who else? Am I missing anybody? Oh, Lou the Legend, Jay Prince for President, Fatty.
Oh wow, Fatty. Wait, was he here in the morning or was he here earlier? Oh yeah, he was in.
Yeah, Toxic Twins Podcast. Deuce from the Toxic Twins Podcast, and you got Stacy. Shout out to her. Shout out to Robbie Privilege, Trademarked TM. Shout out to
Beautifully Animated.
Beautifully Animated Speaks, who's also showing support on this channel. Also, make sure you hit the link, like, share, subscribe to. Hopefully, I'm not missing anybody. I think I've named basically almost everyone.
Oh yeah. Shout out to Jerron. Jerron. Yeah.
Yep. Jerron Patton Films. Shout out to Lucky Marie. Shout out to Mutant Mosaic with TJ Randolph. Shout out to Coach K. Shout out to Jenny Morena. And Natasha Vincent. Yeah. Shout out to Natasha Vincent. Shout out to Fighter Complex number 7 and Savannah Aria or Ria. I don't want to mess up your last name. And then I think that's it, y'all. That's from what I can think of right now. But I appreciate all y'all and anyone who I left out or missed out on. I apologize, and I'll make sure to make the longer list next time, and I'll write it down. Peace out, and y'all have a good night and be safe out there.
All right, good people.